Most reverence, we extend a heartfelt welcome to each esteemed guest gathered here today to partake in the commemoration of the Foundation Day of the esteemed Army Institute of Education, which we convene every year in the spirit of intellectual exchange and collaboration. This year, it is with immense pleasure we welcome you to the pinnacle of intellectual convergence, the International Conference 2024, on the theme Indigenous Knowledge System for the Sustainable Future. Proudly hosted by the esteemed Institute of Education and sponsored by Indian Council of Social Science Research ICSSR.
We are glad to announce that Army Institute of Education is an A-grade institute by NAB, leaves no stone unturned in providing quality training in the field of teacher education. As we embark on this journey of enlightenment, let us embrace the spirit of collaboration and discovery. We, Shagun Bhagor and Dharashri, are honored to welcome you here at Army Institute of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, amidst the echoing halls of knowledge, we gather not just as individuals, but as ambassadors of innovations and progress. Indigenous knowledge system hold the key to a sustainable future, advocating for harmony with nature, community-driven governance, and cultural preservation. By blending ancient wisdom with contemporary innovations, societies can bolster resilience to environmental crisis and forge pathways to inclusive development founded on reverence for indigenous traditions. On behalf of entire Army Institute of Education community, it is with boundless enthusiasm that we extend our warmest greetings and our sincerest wishes for an extraordinary journey of discovery and growth.
Let us commence the event by carrying the light of knowledge and goodness within us, by offering a tribute to Ma Saraswati, the epitome of wisdom and virtue. To begin this ceremony, we welcome the dignitaries of the ceremony for the ceremonial lighting of the traditional lamp, followed by the Saraswati Vandana, led by the esteemed faculty, Assistant Professor Chintan Kapoor Sir, together with the choir students from the Army Institute of Education to pay homage to the embodiment of knowledge.
वाग्देवै च विद्महे कामराजाय धीमहि तन्नो देवी प्रचोदयात् 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 वाग्देवै च विद्महे कामराजाय धीमहि तन्नो देवी प्रचोदयात्
Patron sir. Address है ना?
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished colleagues, Although we regret to inform you that Lieutenant General BHAVNISH Kumar Sir, GOC Delhi area and Patron AIE could not join us in person due to official commitments. We are privileged to have him virtually present amongst us. Despite his absence, Lieutenant General BHAVNISH Kumar Sir's towering presence and remarkable leadership serves as cornerstone of today's event. His dedication to duty and unwavering commitment to service exemplify the highest ideals of military ethos. Commissioned into the esteemed 3rd Battalion, the Parachute Regiment in 1989, Lieutenant General BHAVNISH Kumar Sir has left an indelible mark on the chronicles of our nation's defense. From the precarious terrain of Dras during Operation Rakshak to relentless fight against insurgency and terrorism in Northeast during Operation Orchid, and enduring the harsh conditions of Siachen Glacier under Operation MEHTA, Lieutenant General BHAVNISH Kumar Sir, valor and leadership have been unparalleled. Sir has commanded 5th Battalion, the KUMAR Regiment, as a part of Strike Corps and played an instrumental role in field operations under a mountain division in Sikkim. Further, underscore his exceptional capabilities as a military leader. Despite his demanding schedule, Lieutenant General BHAVNISH Kumar Sir has continuously pursued academic excellence, completing various prestigious military courses, including those at Army School of Ammunition, United Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourself for a moment of boundless potential and limitless opportunities. Please welcome the esteemed Lieutenant General BHAVNISH Kumar Sir, GOC Delhi area.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the International Conference on Indigenous Knowledge System for Sustainable Development, sponsored by Indian Council of Social Sciences Research. It's an absolute honor to stand before the youth of this country who are dedicated to advancing the cause of sustainable living and promoting indigenous knowledge systems. As we gather here today, we are reminding of the pressing need to create awareness for sustainable living. In a world faced with environmental challenges, it becomes imperative for us to embrace indigenous wisdom and practices that have sustained communities for generations. This conference serves as a platform to explore and celebrate the rich tapestry of indigenous knowledge systems and their invaluable contributions to the sustainable development. I am particularly delighted to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guests, including the Pro Vice Chancellor of the Shada University, Ms. Kesang Yagzom Sherpa, Member Secretary of the National Council of Teacher Education, international and national speakers, and the resource persons. Your presence here today signifies your commitment to shaping a better future for generations to come. Your expertise and dedication will undoubtedly inspire and guide us as we embark on this transformative journey. I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize the crucial role of educators in fostering a culture of sustainability. As future educators, it is your responsibility to equip the students with knowledge and skills necessary to understand and embrace sustainable living practices. All skill development trainings should consider integrated elements of indigenous living into their curriculum, ensuring that spirit of indigenous wisdom is kept alive and passed on to our future generations. I would like to congratulate the organizing team for their tireless efforts in bringing this conference to fruition. Your dedication and hard work have made this gathering possible, and your commitment to advancing the cause of sustainable development is truly commendable. In conclusion, I am confident that this conference will serve as a catalyst for change, inspiring us to embrace indigenous knowledge system and work towards a more sustainable future. I look forward to an engaging and meaningful discussions and collaborative efforts that would lead to tangible outcome and positive impact. Thank you once again to all our esteemed guests and participants. Let us embark on this journey together, guided by wisdom of indigenous knowledge systems. towards a future of sustainable and prosperity for all. Jai Hind.
We feel privileged to receive such profound words from you, sir. Thank you.
Moving forward, now I would request Dr. ABHILASHA GAUTAM ma'am to felicitate Brigadier Atul Rajput sir, SM, BSM, BGS, Delhi area. Of artistic creations meticulously crafted by the talented student teachers of AIT. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request sir to felicitate R.K. Sinha sir, VC, Gautam Buddha University, Greater Noida. It's truly an honor to have you here, sir. These masterpieces born from creativity and dedication of student teachers of AIT. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request sir to felicitate Professor Dr. Radheshyam Sharma, sir. We are grateful for your presence here, sir. It is to note that the beautiful creation depicts the indigenous art form, simply crafted by the students, demonstrating a deep connection to indigenous art and culture. Thank you, sir. Now I again request Brigadier Sir to felicitate MEHTA Bandula ma'am, Principal JP Public School, Greater Noida, and member of IQAC of AIT. It's truly an honor to have you here, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Masterpieces born from creativity and dedication of the student teachers. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now I request all the dignitaries to kindly place their seats on the dais, please. Don't be pushed around by fears in your mind. Be led by the dreams in your heart.
We are honored to announce that we have received overwhelming response from around the world for presentation in the conference. It is with great pride that we announce the unveiling of part 1 of the conference proceedings. I request all the dignitaries to do the honor. Thank you.
cannot be overstated, and we are privileged to have distinguished personalities with us. It is an honor to invite Dr. ABHILASHA GAUTAM ma'am, the Revered Principal of Army Institute of Education, a beacon of inspiration and guidance. Please give a big round of applause.
Thank you, Shobhan. Om. Sarve bhavantu sukhinah. Sarve santu niramaya. Sarve bhadrani pashyantu. Ma kaschit dukbhag bhave. May everyone be happy. May everyone be free from all disease. May everyone see goodness and auspiciousness in everything. May none be unhappy or distressed. With this peaceful thought of the day, I welcome you all. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense pleasure and profound gratitude that I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to the international conference sponsored by ICSSR on the theme Indigenous Knowledge System for Sustainable Future. Today, we gather here to delve into the depths of indigenous wisdom, exploring its significant role in shaping a sustainable future for generations to come. It is an honor to welcome our esteemed Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Ravindra Kumar Sinha, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Gautam Buddha University, whose visionary leadership is paving the way for academic excellence and sustainable development. I am delighted to introduce our esteemed keynote speakers who have graciously accepted to share their profound insights with us. Firstly, we have the honor of listening to the scholarly professor Dr. Radhesham Sharma sir, OSD of Delhi School of Climate Change and Sustainability, University of Delhi, whose expertise in the field of sustainable development is unparalleled. Additionally, we are privileged to have Dr. Vinaras Nityanam, Dean and Associate Professor at the Department of Education, Malawi, Southeast Africa, whose contributions to education and sustainable practices are commendable. In addition, we extend a warm welcome to Beatriz Lucia Salvador Bisotto, Professor at Unified Quest University Center, Brazil, whose global perspective on indigenous knowledge systems will enrich our discussions today. At last, I would like to leave you with a profound wisdom encapsulated in the Sanskrit quotes, Prakriti ki Sachidananda Rupan and Prakriti Rakshati Rakshataha. Prakriti ki Sachidananda Rupan reminds us that nature is not merely a collection of elements, but is in fact the embodiment of truth, consciousness, and bliss. It is a reminder of sacredness and interconnectedness of all living beings with the natural world. As we dive deeper into the discussions and deliberations of this conference, let us be mindful of the inherent wisdom that nature holds and strive to incorporate indigenous knowledge systems into our sustainable development efforts. Furthermore, Prakriti Rakshati Rakshataha underscores the reciprocal relationships between humanity and nature. It teaches us that when we protect and preserve nature, nature in turn protects us and sustains. This ancient wisdom emphasizes the importance of adopting practices that are in harmony with nature, for it is the only by respecting and safeguarding the natural world that we can ensure our own well-being and that of the future generations. As we depart from this conference, let us carry with the profound teachings embedded in these timeless quotes. Let us be inspired to act as stewards of the earth, advocating for sustainable living practices rooted in indigenous knowledge systems. Together, let us work towards a future where humanity and nature coexist in harmony, guided by the principles of truth, consciousness, and bliss. Thank you all for your participations and contributions to this important dialogue. May our collective efforts pave the way for a more sustainable and prosperous world for all of us. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable words. Moving ahead, to mark this momentous occasion, we are honored to welcome a true titan of leadership and wisdom, Brigadier Atul Rajput Sir, SM, VSM, BGS, Headquarter Delhi area. His exemplary leadership and profound wisdom have inspired countless individuals. Brigadier Atul Rajput Sir is a distinguished leader with a legacy of valor and service to the nation. Commissioned into the esteemed Indian Army in 1995, Brigadier Rajput Sir's illustrious career has been defined by his unwavering dedication to combat excellence and operational proficiency. With commanding experience in the rugged terrain of North Kashmir, his leadership as the head of Rashtriya Rifles Battalion showcased his exceptional expertise in navigating complex challenges with resolve and fortitude. Bravery is the word Brigadier Atul Rajput Sir truly epitomized. Recognized with Sena Medal Gallantry in 2003 for his courageous action amidst the anguish of insurgency, and later honored with Wishes to Seva Medal for the distinguished service in 2024. His commitment to the safety and security of the nation is unwavering. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Reverend BSM Brigadier Atul Rajput Sir, Headquarter Delhi area.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct honor and privilege on behalf of the Army Institute of Education to extend a warm welcome to all esteemed guests, participants and delegates gathered here today for the international conference on the topic Indigenous Knowledge System for Sustainable Future. This conference serves as a vital platform for exchanging ideas, fostering dialogue and exploring innovative approaches towards sustainable development through the lens of indigenous knowledge system. We are honored to have a distinguished lineup of speakers and experts who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to enrich our discussions. We are privileged to welcome Professor R.K. Sinha, Vice Chancellor, Gautam Buddha University, as our chief guest. His presence adds immense value to our conference, highlighting the importance of collaborative efforts in leveraging indigenous knowledge for sustainable development. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Radheshyam Sharma, Dr. Vinaya Sinthyam, for their invaluable insights into the intersection of indigenous knowledge and sustainable practices. Their expertise will undoubtedly guide our discussions toward actionable solutions and strategies for a more sustainable future. As we delve into the technical session and engage the fruitful discussions, I encourage all participants to actively contribute their perspectives, insights, and experiences towards our collective goal of building a more sustainable future rooted in our indigenous wisdom. It is not a requirement, it is an essential fact that we all need to focus upon. Once again, I extend my sincere gratitude to all our guests, participants, and organizers for their invaluable contribution to this conference. May our deliberations lead to actionable outcomes that pave the way for a brighter, more sustainable future for the generations to come. Thank you, Jai Hind.
We feel privileged to receive such profound words from you. Thank you, sir. Stepping into the realm of intellectual enlightenment, as we eagerly await our eminent keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Radheshyam Sharma, sir, Department of Environmental Studies and OSD at the Delhi School of Climate Change and Sustainability, University of Delhi. His research focuses on abandoned mines and contaminated sites, specializing in soil microbiology, plant microbe interactions, and environmental biotechnology. He has published extensively in reputable journals like Nature and Journal of Hazardous Materials. Dr. Sharma teaches postgraduate and PhD students and conducts workshops for capacity building in environmental science. Get ready for an enlightening experience with us, Insights Shaping the Future of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourself for an immersive experience as his profound insights resonate shaping the future of education and igniting a passion for knowledge within us all.
So very good morning to all of you. Now, see, everybody wants sustainable development. Sustainable development को achieve करने में कोई ज़्यादा मुश्किल नहीं है. There's only one question we need to answer. And if we answer that question today, I think we'll move towards sustainable development. And the question is,
Sir, slide.
is it?
Sir. नहीं ऊपर से ले ले.
लैपटॉप में थोड़ा आगे बढ़ो, जहाँ से
वेट सर जल्दी कर बेटा. पहले से करके रखना था ना.
इसकी ये कहाँ है? ऑन करो. डाउन जो है, डाउन कहाँ है? स्लाइड्स ले लो. नीचे लगा फिर कैसे होगा? नीचे ले लो. स्क्रीन से करना. कौन सा लेना? कौन सी? सर स्क्रीन करो.
It's working.
इसमें ये करो. इसमें लगा सकते.
So now it's coming. Full screen.
I should have control.
Yes sir. Yes sir.
You have all the control. इसे स्लाइड शो में करिए. ऐसे नहीं करना. स्लाइड शो में करिए. फर्स्ट स्लाइड.
Yes sir. But now it is coming. It's not displaying over there, ना.
आप जो है स्लाइड में सिर्फ स्लाइड शो में डालिए.
Sir, you
मैं स्पीक टू मेरा. यहाँ से मेरा कंट्रोल होगा. यहाँ से होगा. यहीं से कंट्रोल. यहीं से आप इधर से नहीं होगा.
okay. आशीष तुम इधर आओ. Sir, please settle.
See, the most important question is which we need to answer today. ये वहाँ स्लाइड शो तो है नहीं.
Sir.
वहाँ तो स्लाइड शो नहीं.
वो स्ट्रीम पे जा रहा है ना सर.
स्क्रीन पर करिए.
बड़ा स्लाइड कर दे. यहीं से चेंज नहीं की जाएगी. यहाँ पर हो रहा है, वहाँ नहीं जा रहा है.
ये स्क्रीन ये स्लाइड शो है नहीं ना. ये स्लाइड शो नहीं. आप
स्ट्रीम आउट पे डालता है ना.
समझ चलेगा नहीं.
वो इफेक्ट्स नहीं चलेंगे.
नहीं स्लाइड नहीं चल रही है.
उसको डाल देते हैं.
बिना स्लाइड के करें. विदाउट स्लाइड आल्सो आई कैन.
उसमें तो हो जाएगा बट फुल स्क्रीन में नहीं आ रहा. बस नहीं है ना.
नहीं चल भी
नहीं
नहीं
लेकिन वो
यहाँ से चला
पड़ेगा ना हम लोगों को.
यहाँ से
वहाँ से
यहाँ से चला दीजिए. मैं चला देता हूँ.
स्ट्रीम ऐप में
आप चलाइए.
वो यहीं से चलेगा.
चलाइए यहाँ से. मैं आई हैंडल. हाँ यहाँ से स्लाइड शो में डालिए. हाँ
वही करो उतने
वहाँ तो भी चल रहा है. यहाँ चल रहा है. कौन सा चल रहा है?
सर इसकी स्क्रीन शेयर करिए. वहाँ पे तक चलेगा.
इस वाले की स्क्रीन शेयर.
हाँ सर
इसकी शेयर करते हैं. सर इसमें डाल दो.
नहीं सर
इसमें डाल दो.
अगर नहीं चल रहा तो
चल जाएगा.
ये ऐसी बात
भी चल जाएगा. लैपटॉप से
स्लाइड शो
स्क्रीन कहाँ से शेयर किया? इससे शेयर किया. हाँ तो यहीं से होगा ना.
इसमें डाल दो. इसमें डाल दो.
सर वेट में
अभी
सर नाउ
अब यहीं से स्टार्ट.
यहीं से चेंज कर.
यहीं से चेंज.
सर
स्टॉप शेयरिंग करके फिर से शेयर करो और रिफ्रेश
Sir,
करो।
now it is working. नहीं सर, बढ़िया आ गया।
जल्दी से चेंज करते हैं।
नहीं, वहाँ से आप हो जाएगा।
We should answer to achieve sustainable development is, do we really want it? If we answer this question, I think we can achieve, we can move towards sustainable development. So this is the most important question which we need to answer today, and that should be the major outcome of international conference today, which we are holding. Do we really want it? You may ask me, what do we? See, the question is not what we should do. Question is not how should we do. Question is when should we do it? And the answer is we should do it today. Today onwards. Can we adopt one strategy, one principle, which will take us as an individual, as a family, as an institute towards sustainable development? We should not wait for any framework which will come from the government that this is the framework for sustainable development and now we need to adopt. We need to adopt sustainable living. And I think this should be the major outcome of this international conference. How are we going to move towards sustainable development? One strategy for 1 month can we adopt, which will move and take us to sustainable living? That's the most important question. And there are many challenges which appear in newspaper and journals and which we are scared of. But I want to give a very good news to the teenager of this time. The good news is teenagers of this time are going to live long, 125 years, 125 years. This publication appears in journal Science, and which is the most prominent journal in scientific community. उन्होंने कहा कि 125 साल जिएंगे ये teenagers. आप कहेंगे ये क्या बात है? यही सवाल जब ये पब्लिश हुआ तो यही सवाल सबके मन में आया, क्या डाटा सही था, क्या सैंपल साइज सही था, क्या स्टैटिस्टिकल एनालिसिस ठीक किया, कौन सी कंट्रीज से किया, अक्रॉस द ग्लोब किया नहीं किया. उसके बाद चैलेंजेस आए, फिर 6 साल और डेडिकेट किया इसी क्वेश्चन को आंसर करने के लिए, और उसके बाद 2018 में दोबारा से पब्लिश हुआ पेपर. इट कैन बी मोर देन 125 इयर्स, नॉट लेस देन दैट. So that means this is a good news for the teenagers. And our what you say indicators are very visible. अब देखिए ना, जो कैंसर पेशेंट 4-5 महीने जिया करते थे 20 साल पहले, आज now they live several years of good quality of life. So that means rate of medical advancement ensures that we are going to live long. So this is a good news for the teenagers. They are going to live long. But there is another reality that our generations are at risk. This is also a reality which we are living today. Cancer patients जो कभी रेयर हुआ करते थे, वो आज कॉमन हो गए. वो ऐसी डिजीज, ऐसे पेशेंट जो अनकॉमन हुआ करती थी, वो आज कॉमन हो गए. So that means कि medical advancement कहती है we are going to live long, but the environmental quality says that our generations are at risk. The disease which were uncommon, they have become common. The disease which are common in 50s and 60s, they have started appearing in 20s and 30s. So that means we are living in an oxymoron. Long life, but what would be the quality of life? So this is what we need to understand. Yes, how we are going to achieve sustainable development. देखिए 20 साल पहले जो हमारी फैमिलीज अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकती, आज हम अफोर्ड कर सकते. So that means economic indicators are strong. Our purchasing power has increased. But what about the quality of life? So that means if we want to achieve the sustainable development, we have to focus on the environmental indicators, social indicators, and health indicators as well. Economic progress is visible, there is no doubt. So that means we have to move towards sustainability when we make the areas strong in health, environment, and social side. Now, see, what is the problem? Current more than 65% of the Earth's surface has lost its capacity to provide benefit to human society. अब आप देखिए ना, जब फर्स्ट इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन हुआ जिसके अंदर जो है 13% वर्ल्ड पॉपुलेशन मूव फ्रॉम बिलो पॉवर्टी लाइन टू द मिडिल क्लास, जिसमें मेजर बेनिफिशियरी थे वेस्टर्न यूके, और 150 इयर्स लगा उनको अपना जीडीपी डबल करने में. सेकंड इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन की बात करें तो अमेरिका, कनाडा, रशिया, जापान, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, दे वर द मेजर बेनिफिशियरीज. उसके में उनको अमेरिका को लगा 50 साल अपना जीडीपी डबल करने में. नाउ थर्ड एंड फोर्थ इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन, जिसमें 3.5 billion people are going to move from below poverty line to the middle class, where India is going to be the major beneficiary and other countries as well. 1 billion people have already moved from below poverty line to the middle class. 2.5 billion people are going to move in the next 10 years. But Earth's surface is degraded and contaminated. We don't have water available. We don't have air available, which is purified. And if we take the food, then it is contaminated. If we want to use and drink the milk, then we think whether it is urea or not. So that means आपको ये समझने की जरूरत है कि for water we have purifier, for air we have purifier, for water, for food we are thinking about insecticide, pesticide, and so on. That means it is a conditions of ICU where filters are available, whether water, air, or food that we want. So economic purchasing, economic power is not enough for sustainability. So that we need to focus. Now, problem is only we have spread it systematically. We have produced those chemicals which are hazardous and cancer causing. We have produced them very systematically, developed a supply chain to distribute the long areas where nothing can reach. Then after distributing those chemicals, now we are saying that they are cancer causing. We are suffering. So we have worked very hard in distribution and manufacturing. क्या हम उतने ही सिस्टमेटिकली उसको रेमेडिएट करने के लिए डिटॉक्सिफाई करने के लिए कर रहे हैं? दैट्स अ मेजर क्वेश्चन. सबसे उसके बाद और कुछ नहीं हुआ तो देखिए ना आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस चैट जीपीटी आया. हमने एनालिटिकल पावर कोई पहले जब कंप्यूटर आया, ऑफ कोर्स इट्स अ वेरी ब्लेसिंग टेक्नोलॉजी. ना आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के बाद तो सोचने की पावर भी छोड़ दी. So with deep learning we are going to, I mean, even the consciousness will be challenged. So these are the technologies, they are important. There is no doubt. We need to integrate them, but we have to be very careful how we can achieve the sustainable development in this scenario where our surface is degraded and contaminated, and then new technologies are going to be another challenge. Now the principal indigenous technology, the indigenous method जो India ने सबको दिया, we need to adopt this mantra definitely in our life, personally, professionally, teaching and everywhere. I am second. If we adopt this principle of I am second, we are going to move towards sustainable development. You may ask me, what do you mean by I am second? Human being is second. Who is first? The first is nature, our ecosystems. So natures and ecosystems are the first. If we integrate this principle, that means we are moving towards sustainable development. Now, what we can do is we need to transform again, which we have created ecosystem, to go to the ecosystem levels again. Now, what we have is where human being is at the top of the food chain and controlling everything in the nature, but they are not able to control. There is no doubt. But at the same time, if we develop the ecosystem where human being is also an integrated part of the ecosystem, that means we are talking about sustainability. Where the human being is not only the controlling power, it's one of the components of the natural ecosystem. Now, what we can do is we need to train our students in the principle of ecological entrepreneurship. This is what education demands. Let me be very frank. If you are ecological entrepreneurship, you are going to lead the global market for next 30 years and 40 years and 60 years. You are going to lead the market. We need to train and integrate research and teaching how we can train our students in ecological entrepreneurship. I'll give you some example. So I'm thankful that I have been invited to interact with young audience. Although we discuss among the colleagues these ideas very regularly, so I'm focusing more on my students so that I can share my ideas. But I'm also selfish that I want your inputs and feedback because I'm already biased with my thoughts. I need some feedback so that I can improve myself. So this is the intention which I'm giving the lecture. Now, what we can do is, now see, we are talking about 7 trillion economy, 12 trillion economy, and so on. But the nature provides 145 trillion US dollar economy, and without any investment from the human being. And then we have destroyed the very foundation of those in the ecosystem services. Take example, the civilization कहाँ develop हुई? सभ्यता का विकास हुआ जब पानी अच्छा था और मिट्टी अच्छी थी. And we have destroyed the very foundation of our civilization, healthy soil and healthy water. So that means we need to focus in restoring our foundation. We should dedicate. UN has declared this century as the century for restoring the earth. So century of restoring the earth, because whatever we are suffering today is because we have destroyed the very foundation of our civilization, healthy soil and healthy water. 145 trillion economy आप सोच सकते हैं. मैं देखिए ना दिल्ली और मेजर सिटीज आप जो भी आप देखेंगे वहाँ पर प्रॉब्लम क्या है? क्यों हमारी नदियाँ गंदी है? भाई एसटीपी काम नहीं करते. एसटीपी काम करते हैं तो उनकी पूरी एफिशिएंसी पे काम नहीं करते. पूरी एफिशिएंसी पे काम करते हैं तो लोड बहुत ज्यादा है. वो उतना हमें ज्यादा डिमांड है. So there are many problems. Nature, natural ecosystem, 165 billion metric tons of waste is being assimilated every year. ऐसा एसटीपी कहाँ मिलेगा आपको? आप बताइए. ऐसा एसटीपी कहाँ मिलेगा? So we need to integrate, we need to restore these ecosystem services of 145 trillion US dollar. दिल्ली के अंदर देखिए ना, सब लोग दिल्ली के अंदर जो है साउथ दिल्ली के अंदर अपना घर खरीदना चाहते हैं. It's very costly. We cannot afford, but there is no water because of unscientific development. where whatever aquifers were available, where the groundwater recharge takes place, they are concretized. Now, whatever small rain comes in July and August, it goes to Nadi and Nala as a surface runoff. So surface extraction of water is high, and surface runoff is very high. So that means we are groundwater zero city. So these are the problems. We get the benefit. आप बताइए, देखिए ये these ecosystem provide insurance to humanity. आप एग्जांपल लीजिए, चेन्नई में क्या हुआ? चेन्नई और निकोबार में जो है जब सुनामी आई तो क्या हुआ? अम्फन वेस्टर्न बंगाल में आया तो क्या हुआ? जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में फ्लड्स आए 2016 में, क्लाउड बर्स्ट हुआ उत्तराखंड में. ये सब तो कॉमन नेचुरल फिनोमेना है, and this will go on. But the only thing is the intensity and frequency of these incidents are increasing. But tsunami जब आई, जहाँ भी हमारे coastal wetlands and ecosystems were intact, the impact was only up to 500 meters. And wherever these ecosystems were degraded, the impact was 5.5 miles inside. Similarly, in Amphan, similarly in Jammu Kashmir, more than 35% of the wetlands are degraded in last 40 years. That's why in the history of Jammu and Kashmir, first time the flood came. उत्तराखंड क्लाउड बर्स्ट कोई पहली बार थोड़ी हुआ था 2014 में, ये पहली बार थोड़ी और आखिरी बार भी नहीं हुआ, ये तो कॉमन है. But the impact of those cloud bursts was high because the upstream ecosystems, more than 45% were degraded in last 60 years because in the name of ecotourism. So that means the intensity and the impact on downstream was very high because the upstream ecosystems were degraded. So that means भाई देखिए ना, मैं तो एक यहाँ पर इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी बेचने आया. आप देखिए मेरे को इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी करानी है अपनी और उसका बेनिफिट मेरे फैमिली को मिलेगा तो कब मिलेगा? जब मैं तभी मिलेगा. क्या ऐसी कोई इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी है जिसमें आज हम इन्वेस्ट करें? वी गेट द बेनिफिट व्हेन वी आर लिविंग टुडे, आवर फैमिली गेट्स द बेनिफिट, सोसाइटी गेट द बेनिफिट, नेशन गेट द बेनिफिट, एंड फ्यूचर जनरेशन गेट द बेनिफिट. एंड दिस इज व्हाट वी नीड टू इन्वेस्ट इन इकोसिस्टम रिस्टोरेशन, because ecosystems provide large number of benefits to the humanity. अब मार्केट के अंदर जो है आपने पढ़ा होगा 72,000 हमारा सेंसेक्स स्टॉक हो गया, 71,000 हो गया, हम 80,000 होने वाले. भाई ध्यान से देखिए 2008 से एक हमें लेसन मिला कि जब ये मार्केट कोलैप्स करी तो उस वक्त किसने बचाया मार्केट को? देखिए मैं आपको ये नहीं कह रहा आप शेयरिंग करने शेयर मार्केट में जाइएगा, बट वी नीड टू लर्न फ्रॉम द मार्केट. उसमें तीन टाइप के फंड्स होते हैं, स्मॉल कैप फंड्स, मिड कैप फंड्स एंड लार्ज कैप फंड्स. लार्ज कैप फंड्स आर द मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज व्हिच होल्ड्स एंड रिटेन, उनको मार्केट को चलाती हैं और बचाती हैं. और स्मॉल कैप मिड कैप फंड जो होते हैं वो आपको जमीन रातों रात अमीर करते हैं और साथ साथ गायब भी हो जाते हैं. सो देयर रिस्क फैक्टर इज वेरी हाई. एंड मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज आर दोस कंपनीज व्हिच मैन्युफैक्चर लार्ज नंबर ऑफ सर्विसेज एंड प्रोडक्ट्स. अगर एक में लॉस हुआ तो दूसरे से चलता है, तो मल्टीनेशनल कंपनी जिसको ब्लू चिप फंड्स भी कहते हैं. So ecosystems are large cap funds, blue chip funds. Industries and residential complexes are nothing but small cap and mid cap funds. We should invest in small cap, mid cap, no doubt. लेकिन जो large cap funds पे भी जो invest करना चाहिए, diversified fund. So when we are saying the urban planning and development and sustainable cities, that means we need to integrate the conservation and protection of ecosystem in sustainable planning, urban planning. Only then those areas can be sustainable and then can be resistant to natural calamities, including the climate change. And this is examples are visible across the country and across the world, where ecosystems were available, and then we had sustainable cities. Take example of Delhi itself. Why we are facing the problems of water in Delhi? That is because the wetlands and the Yamuna River floodplains are damaged. And now what we are doing is we are creating them. अब देखिए एक एग्जांपल बताइए, मुझे नोएडा में फ्लैट खरीदना है और जो है जब खरीदते हैं तो कहते हैं जो रोड साइड है उसके 3 लाख रुपए कम है और जो पार्क फेसिंग उसके 5 लाख या 3 लाख ज्यादा है. So what we have done is we have destroyed first those natural ecosystem, and to look at the small green patch every day, we want to give more than 3 lakhs because we want to remain with the nature. So that's we need to understand we are paying by disconnecting with the nature. India is rich in cultural diversity. Why? India is rich in cultural diversity because our rituals and traditions are linked with the ecosystems and biodiversity. Take example of North India and South India, East India and West India. हमारे ritual traditions अलग हैं because ecosystem and biodiversity are different. Nomadic communities and agriculture communities उनके ritual traditions अलग हैं क्योंकि वो bioresources पर अलग interact करते हैं. Fisheries communities के ritual tradition अलग हैं क्योंकि वो fish पर जो है based है. So that means our rituals and traditions are based on ecosystem and biodiversity. When ecosystems are lost and biodiversity are lost, our cultures are threatened. Our rituals and traditions are threatened. So we are going to lose the cultural diversity if we do not conserve the ecosystem as well. See these words. Cultural diversity and ecosystem diversity and biodiversity are linked with each other. एजुकेशन पर्पस के लिए देखिए ना, मैं दिल्ली के अंदर हूँ, अगर मुझे अपने बच्चों को जो है इकोसिस्टम पढ़ाने के लिए लेके जाना है, नेचुरल इकोसिस्टम, एटलीस्ट 255 किलोमीटर आई नीड टू ट्रैवल टू शो देम ए प्रिस्टीन पैटर्न इकोसिस्टम. सो एजुकेशनल में अब आप बताइए ना, यमुना के अंदर अगर गंदगी है, सो डू यू थिंक यू विल बी इंस्पायर्ड टू राइट अ पोएट्री एंड मेक सम पेंटिंग्स? सो दैट मींस अब आप देखिए ऑल आवर रिचुअल्स, our writers, poets, painters, they were inspired by the nature. And if we don't have the natural ecosystem around, that means we are going to lose the future poets, writers, and painters. So culture and even the artists, we are going to lose. So we should have those diversity as well. The foundation remains. In some diversity के लिए जो ecosystem services हैं, the foundation है supporting services, which are nothing but the soil health. So that means we need to focus on restoring the soil health if we want to restore the 145 trillion US economy. So we need to invest in soil. Now, अब देखिए एक सर्वे हुआ throughout the world जिसके अंदर कहा गया कि 100 लोगों से जो है उन्हें पूछा गया कि जो 25-30 साल की उम्र में थे कि आप क्या करना चाहते हैं लाइफ में. So all those people 25 years 30 years old, we want to do something big in our life. We want to contribute to the society, and then of course we want to earn. ऐसा भी तो करना, we need to sustain our family so that we can have good quality of life. उन्हीं लोगों से जब 60-65 में पूछा गया भाई क्या हुआ तुम्हारी लाइफ में, so 3 से 4 लोगों ने कहा कि they are doing excellent work, they have achieved the excellence, and उसके 4-5 लोगों ने कहा कि they are doing very well, and most of them yeah, they are supporting family, they are happy, they are content. So that means they could not achieve excellence in their life, and each individual is born with some potential. If that potential is not realized in the lifetime, that means that person cannot reach to the excellence. That's the most important part. India is the youngest country. We are proud of it, but this youngest country means it is a potential. Whether this potential will be realized or not, that's the major challenge. And we need to create that environment where the youngest country, those potential can generate and realize their potential in their life. That's the most important challenge. Otherwise, excellence will remain again common to 4 to 5%. So ये होता क्या है? So there are lower order of needs and higher order of needs. This is one of the model which was given by the Harvard psychologist, but it is based on our Indian scripture as well. You look at most of us die at the 3rd and 4th level of subconsciousness. We do not achieve excellence, 5th and 6th level of subconsciousness. Let me be very frank. And writers, poets, historians, scientists, and sages, freedom fighter, whatever we remember every year and every time, they were living at 5th and 6th levels of consciousness. They were achieving the excellence. So that means if we provide those benefits, lower order of needs to our young generation much early in their life, they can move towards the excellence. And the lower order of needs are met by ecosystem and biodiversity. Otherwise, we are going to struggle hard with our lower order of needs, and this young country, young potential will not be realized and converted into sustainable development. Let me be very clear. Now look at this. What has happened in the past? Let me tell you. This is what we need to realize. See, for 100,000 generations, we were living in the nature. We are in the wild 2.5, 3.5 million years. We are in the wild with the ecosystem. We have evolved along with the biodiversity. Now it's only 400 and 600 generations ही तो है जब हम शहरों में या गाँव में आए. ना, we want to remain with the nature. ऐसा क्या है कि जब कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर में फोर्स भी दी जाती है, आप जाइए, आप बाहर जाइए, घूमकर आइए थोड़े दिनों बाद. Because when they go out and interact with the nature, they restore their focus. आज की डेट में क्या आप देखिए, मैं लेक्चर दे रहा हूँ, बीच में कुछ हुआ तो मेरा मन कर रहा है मोबाइल में है क्या, इसका मैसेज, है ना? So वो निकलेगा क्या, कोई पॉलिसी बेचेगा या कोई फ्लैट बेचेगा. So now on an average, on 11 minutes, we are distracted. And it takes 20 minutes to refocus. So in the whole day and whole week and whole month, we are just struggling hard to remain focused on our worthy goals. आप बताइए ना, आपकी लाइफ में जो वर्दी गोल्स है, आपने उस पर क्या काम किया last 3 months? भाई आपने ये वर्दी गोल कैसे पता चले लाइफ का? सबका अपना अपना गोल हो सकता है. जैसे कोई मुझसे पूछे कि वर्दी गोल कैसे आइडेंटिफाई करना है लाइफ का, देयर आर मेनी वेज ऑफ डूइंग इट, मैं कैसे करूंगा? देखिए जो लास्ट रिचुअल है, लाइफ का, वो तो रिलेटिव करते हैं ना, हम तो we are there, वो रिचुअल ट्रेडिशन जो है लास्ट रिचुअल वो रिलेटिव करते हैं, सही समझ। अगर मुझे वो मौका मिले देखने का वो लास्ट रिचुअल बाय चांस, so then what I will visualize, who will come to my ritual, what they will say about me. He was a good husband, he was a good father, he was a billionaire, he was a good scientist, he was a good well-known ecologist. So whatever I would like to hear on that day, so that's my life goal. So why can't we start working on our worthy goals? So the problem is the quantum of information which we generated in the last 20 years is much more than the information which we generated in the last 5,000 years. So information flow is so high. The tsunami of distraction is happening every day, and we are unable to focus. And we are unable to focus on our ego. And that because we are suffering from what is known as nature deficit disorder. So if we commune with the nature, we remain focused in our life on our worthy goals. So we need to focus. Now, understand, young generation, youth potential, youngest country, but they're suffering from unable to focus on worthy goals. The kind of disease they're suffering, which were uncommon. So how this young generation their potential can be realized? So that means we need to help them from education and research, so they are able to meet their lower order needs, they are able to focus on their worthy goals, and they remain healthy in their life. Only then, otherwise the young generation, this youth potential will be struggling. So that's the challenge, so that we can achieve the sustainable development. Now, what we need is environmental toxicants are affecting the quality of life. If we look at any living organisms, whether it's alligator, birds, mollusks, or invertebrates, they are suffering from different kind of challenges because of exposure to the toxicants. And ये जो disease तुम्हें इसमें दिख रही है, इसमें ऐसा नहीं है कि ये सिर्फ in living or ये दूसरे animals में, even among the human, such disease have become common. Now, what we want is we want to restore the ecosystem services and improve quality of life. Okay, and what we need to do is we need $145 trillion. This is our goal. We need the cultural diversity, the social diversity. We need individuals should achieve excellence, and this excellence can be manifested early in their life. So this is what we need, and there can be a difference in opinion about the definition of the quality of life. The quality of life क्या है? सबकी अलग-अलग definition हो सकती है, but the universal definition of quality of life is we should have access, we should have security, we should have basic material for good life, and then we should have good health, and then we should have social good, social relations. No doubt. ऐसा क्या है कि जो developing countries से लोग developed countries में जाते हैं, they outperform. ऐसा क्या होता है? When they come back, then again they do perform well, but they remain struggling. It is because the highest indicator of quality of life is freedom of choice and action. So that means you should able to work on your worthy goals. ऐसा नहीं लगे कि शाम कैसे बस मिलेगी, कैसे घर जाएंगे, देर से पहुंचे तो खाना नहीं मिलेगा. So that means if lower order of needs are met, then all of us will be working on worthy goals in our life. Freedom of choice and action. That is an indicator of quality of life. Now what we can do is, now there is a Center for Environmental Management of Degraded Ecosystems, University of Delhi, where Professor C.R. Babu is leading the center. And then we did work on one of the areas in Bhati mines in early 90s and mid 90s, and then it continued even today. So the plants and microbes which we isolated from the environment, and then we use the technology to implement. अब होता क्या है कि देखिए हॉस्पिटल के अंदर जो डॉक्टर होता है वो तो पेशेंट्स को ले जाता, केयर करती है नर्स, वो टाइम से दवाई देती है, टाइम से मॉनिटरिंग करती है. So similarly in ecosystems we do have what is known as nurse species. Such nurse species take care of harsh environment and create opportunity for other species to grow. So we have isolated those nurse species, the wild legumes and wild grasses along with their microbes, and we introduced into the field, and then that's how we could restore those ecosystems in Bhati mine. So mind it, as we don't want to make the area green. आपने ये कैसा स्टूडेंट है मालूम तो कह रहा है एरिया ग्रीन निकलना. We don't want to make the area green. We want to restore what we lost, those ecosystems. Because $145 trillion lie in the ecosystem, not the green area. So those communities which used to exist in those areas should be restored back. Only then we can get those benefits. So that means restoration ecology is the key for sustainable development in all developing countries and development. So similarly, we also worked on thermal power plants where we use the similar principle and restore those ecosystems where there is a multitude of challenges in terms of inorganic and organic contaminants. We use the same principle so that electricity is key for development, but at the same time produce different waste and challenges. Now, there is a story which I have narrated 500 times. With Masu story, and I think this is 501 times I'm going to narrate. See, in 1960s, in the field of Olympics, something happened which has created history. I think everybody should know. उसमें क्या हुआ? There is a long jump. उसके अंदर different type of jump थी, western roll, criss cross and scissor. और the world record of 5 feet and 8 inch. Nobody was able to break that that world record for a long time. एक 15 सा आदमी जो लाइन में खड़ा था हिस्ट्री क्रिएट करने के लिए, इसका नाम था बेक फॉसबरी. And when he moved, his turn came. He created this. क्या करा उसने? जब जैसे ही उसने जंप लगाई, जंप लगाने के बाद जो है वो रॉड के पास जाते ही उसने बॉडी को टर्न कर दिया. And nowadays this is very common, but he did first time in the 60s. उसने बॉडी को जैसे ही टर्न करा रॉड की तरफ, and then he broke the world record. World record which people were unable to break for 1 centimeter or half centimeter and so on. 5 feet 8 inch. उसने break कैसे किया? 7 feet 4.5 inch. Not centimeter difference or inch difference. So he created a history. तो इसी जंप को उसको इसकी रिकॉग्निशन के लिए कहते हैं फॉस्बरी फ्लॉप. So problem was there. The thinking need to change. How to address those problems? How to find out the solutions to those? And similarly, we are facing problems of sustainable development. We need to identify the fosbury flop. आप रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, एजुकेशन कर रहे हैं, आपने मैनेजमेंट में जाना है, आपने बिजनेस करना है, आपने साइंटिस्ट बनना है. We must identify the fosbury flop of our life. हमारी fosbury flop क्या होगी? आपको अपनी fosbury flop को आइडेंटिफाई करना. So how I'll change my thinking in addressing the existing problems? How will I find out the new and novel solutions to those? That will be the fosbury flop. कैसे मैं पढ़ाऊं आपकी बात as a teacher कि वो different हो जाए? You know, my students will be motivated in taking those discipline. कि यही है बस discipline तो यही था हाँ दूसरी क्लास में. अगर मैं scientist हूँ तो what kind of problems I should address? So we need to address the fosbury flop of our life. And I think with this conference we must identify the worthy goals and we must identify the fosbury flop of our life. Now, what can be the fosbury flop in sustainable development? Thinking Indian. How the India has given the formula of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one family and one health. I think this nexus we need to understand that we need to respect the all living organisms and conserve them, and that's why we will conserve. मैम ने भी अभिलाषा ने भी मॉर्निंग में बताया प्रकृति को बचाए तो प्रकृति में बचाए वसुधैव कुटुंबकम. So this principle we need to adopt and integrate very fast. Now what we can do is, so there are many ways of doing it. See, we need to identify the problems and challenges, how the organisms work in the environment, and we have also worked how these bacteria and viruses they work in the environment, and then how they help each other. So, see, viruses are COVID के बाद developed ना viruses से, but some of the viruses are extremely useful. For example, 45% of our human genome is nothing but retrovirus. So what we are today is because of virus or genome. 45% sequences. So viruses have shaped us what we are today. In nature also, some of these viruses are very useful in restoration technology, and we have worked on those, and we could publish in a very good journal like Nature. So that means we need to understand how organisms work in the nature and investigate. Then we can do in good publications as well. Now, what we can do is, if we use these viruses along with plant and bacteria, because the viruses kill the bacteria. Mind it, viruses kill the bacteria. But they don't want the host to die, because if host die, then they will also die. So whenever there is under stress, they come for rescue and help them, so that their host can survive. So that means in nature, this relationship has evolved, and if we understand those relationships and use in the nature, that means what we are doing is nature-assisted ecosystem restoration. So those principles and technologies which we are going to develop is based on nature-based solution. हम lab में नहीं करी, nature से learn करा, nature में implement करी. Now this is what can be the fosbury flop of my fosbury flop. This is what I agree. I am sharing my fosbury flop with you. Learning from the nature and implement in the nature. Similarly, if we integrate the indigenous knowledge, that how we should have empathy, how we should generate knowledge, how we should share the knowledge, because the competition phase is over. It was now over. Let me tell you, the people who learn how to cooperate, they will succeed the market, because nature has given this formula. Wherever the living organisms cooperate, that area is biodiversity rich in biodiversity hotspot. Where the living organisms compete, they are extremely degraded. So nature has given this formula, and we need to learn from the nature as well. Now what we can do is, now there is another example where indigenous knowledge can help. See, this story is from Western Ghat, जहाँ पर जो साइंटिस्ट जो है they were ट्रैकिंग कर रहे थे और उनके साथ जो है कुछ पोटर उनका बैग लेकर चल रहे थे. साइंटिस्ट थोड़ी देर चलते थे और फिर थोड़ा रुक के कुछ पानी पीते थे, खाते थे. And then those porters, they were never taking any food and water, but they used to pluck one leaf and chew it. उन्होंने थोड़ी देर बाद साइंटिस्ट ने पूछा कि ऐसा क्या है, हम तक जाते हैं और आप जो सकते हैं. कहने साहब कुछ नहीं, ये पत्ती है, इसको खा लेते हैं. Those scientists then took this plant to the lab, in CSR lab, and they could identify the anti-fatigue principle from that compound. Anti-fatigue principle. Now this product is in the market, JYOTI. And the UN has given this case study as an example to the world. What India has done, we should replicate such studies in the whole world, where the patent, community patent was granted for the first time. The Kani tribe, the traditional knowledge which came from the Kani tribe, now they are also patent holder. It's not only industrialists, it's not only scientists, even the Kani tribe is also the partner. So that means we need to learn from our traditional knowledge and rule the pharmaceutical market. But we need to identify those active principles and molecular mechanisms so that we can read those markets. So such knowledge is available in our indigenous community. Now, what I want you to have photograph with them. Can we have this? Some of you photograph with them. Can I make a presentation after 5 years or 10 years, and I can see some of your faces here? They are billionaires. The global billionaires. Let me tell you. We want, and how we can be billionaire if we learn from the nature. Let me be very frank. There are many industries which have opened up in Gujarat and many other states, where the rule is how we can make the industry sustainable and ecosystem restoration is possible, but they do not have people who are trained in ecological entrepreneurship because they are mostly IT engineers. So they know engineering, they know how to market the product, but they don't know what product, what process. So we need people who are trained in ecological entrepreneurship. And these ecological entrepreneurs are going to lead a market, let me tell you. And whether you are a student from language, whether you are students of commerce, or whether you are students of any other discipline, you can be ecological entrepreneur. भाई आप देखिए ना एग्जांपल देखिए कुछ आसपास से और वर्ल्ड से पॉलिसीज बहुत अच्छी हो सकती हैं गवर्नमेंट की, वो फेल क्यों होती है? बिकॉज़ वी फेल टू कम्युनिकेट विद द पीपल, एंड हियर वी नीड द पीपल हु आर ट्रेन्ड इन लैंग्वेज and the cultural diversity so that they can communicate well. Only then where these policies can be successful. So ecological entrepreneurship, whether you can be a consultant to the industry or the ministries and so on, ecological entrepreneurship is the next market. What we can do is, in employment generation would be very high. Whether you want to create some green spaces for spiritual market, or whether you want to conserve those medicinal plants or traditional knowledge, or you want to be consultant in the industries and ministries. So these ecological entrepreneurs can rule different sphere of the market. And what we want is ecological entrepreneurs, social diversity will be restored, cultural diversity will be restored, and then at the same time we will have the people, the society which is known as eco-literate society, because ecological consciousness is must to become sustainable. Now what we can do is, we need to integrate these ideas, we need to train students in the ecological entrepreneurs, and then we need to develop the leadership which is inspired from the environment and ecology, and then at the same time we need to adapt and practice this ecological entrepreneurship. But lastly, I'll just end with one major challenge for the educationists. There is a major challenge which exists. The challenge is, whatever said is not heard, and whatever heard is not understood, and whatever is understood is not accepted, and whatever is accepted is not yet done. So there is a big gap between said and done, and where the educationists and the researchers, they can bridge this gap, because we know many things, but whether we integrate in our life and profession, that's a major challenge. So if we bridge this gap between the said and done, that means we are going to be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights. Moving ahead, breaking through the limitation of distance, we embark on a transformative journey led by Dr. Binaras Nithyanathan, sir, Dean Department of Education at DMI, St. John the Baptist University, Malawi, Southeast Africa. Additionally, Sir serves as an adjunct professor at UNICAC University and Liverpool John Moores University. Sir possesses expertise in educational psychology, administration, and leadership. Sir was awarded Best Professor by Education Today magazine and the Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan Global Educator Award by ICRT. Sir has also been published in reputable journals like FMDB, Transactions on Sustainable Techno-Learning, and International Journal of Research Publication and Reviews. So without a further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Binaras Nithyanathan, sir, our eminent keynote speaker to deliver the address virtually. We eagerly await your address, sir.
Very good morning to all of you. Am I audible? Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. So once again, very good morning, but it's the early morning. The eminent chief guest, Lieutenant General Bhuvanesh Kumar, and the previous keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Radhisham Sharma, and the conference chair, Dr. ABHILASHA, the principal of Army Institute of Education, and the participants, professors, and my dear prospective teachers. Today, the world is expecting many things. They are expecting also many things. But the present world scenario focusing on science and technology a lot. What do we think about science and technology? The science and technology used to prove the artificial intelligence and utilization of modern life where they are living here and there. But actually, everything born from the indigenous knowledge where from the place to place, culture to culture, and in different civilizations. So I have to give some exposure to you all about indigenous knowledge systems and practice in the world. Indigenous knowledge systems are integrated epistemological system taught through indigenous pedagogies that support an understanding of an interconnected world and our places within it. These systems integrate ideas that are commonly referred to as scientific knowledge or traditional knowledge. Mostly when we talk about indigenous knowledge, it comes under traditional knowledge, where we are living.
Connection lost. Lost connection उधर से है. वही करेंगे. वो ज्वाइन करेंगे तब यहाँ पे शो. वही इसको बोलिए. WhatsApp कनेक्ट. मैंने बताओ. पहले बताओ. पूरा कनेक्ट करेंगे. कृति मैम को कैसे? ज्योति मैम को. सर.
Apologies for any inconvenience caused by the technical issues. Rest assured, our team is working to resolve it promptly.
Just lost connection. Will connect it again.
Ladies and gentlemen, till the time we have this technical bridge, we can just go on with the certain other aspects, certain points is just I noted, though they are very, very eminent speakers, but I also, being a student of BSc Honors Botany long time back from the Delhi University, we, in our villages, we always live in a ecosystem. Wherever we are, पेड़ है, पानी है, जानवर है, we have all these things common. So that is what a sustainable living is. We must have a part of environment, which Professor Radheshyam also mentioned. That somehow wherever we live, that environment, tending towards that is what the requirement of the day. What we see, I think the sun is back.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Maybe the network issue, something happened like that. I'm sorry. This I'll continue. When you talk about indigenous knowledge, it's basically believed everyone has traditional knowledge. It always related to a community or a culture. We know about, we are living in the world with a different life and different culture. If you take about each continent, they have their own culture. So we have respect for the earth. The previous speaker spoke about how we need to accept the sustainability as well as the earth needs. So like this, the contemporary knowledge also sometimes a part of indigenous knowledge. So it's developed by tradition. And sometimes it may decrease or increase the number of traditional groups when you have in the society. It comes in different aspects of indigenous knowledge in our life. In 2012, the UNESCO has given a statement. What is indigenous knowledge? It refers as a local knowledge or indigenous knowledge to the cumulative and complex bodies of knowledge, and known how the practice and representation that are maintained and developed by the local communities who have a long histories of interaction with their knowledge, their life and their lifestyle with their natural environment where they are living. So it's a big example for many countries. I would like to share the example of many countries. Even I'm in Africa now, then what and how they are focusing their indigenous knowledge in different perspectives. Like the rest of the world, Africa has a knowledge system that sustains people for centuries before colonialism. While Africa has benefited greatly from the Western knowledge system, adapting it as a knowledge system to slaves the unwanted environmental situations, either as an alternative or a collaborative knowledge system, should not be stand abominable. But however, comparing African indigenous knowledge with the Western system might be challenging, especially as the former has serves opposition from the latter. But not less, African indigenous knowledge is a turn-generational knowledge that has been deployed for countries or centuries by the indigenous people of Africa, where they are living all over the African nations. It is a knowledge system that is enhanced in boundaries of the people's culture and exercised with their skills, wisdoms, and conversation and preservation, even their sustainability and the environmental harmony as its hallmark. Because they have a lot of many nations. Each nation, they have their own sustainability and they have their own indigenous knowledge to achieve their nation with economic development and the knowledge development. When you focus about indigenous knowledge, it's varied from the focusing of the field. If you take about medicine, all of you know well about Cuba. If you focus about technology, all of you know well about China. If you focus about industrial technology, all of you know about Japan. But if you spoke about that automobile technology, all of you know well about Germany. So every country, they have their unique of indigenous knowledge. Even everything focused nowadays via pedagogical input. if you take about the education system in different countries, even you take about India, I have learned everything from India, but now I am working in different countries. I worked in Iraq, I worked in Cyprus, now I am working in Africa. So I am able to focus my indigenous knowledge, what I have learned from my country and my nation. But the indigenous knowledge is not only for with the culture. We can explore wherever we can go. It's a great example for many Indians. They are living all over the world to focusing a scientific effort or like astrology, even sociology, psychology in all the field. It's the biggest concept in indigenous knowledge practice and the system. It always focusing how we give exposure and give to the people, the young generation, give to the children from our curriculum construction. Because it's more important. Why? It provides a basis for problem solving strategies for local communities, especially for the poor people, those who are living in the place. It represents an important component of global knowledge and developed issues wherever they are facing. The indigenous knowledge is an undisguised resource in the development process. So now you take about in the 21st century, whatever developed, everything comes from the indigenous knowledge of one individual people or individual culture. Nowadays we are giving for Guinness. Nowadays we are giving for Nobel Prize. Everything, it is the respect, it is the focus, it is the knowledge where they gain from their natives. We have to understand the indigenous knowledge can increase responsiveness for everybody, where they are, how they are. Because it has their own scope to prove or to provide an intellectual platform for both national as well as international researchers to discuss their most recent findings and related to different types of indigenous knowledge. Now we are focusing more journals, more books, and more research in the field. But everything they are focusing because of their own indigenous knowledge, where they got it. If we talk about indigenous knowledge and scientific knowledge, it always differs from the life. We have to understand. The scientific knowledge has grown from the indigenous knowledge of an individual or individual nation. Because when you talk about indigenous knowledge, it's a lengthy acquisition, but the scientific knowledge is a rapid acquisition. The indigenous knowledge focus always a long-term journey or long-term wisdom, but the scientific knowledge focus short-term prediction. Why? Because we are getting the scientific development and scientific knowledge from the indigenous knowledge. So it may vary from the person to person who will do the research, who will adapt something. That's why they are telling about the individual knowledge always a powerful prediction in local areas. But the scientific knowledge, a powerful predictability in the natural principles, how they are implemented, how they are utilized. So the indigenous knowledge also, or it always giving some explanations based on examples, but the scientific knowledge giving the explanation based on our hypotheses and theories and laws what we have. So being our educationalist, as educationalist, we need to focus in our every part of curriculum how we can implement the indigenous knowledge of the nation. Wherever you are, you may be in India, you may be in Africa, you may be in UK, or you may in USA, or you may in China. It's not a problem. But every nation, we have to give a respect to the indigenous knowledge to implement in the school curriculum, as well as the higher education curriculum, to focus and develop everyone in different way. Because we have a lot of gifts in the world with indigenous knowledge people. If you take about the Greece from the historical background, Herodotus, Plato, and Alexander, and Aristotle, even if you take about the past, but I'm telling about the present, we have a lot of genius in the world. Many economists, Amartya Sen from our country. If you take about Africa, the freedom fighter. If you take about America, there are a lot of people. If you take about China, if you take about every country, we are able to find many people, but they got it and they came out because of the indigenous knowledge and their system. So in this opportunity, in the common forum, I recommend to everyone, kindly give a respect every nation with their indigenous knowledge and try to adapt their system in the curriculum constructions. I know about a lot of eminent resource persons are staying and listening about the conference and other details given by the eminent keynote speakers. So kindly give a respect to the indigenous knowledge system and the practice. Wherever we are living with that respect. That is the important. Being an educationalist, we need to implement, we need to expose, and we need to gain. How the last person said, we said, but we never done. So try to understand this concept and try to implement and try to do it. And the last we have to say, we have done our best. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your remarkable words of wisdom. Moving ahead. Within the boundless realms of academia, where brilliance meets perseverance, Professor R.K. Sinha, sir, Vice Chancellor of GAUTAM University, stands as a beacon of intellectual fortitude. Professor R.K. Sinha, sir, is a distinguished figure, served as a Professor of Applied Physics and Chief Coordinator of TIWARI Center of Relevance at Delhi Technological University. Sir possessed prolific academic record with 380 research publications in leading national and international journals, along with 7 book chapters, 3 books, and 5 patents to his credit. Professor Sinha, sir, has supervised 19 PhD theses and 22 R&D projects sponsored by government and private organizations. Showcasing his leadership and mentorship capabilities, his global recognition includes prestigious fellowship such as Fulbright Nehru Fellowship, Royal Academy of Engineering UK Fellowship, and awards like CSIR Technology Award 2018. Reflecting his contribution to the field of optics and phonetics, Sir is acknowledged for his outstanding research. He has received numerous awards including Gold Scotch Awards 2020 for Defense Tech and Research Excellence Award for DTV in 2021-2022. Highlighting his significant impact in this field, we eagerly await your address, sir.
I'm justified to say good morning to you all. Watch is in front of me. On the online mode, we have Lieutenant Lieutenant General KUMAR, General Officer commanding Delhi area, and in presence Brigadier Atul Rajput, SM, BSM, Professor, and we have addition Professor Adesha Misa, Dr. ABHILASHA GAUTAM, Principal of Army Institute of Education, and distinguished faculty members of Army Institute of Management Education, and my dear young students of Education, Army Institute of Education. I understand most of you are doing 2-year BEd program. Indeed, I am happy to accept the invitation by your principal and present in front of you here as a chief guest in an international conference on indigenous knowledge system for sustainable future. And I was told that this conference, which is sponsored by Indian Council of Social Science Research, and not many papers have come. Many of them have joined online, and many of them will be presenting. And we are listening Professor Radheshyam Misra ji about the gap ages. That is what we have to do. We have to do it now. So we would like to minimize the gap. What is we say and what is we do. Very nice observations. And I'm sure all of you as a future teacher and educators will keep this message in your mind that in order to have our protection of our environment, our nature, keeping it as a good for the all living creatures, not only the human beings, but all living creatures, a good place to live, and to give the new generation a better place to live, be it for the human being, be it for the any creature, any one. So that is our objective, and that is why not only the nation. I hope my voice is clear to you all.
Yes,
sir.
Not only as a country or as a society we are doing, at an international level also, a consciousness has been developed. And that is why United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals have come. That is, we all realize that what we should give to the future generation, a planet which should be livable, and at least whatever troubles we have faced, it should not be faced by our next generation. That is our objective. And that is why 17 goals are there. And out of that, there is a one goal on the education also. I mean, we want that the education system should be like that, it should be sustainable, it should make a better citizen, not only the citizens of a country, but the whole world. And we, as a country, we have adopted it, and that is how the national education policy has come. And government has taken many efforts so that we should make the next generation environment consciousness. We should provide them skills also to earn their better livelihood. So all these aspects have been taken into there. And we should be happy that UN development goals have come around 2014 and 15. And our country has also followed it very promptly, I will say, in terms of a national education policy for sustainable development goal, considering in this area. And time to time, we have taken a very right measurements, like we do teach engineering, technology, management. But you will find, which we have not practiced, say, a decade before, that every student is being taught environmental science course, irrespective of their branches. So this is our consciousness, and that is we have followed it. Like any engineering stream you study, environmental science course is important. So we are at least saying whether we have followed or not, that is there. So that is a point of consciousness, and that is how we do organize such kind of a conference. We invite experts and environmentalists, that how the things which we teach, how we should follow it. And one part is that in my career, I have always been a technology developer. So I work for that. Sometimes I do re-engineering for developing a technology so that it should suit to the country, at least our country. That is the way I have evolved my career. So many a times, like industrial revolutions were there, we have used the coal, we have created enough smoke. But again, it is the technology another technology which is clearing those drawbacks which we have created. So whatever the problem technology has created to provide the ease of life, like electricity, we were needing it. And so steam engine and all they have come. They have indeed polluted our environment. But again, we are very conscious enough. We develop another technology so that that problem should be avoided. Like for example, generating electricity, we used enough coal, enough smoke we have created in the atmosphere. But now we are conscious enough. We developed semiconductor-based LED technology using less electricity, and brightening the world. Okay, we are creating a ease of life using the technology. So, if technology has created any problem, it is the another technology that will solve the problem. Like for example, you are organizing an international conference. Many of the people are giving you and delivering your talk online mode. All of them would have come to India. How much carbon particles and carbon footprint you would have created. So it is the technology, it is the human mind collectively. Individual defects are always there in the system, but collectively we all think about how to make the life easier and comfortable for any living beings, including plants and the planets, every aspect. So that is our objective. So I will say that you must adopt it. You must adopt it. Okay. See that it is useful and for protecting the planet. Like reference was given in the AI system. It will help a lot. Like when computer came, we all created a chaos that it will create the employment problem. My own research area is a fiber optics and optical communication. That is, we provide a link to those who are not science background. Earlier in the age of 80s and even 90s and 90s, after 90s, we used to dial a link, isn't it? And it was not getting connected. I went abroad, I was connecting my parents, they were coming to some relative's house to listen to my talk monthly basis on this day. We will be talking to them. But then the optical fiber came. I was in the area, I had a PhD from IIT Delhi, came back in 1989. When this technology came, that means you can transfer more number of the data. Okay, so telephone came. And India government also adopted it very fast. Unlike many places, we find a problem in our government and all, but in these things it is not like that. We adopted it, we made our own company. Today India exports optical fiber to the developed nation. We make our own optical switching and we export to the developed nation. So that is the what growth has taken place. And that is how a baseline is created in this country. Like in America, they were ahead of the technology, or in Japan or UK. So they installed the copper cable system for connecting the global. And we were sleeping at that time. So sometimes sleeping is also helpful. When the new technology came, we used optical fiber. We connect our villages to optical fiber. Economically viable, and also it was not there the telecom system. So our villages are connected with more advanced technology than the developed nations. Today the services which you are using, like a Swiggy and other, immediately you get your service. This fast service is not available in the developed nation. What India is having. So we must take pride in our leadership, whoever is in government. Collectively, we are doing better. And similarly, that is my views. Like you must have come here to preserve our indigenous knowledge system also. हमारी को अपनी संस्कृति और विरासत में जो ज्ञान मिला है उसके ऊपर भी गर्व करना है. और ये इतनी बात केवल हम नहीं बोल रहे हैं, देश के जो सर्वश्रेष्ठ नेता, विश्व के लोकप्रिय नेता, हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का कहना है कि आप विरासत करो करें। और मतलब उस लेवल से हो रहा है, कहने का मतलब उसे हमें गर्व करना है। सो कई चीजें जो टेक्नोलॉजी के रूप में हमारे पास यूज होता था, like we say our दादी, नानी, चाची, they were knowing more of nanotechnology than our current generation. ये जो बच्चे जब जन्म लेते थे, उनको जो काजल लगाते हैं, वो भी एक नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी है। फाइन पार्टिकल, कार्बन पार्टिकल जमता है और बच्चों के हाथ में लगाते हैं। वो प्रैक्टिसिंग ऑफ नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी, इसको प्रिजर्व करके रखना आगे के जनरेशन को बताना है। अब देखिए, मैं गवर्नमेंट के बोल रहा हूँ, ऐसे कई टेक्नोलॉजी हैं और जो प्रैक्टिस है उसको somehow हम भूलते जा रहे हैं। बट हमारी सरकार आए, हमारी सरकार जो प्रेजेंट में भी है, वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट एक स्कीम लाए कि हर जिला में कुछ ना कुछ नया चीज है जो लोग जानते हैं, इसको अगले जनरेशन को ट्रांसफर करना है, इसलिए उस प्रोडक्ट की मार्केटिंग होने लगी। UP is a state which is leading for this purpose. Just a day before I was in that, I mean, you can say exhibition system. मुरादाबाद का है, वहाँ के लोग कितना बढ़िया से लिखते हैं ब्रास के इस पे, और इसको हम गवर्नमेंट में इतना इंफेसिस इसलिए नहीं दे रहा है, ये इंडिजिनस नॉलेज सिस्टम प्रिजर्व करें और उनकी लाइवलीहुड भी बने, इसलिए ये काम किया गया। So there are many knowledge systems in our way to Upanishads and in general practice. Somehow we had forgotten in the race of becoming, following more technology, but nowadays it has come back 360. We should look inward. Whatever was there, we must preserve those knowledge and transfer to the next generation. As a future teacher, many of you will be teaching the more brighter students than what we have taught, more knowledge system. Like today I find younger generation, they are more friendly to use the telecom gadget than which I am there, even though I created technology. Still my students, they use more frequently, more better ways than. So we have to create, whatever the knowledge which has been there, somehow we have forgotten it. So again, here are also the technologies. How you can document it, you can store it, which was not there in the practice of the past. So I'm giving you just an example. As the family is growing, we do forget cousin and cousin's cousin and all like that. When Facebook came, at least we have made the people to aware that ये आपके चाचा के कौन है, आपकी दादी के कौन है, तो ये चीज आया. So our job is to preserve the knowledge, the indigenous knowledge system. For that we have to know what are the indigenous knowledge system. Okay, many aspects like in the home we do practice. खांसी हो गया तो क्या करना है, तो ये नॉलेज अगले जनरेशन को भी जाए. और ये सब प्रैक्टिस नहीं थे उसे, बल्कि अभी हमारे पास टेक्नोलॉजी है कि हम उसको डॉक्यूमेंट कर एविडेंस बेस्ड उसका रिसर्च सिस्टम को फॉलो करें कि क्यों अदरक की कॉफी पीते हैं, चाय पीते हैं तो खांसी कब जाती है, उसको हम साइंस बेस्ड के बना के उसके डॉक्यूमेंट को रखें. Yes, you all must be knowing that in the struggle of fighting patent, हल्दी का पेटेंट कोई दूसरे देश वाले लोगों ने करवाया था और बाद में हम लोगों ने, माने भारत सरकार ने उसके ऊपर की कि हमारे यहाँ तो बहुत पहले से लोन था, कई जगह लिखे हुए लिखे, तो वो पेटेंट खारिज किया गया जिनको पेटेंट ग्रांट हो रहा था फॉरेन की कंट्रीज को. तो हमें अपने यहाँ जो प्रैक्टिस में नॉलेज उसको जानना की जरूरत है और आगे के पीढ़ी को बताने की जरूरत है. एंड एज फार एज इन्वॉल्वमेंट इज कंसर्न, it is a collective responsibility for all of us to preserve it, as well as give teachings courses or any technology. Like जैसे अभी देखिए LED क्यों यूज हो रहा है? कम बिजली खाने का मतलब कम पोल्यूशन के लिए। लोगों से कनेक्ट होना कम पैसे में, लागत में, तो ये सब आपको हेल्प करेगा to preserve whatever our forefathers were doing, document them. So these are essential aspects. So indigenous knowledge system in nutshell comprise of Gyan, Vigyan and Jivan Darshan that have evolved out of experience, observation, experimentation and rigorous analysis. And we need to know what are the indigenous knowledge system available for us. For that purpose, I appeal to you as educator, future educator, to read about it. And many of them are freely available also. Systems are there, and practice it. And also use the items which is being created under the name One District, One Product. If you are going to another city, what is the product of them? These days we are providing the geotag for them, that ये इसी एरिया का है बना हुआ। जैसे सभी लोगों को ताला खरीदना हो तो सभी अलीगढ़ की ताला खरीदते हैं ना, तो उनके लोगों को क्या ज्ञान है? ब्रास की बर्तन हो उसके ऊपर जो नक्काशी किया हो तो मोरादाबाद का खरीदते। ऐसे हर जगह का ये भी एक प्रकार का preserving the knowledge, indigenous knowledge, and making it for preserved for the future generations. का attempt है government की ओर से, and we must use it. So I hope this conference, international conference, you will be listening from various parts. Many of them may not be interested to you, but some of them will indeed be interested to you. So you must listen them, what the experts are talking, and use it in your own career, developing the art of knowledge which they are giving to you, and use them when you will become a teacher. Okay. Teachers का सबसे बड़ा job है how to inspire the students. डिग्री से ही नहीं होता है, कई एग्जाम्पल भी देने पड़ेंगे, कई चीज आपने यहाँ सुना है उसको वहाँ बताना भी पड़ेगा. So teachers job is a much more broader. ये नहीं है कि वो फिजिक्स के टीचर हैं तो खाली फिजिक्स ही पढ़ाए, उनको उनका एप्लीकेशन भी दिखाना होगा, वो आपकी जीविका उपार्जन माने लिविंग के लिए अर्निंग का सोर्स कैसे बने, इसका भी काम करना पड़ता है. तो इसके लिए इंडिजिनस नॉलेज सिस्टम, whatever the environment has created, out of practice you get it. Okay? So that is very much important for all of you. I wish all success, and after this conference, I hope that you will be more inspired, more nature friendly, and more health conscious. Those technologies, system, you will follow in your life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. As the inaugural session concludes, we are deeply grateful for everyone's efforts in making it a resounding success. With reverence, we welcome Colonel ABHILASHA sir, the respected Registrar and Head of Administration at AIE, to express gratitude and recognition to all the dignitaries through vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Jasri, and thank you, Shravan. At the outset, on behalf of Army Institute of Education, I'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to all eminent speakers and participants and researchers who have given impetus to success of this conference. First of all, I'd like to thank our chief guest, Professor Dr. Ravindra Kumar Sinha, Vice Chancellor, GAUTAM University, Greater Noida, for educating us with this thought-provoking and interesting address. I'm sure not only all student teachers, but all other participants have gained a lot from you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I also take this opportunity to thank Professor Dr. Rajesh Sharma, sir, from Delhi School of Climate Change and Sustainability, University of Delhi. Thank you, sir, for giving a very elaborative insight of the topic. It was very stimulating and enlightening, giving with such interesting examples. Thank you, sir. I convey my gratitude to Dr. Vinadas Nityanandam, Dean and Associate Professor, the Baptist University, Malawi, Southeast Africa, who joined us in virtual mode. He, in spite of being in different time zone, joined us early morning. Thank you for enlightening us with your knowledge of the subject. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank Lieutenant BHAVNISH Kumar, Vishisht Seva Medal, GOC Delhi area, and Patron AIE, who, in spite of his important engagements, spared time and joined us in virtual mode and shared thoughts on this important topic. Thank you, sir, for always being with us and supporting us in all our endeavors. You have always motivated us to excel in every field and push our boundaries. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much once again. Special thanks to Brigadier Atul Rajput, Sena Medal, BSM, BGS headquarters Delhi area. So you have always been supportive. We feel honored to have such decorated officers like you in our management. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being with us on our special day. I also would like to extend my gratitude to Dr. ABHILASHA GAUTAM for your exceptional leadership in organizing this international conference. We are truly grateful for your commitment to advancing knowledge. Thank you, ma'am. Last but not the least, thanks to all the paper presenters and participants who have joined us. Wishing you all the very best and good learning. I'm sure it will be a professionally rewarding and nourishing experience for you all. At the end of the day, we all, with exchange of knowledge, we all will be richer in knowledge. Thank you all. Back to you, Shagun and Jasri.
Thank you, sir. Moving further, before we raise our voices in harmony, let these words remind us of the strength and spirit of our nation. I humbly request everyone to kindly rise up at their respective places and get ready for the national songs.
Everyone kindly settle down. Distinguished faculty members, we humbly request your presence for the official group photograph. Your cooperation in assembling for this momentous occasion is greatly appreciated.
उसी की लगी है एक IRS ऑफिसर कौन IRS करके वो अब आएंगे वो निकल चुकी है वहां से उनको टाइम घंटा हाँ बस ठीक यही थी ना बस ठीक है वॉशरूम साफ करवाए झाड़ू लेके
Esteemed guests and participants, we are now adjourning for the lunch break. So everyone kindly proceed for the lunch. We respectfully remind you to reconvene at 1 p.m. As our agenda will resume promptly, your adherence to the schedule is greatly appreciated. It is for the information that paper presentation will start after the lunch break. That will be held in 4 parallel technical sessions. First and second will be held on online mode. Third and fourth session will be held through offline mode. Third session will commence at the seminar hall, whereas fourth session will take place at the conference hall. Last but not the least, good fortune is what happens when opportunity meets with planning. Thomas Edison. Thank you.
क्या नहीं है उधर लगाओ टेबल पे रखो टेबल पे रखो
ये चादर है ना बैठने के ना जो मैंने आपको लिस्ट शेयर की लिस्ट जैसे ही बोलती हूँ हाँ उल्टा ऊपर से बीच हो गया टेक्निकल सेक्शन प्लीज स्टार्ट होगा पहले प्लीज स्टार्ट होगा फिर शिल्पा मैम बीच में आएंगे खाना तो खा लिया है ना ग्लूकोज लेवल हाई रहना हाँ देख लो बेटा थर्ड स्टार्ट होगा जब बीच में वो आएंगे जब बीच में होंगे तब लगा लेंगे क्या हुआ मैम थर्ड स्टार्ट होगा ना
क्या स्लाइड करा 1 2 3 1 2 3 ये 3 स्टार्ट हो रहा है ना, उसके बाद क्या होगा? उसके बाद ये अपना शुरू करेंगे ना भाई। हाँ हाँ, ये आ रहे हैं सब, ये नहीं आ रही, ये जैसे ये बोलेंगे वैसे लगानी है, वो नहीं आ रही है नहीं 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 पीपीटी कर पीपीटी सिर्फ तब कर दूंगा जब ये स्लाइड शो होगा ना, तब इंटायर विंडो से इंटायर विंडो में बस एक ही शेयर मैं करूँ सिर्फ टैब कर। हाँ वो टैब के साथ ही तो मैं टैब करता हूँ। या तो उसको जूम करके वो टैब वो विंडो कर ले, वो वाली एक ही बात है। इसको तुझे आगे करना पड़ेगा, करिए काम ये करवा के उसके बाद शेरपा मैम का है कॉन्फ्रेंस इसको वहां यहां पे ना दिखेगी। हां उसके बाद वहां
जिसकी पीपीटी नहीं आई उससे हम पूछ लेंगे, नहीं तो अपने जिसकी पीपीटी उस सीक्वेंस से चलेगा। हाँ जिसकी पीपीटी नहीं है उनसे बोल दो कि जिसकी पीपीटी नहीं है उसको देख ले, पीपीटी आई है तो ही होगा, वरना उनसे फिर बाद में आ जाएगा उनसे सीक्वेंस। किस किसकी नहीं आई है मुझे बात नाम बता दो।
7 और 8 नंबर की
नेम बता सकते हो किस किसकी नहीं आई? रश्मि शर्मा की तो आ गई है। रश्मि शर्मा की
इसमें तो 6 नंबर लिखा हुआ है, 7 के बाद 8 नहीं थी तो 9
रश्मि शर्मा की नहीं आई है।
Indigenous knowledge is a treasure trove that holds the key to sustainable development, connecting us to our roots and guiding us towards a harmonious future. Good afternoon to esteemed guests, dignitaries, scholars, and participants. On behalf of Army Institute of Education, we are honored to welcome you to the ICSSR-sponsored International Conference on Indigenous Knowledge for Sustainable Development. Today's international conference started with the inaugural session with the blessing words of our chief guest and international keynote speakers.
Now we are running 4 parallel technical sessions in 2 modes, to online and to offline. This conference is organized by Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Army Institute of Education. As we embark on this intellectual journey, let us open our mind to the wealth of insights. Now, I request Dr. ABHILASHA GAUTAM Ma'am, Principal AIE, to felicitate Niradhar Dey Sir, Associate Professor, IGNOU, New Delhi. I request all the dignitaries to kindly grace the seats on the dais, please. It is our honor to introduce Dr. Niratha Dey, Associate Professor at the School of Education, Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. Dr. Dey sir brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise in education and indigenous knowledge systems. Earlier, he served to Pandit Ravishankar Shukla University, Raipur, and Guru Basidas Central University, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh.
Sir has more than 20 years of experience teaching both in conventional ODL and online education system with guiding PhD students in education, has taught in UG, PG, integrated MPhil and PhD students in education. Presently, Sir is engaged in coordinating academic programs and courses, planning, designing, developing, and revision of curriculum for ODL, blended, and online education, supervising PhD scholars in education, developing modules for online courses under SWAYAM and Moodle platforms.
Under such supervision, research scholars have been awarded PhD in education. Sir has also published 3 books, more than 50 research papers, and presented papers in more than 50 international and national level conferences. With the sponsorship of Commonwealth of Learning, Sir has participated and presented a paper at the International Conference on Open and Innovative Education in Hong Kong, organized by the Open University of Hong Kong in 2018, and the Pan Commonwealth Forum PCS 10, organized by the Commonwealth of Learning, Canada at Calgary during September 2022.
With a passion for fostering sustainable development and preserving cultural heritage, Dr. Dey sir's insights are invaluable in our quest for a more equitable and environmentally conscious future. We are delighted to have him guide us through today's session. Now, I would request Ms. Komal Chaudhary ma'am, Assistant Professor.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to introduce Chief of our session, Air Commodore J.K. Sahu Sir, Director AIMT Greater Noida. Sir has done doctorate in management and atmospheric physics, MPhil in defense and strategic studies and in management. Sir has been head of department, operational and research statistics of defense management Secunderabad. He also worked as the principal director, Air Headquarters, and also worked as a director, Air Staff Inspection Meteorology. He was awarded the category A Weather Forecaster in 2016. Sir has also honored with a commendation from Chief of Integrated Staff Community in 2014.
Now I request Dr. ABHILASHA GAUTAM ma'am, Principal AIE, to felicitate Air Commodore Dr. J.K. Sahu sir, Director AIMT Greater Noida. Now we are running 2 parallel technical sessions over here. I hope all these papers would illuminate all of us present here. Before moving into the paper presentation, let us brief about the rules. Total duration of the paper is 4 minutes. First bell will ring after 3 minutes and the final bell will ring after 4 minutes. We request all the paper presenters to kindly stick to the rules. So, with your due permission, we would like to start our paper presentations.
पहले नंबर पे कौन है?
Now we request our first paper presenter, Ashima Raman from Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, to present her paper.
इनको स्लाइड चेंज करके दे दो ना, उनको चाहिए होगा.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashima. I am a final year master student in special education from Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. My topic for the presentation is promoting indigenous knowledge through Indian knowledge system.
यहाँ इधर पॉइंट करके.
So the content of the presentation will go like, first I'll discuss the introduction, then the purpose of the study, followed by methodology, review of literature, limitations and the conclusion. So when we talk about indigenous knowledge, it is basically referred to as a collective body of information, abilities, customs and inventions which is created and conserved within a specific community with common historical, cultural and geographical links. Indigenous knowledge, which has its foundation in the customs, methods and knowledge. Methods and knowledge of regional groups offers priceless insights into resilient cultures and sustainable living. So, in the context of India, a country rich in cultural diversity and traditional knowledge, the IQAC is essential for advancing indigenous knowledge and preserving the heritage of indigenous cultures. The wide and varied array of ancient wisdom, customs that have developed over centuries on the Indian subcontinent is actually represented by our Indian knowledge system. And this knowledge system, which has its roots in India's rich philosophical, scientific and cultural legacy, covers a broad spectrum of subjects including mathematics, astronomy, philosophy, medicine and agriculture. The collective learning included in old book stories from the past, customs and regional discoveries is summarized through the Indian knowledge system itself. And by integrating this rich tapestry of knowledge into the modern day framework, there exists a unique opportunity which is actually bridging the gap between the traditions and the modernity, unlocking the potential for sustainable development while respecting the cultural integrity of the indigenous communities. The purpose of the study The purpose of my study is, it delves into the intricate structures of the indigenous knowledge within the context of the Indian knowledge system, which aims to shed light on the importance of preserving and promoting the traditional wisdom. And the methodology would be the review of literature, and through a comprehensive thematic analysis of existing literatures, the study seeks to unravel the multifaceted dimensions of indigenous knowledge, exploring its role in sustaining cultural heritage, ecological harmony and community resilience. The thematic analysis method employed in this research methodically synthesizes insights from a wide range of scholarly publications, including the books, government reports, news articles, narratives of history, and the research from the multiple disciplines. So let's see some of the review of literature from my research work. Firstly, and as per NEP 2020, there is a strong understanding of India's future goals with regards to education's wellness, environmental sustainability, and areas that is included in knowledge of India, along with the information about prehistoric India and its impact in today's India and the country's achievements and the problems. And as per KUMAR, in the year 2023, he stated that through the study of IQAC, students may cultivate their intellectual agility and creativity by learning how to tackle the problems from a variety of viewpoints and developing their analytical abilities. For example, there is a 5-year integrated BSc MSc program in biology and Ayurveda established in the year 2020 in JNU, which not only teaches the children about the biology or the allopathy, but along with that, the medication from the Indian knowledge system from our ancient Indian cultures, Ayurveda. And Murthy, in the year 2022, said that the government of India has launched Bharatiya Khel, and wherein there are 75 traditional Indian sports that are launched in the classroom throughout the nation, which is in accordance with the national education policy, wherein the children from the rural areas also can get the access to the games that are not easily available in the rural settings. Then there are certain limitations for this paper too. For example, Indigenous knowledge is occasionally accepted without a question. There is no question which is raised in the Indigenous knowledge. However, there is a proof which shows that Indigenous people have overframed, overgrazed, and overcultivated the land, all of which are the environmental crimes. To believe that IK is always good, right, or sustainable is actually false. And the lack of recognition and the institutional support for IKS within the mainstream education, governmental, and research institutions, the dominance from the Western culture, Western knowledge paradigms often marginalizes the indigenous knowledge, hindering its integration into policy making and the development initiatives.
Please quickly come to your paper, otherwise you will be wrong set of time. Anyway, come to your paper. You are still focusing on review of literature.
All right. So at last, I would like to conclude by saying that promoting indigenous knowledge through Indian knowledge system emphasizes on how important it is to recognize and incorporate indigenous knowledge systems into the modern concepts. Considering the rich conventional wisdom integrated in the IKS, the research promotes a paradigm change in the policy making and the education. And the study calls for the comprehensive strategies to guarantee that ongoing preservation and the development of indigenous knowledge, highlighting its potential benefits to a range of industries, including the healthcare and agriculture. And by advocating for the recognition and the incorporation of the Indian knowledge system, the research underscores the significance of respecting and leveraging indigenous knowledge for holistic societal development and the cultural preservation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your contribution. Now I request our next speaker presenter, Bhavna Sharma from Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, to present her paper.
You see, you are getting, I think, 6 minutes time, no?
4
minutes. 4 minutes time you are getting. So you see, all the paper presented within the short span of 4 minutes of time. What best you can do? So at least take 1 minute to say about the context of your presentation, certain theoretical consider. And then after I come to the main body of the paper. And the last 1 minute come to the navigation that you are trying to conclude. So that we will get an impression that yes, you have prepared a paper and what you are really trying to say. So in this way, you can conclude within 4 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes. Please proceed.
उस वाले में सर ज्वाइन करा दो हमसे तो वहाँ पे जो है ना
किसी की बिना यूज करके यदि बोल पाएंगे बहुत अच्छा होगा, यदि आपके पास कुछ पेपर होगा, क्योंकि 4 मिनट में तो टाइम भी चला जाता है। ठीक है, जिसमें कंफर्टेबल है वही करिए।
वो चेंज करेंगे तो हाँ वो चेंज होगा, लेकिन उनको देख के पढ़ना है तो वहाँ पे वो नहीं है कि वो वाला तो लैपटॉप उनके पास पेन ड्राइव है क्या है सर, ये जो लिंक है ना उस लैपटॉप से उसमें ज्वाइन करा दो तो जैसे इसमें करना है वैसे
Meanwhile, you can start with the next presenter. It is not yet ready. Yeah, you can reply to your mobile.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patron and I'm a final year student. I'm doing my master's from Amity University. And so my topic for research paper is UDL for Indigenous Pedagogies Creating Technology-Enabled Learning Environments. So,
नेक्स्ट कर दिया ना क्या कर दिया
so let me start with the introduction. So this paper systematically reviews the UDL for Indigenous Pedagogies.
मैंने कर दो
एक स्लाइड के बाद दूसरी आप अपने आप से चेंज कर लो
Creating technology-enabled learning environment. The aim of this research paper is to explore and analyze universal design for learning UDL and
वो चेंज नहीं कर पा रहे जैसे आपका रखना है क्यों था वहाँ पे एक सिस्टम लगा दो उससे करते हैं
learning environment is
लास्ट
to
टाइम भी तो वैसे
ensure
किया था ना
equitable
मनोज सर
access, engagement and success for all learners while respecting and integrating
हो सकता है इनकी वजह से हैंग पर हो रहा हो वो कैसे करेंगे या फिर प्रेजेंटर को यहाँ से प्रेजेंट कराओ फिर आप
study is to cultivate inclusive and culturally responsive
उल्टे हो जाओ प्रेजेंटर को
technology-enabled
यहाँ से करो
learning
आप लोग ऊपर
and environments that honor diverse indigenous perspectives, knowledge systems and ways of knowing, ensuring equitable access and engagement for learners. The next one is objective. So my objectives are to explore how UDL principles can be applied to integrate indigenous pedagogies into technology enable learning environments, to provide insights into designing inclusive educational experiences that honor diverse cultural perspectives while leveraging technology for enhanced learning outcomes. And the next is major findings.
Major finding.
So the next slide is major findings. So the findings yield that UDL concepts can be successfully used as evidenced by the participants' increased engagement, retention of information, and general learning outcomes, showing effectiveness of combining UDL with indigenous instructional traditions. And findings also reveal that combination of UDL and indigenous pedagogies have great potential to create a technological enabled learning environment. This is inclusive and culturally sensitive, making the educational landscape more equitable and sustainable, and celebrating cultural diversity and empowering indigenous learners through a collaborative approach, incorporating cultural relevance and community engagement. The study demonstrates how UDL principles can enhance accessibility, engagement, and inclusivity in indigenous education settings. The integration of technology not only supports traditional indigenous knowledge transmission but also fosters innovative teaching methodologies that honor diverse learning styles and cultural perspectives. So here's the conclusion. In conclusion, embracing UDL principles in the integration of
indigenous pedagogies within technology-enabled environment, fosters inclusivity, cultural relevance, and engagement by accommodating diverse learning needs and honoring indigenous knowledge systems. Educators can create enriching and educational experiences that empower all learners to thrive in the digital age. And here are some references. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insights. Next, we request Quanti Mercy Golet from School of Education, Sharda University, to present her paper.
Participants, you can just note down your queries, any questions come to your mind. After completion of presentation, we will take the questions.
इस तरह से होगा जो हट जाएंगे ना यहाँ पे तब वैसे भी हो जाता है तो फिर एक मिनट
यहाँ से चेंज कर देंगे बट you will change from here. You just start, okay? In case you are having any issue in changing the slide, you will change the slide from here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Quanti Mercy. I'm from Malawi, and I'm a PG student studying MA Education at Sharda University. Today I'll be presenting a paper titled Exploring the Transmission of Indigenous Knowledge Systems through Language in Malawi, with a special focus on integrating Malawi's policies with India's National Education Policy 2020. I did this study under the guide of Dr. Sarita Verma.
It's a joint paper.
So, as we all know, indigenous knowledge is a collective that is passed down through generations. And for the case of Malawi, most indigenous knowledge is passed down through oral traditions such as stories. These stories are passed for us to learn these stories. This is through language. In Malawi, we have 16 languages, and our national language in Malawi is Chichewa, and we also use English as our official language. Even though we have all these 16 languages in Malawi, the language that is most used is Chichewa because it is the national language, and all these other languages are washed down. So if these languages are washed down, so are the indigenous knowledge as well. That's why we decided that for us to promote bilingualism in Malawi and prevent these languages from watering down, we might apply the NEP to our language policies. So for the language policy in Malawi, as I said, our official language is English and our national language is Malawi. So in schools, what is taught is English and Chichewa. All of these are taught as subjects separately. So no other languages are also taught. So So how can we integrate the NEP to the policies of the language policies in Malawi? First, we thought that the way that we can integrate it is by prioritizing indigenous languages in early primary school. If we do this, prioritizing indigenous languages in early primary schools, then these children will be able to take pride in their languages, and these languages will not be watered down. Another way is to include regional languages in the curriculum apart from Chichewa. If we include these languages in the curriculum and in the body of in the content and subject matters, then this will be possible that the children will learn more of the languages. Another way is creating a multilingual teaching approach. If we teach teachers how to teach in different languages on different subject matters, then the languages will be preserved as well. So what are the recommendations? The first recommendation is to revise the language policies. This is by prioritizing languages in the early primary school. Another recommendation is language teacher training programs. This way that teachers can learn to teach in all the languages and not just TIWARI English. Another way is curriculum development by incorporating all the cultural elements and indigenous language in all the subjects. Another recommendation is through community development. Without the community, then all of these policies are useless because it is the community who implement these policies. Another thing is partnership and collaboration. It is important to engage other stakeholders as well, especially India, since they are the mother of this policy, that they can help us in a way that we can implement it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Ms. Urvashi Sharma, student MA Education at School of Education, Sarda University, to present her paper.
हो रहा है वो ऑपरेट हो रहा है
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Urvashi Sharma from Sharda University. My paper name is Indian Knowledge of Mathematics for Sustainable Development, and under the guidance of Ms. Dr. Sarita Verma, Associate Professor, Sharda University. I'm thrilled to be here today to explore a fascinating journey into the world of indigenous mathematics, a timeless reservoir of wisdom that has the potential to transform our understanding of contemporary challenges. Today, we embark on a journey that not only delves into ancient mathematical traditions but also seeks solutions for the present issues outlined in the Sustainable Development Goals, laying the foundation of sustainable future. That's why my objective is to delve into connections between indigenous mathematical insights and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. As you all know that UN has given 17 goals and my paper is going to connect these goals with mathematics, ancient mathematics. I'm not going to read this all 17 goals, we all know these. And indigenous knowledge system, we all know that India has such a cultural heritage. We all have a rich culture and we need to explore these cultures. So if we go mostly for the mathematics side, that how mathematics can influence these 17 goals, everyone will question this. So my main work is on this only, the analysis that how Indian mathematical knowledge help in sustainable future. If we go with the first SDG, that is no poverty. Here I will not read this, I will just explain that the crafts, the potteries and everything which we have used in that ancient times, they also used to give us the livelihood. They also give us that money. So we can contribute these heritage only. We don't want to go with the world. We will just explore our own heritage and we will, just go, in front of everyone to go on the world's first place. Then second is zero hunger traditions agriculture calendars. Zero hunger. India has so much of culture of agriculture and everything. Then why farmers are suiciding and everything going in India? These cultural practices will help us for not only for the zero hunger thing that the globally UN has told us. We can on our own self also can help in this. Then it is good health and well-being, which will come with the good food, the agriculture farmers and everything. When we are going to help those things, good nutrition. When we are going to grow these things in a good nutritional value, then our health and well-being will be good only. Then this is quality education, which is these are the chopper games which used to be played in our ancient times. Why we are not using these chopper games? Why we are going to the Western culture? We can use these chopper games. These are so entertaining. It's like of a snake game we used to play at young when we were young. Gender equality. We have many times, just listen that girls are not good in mathematics. This Leelavati book by Bhaskara was based on his daughter, that the questions he used to give to his daughter, he used to make a book through it. You can just read through it. If we can just zoom it. Okay, we can just read that the question he used to give to his daughter. That only question mathematicians today can't even solve them. So gender equality is something which maths can promote. And if we go through industries and all things, that from one stone only, our ancient architectures have made so beautiful Kailash temple we can see here. So if we and communities like Indus Valley civilization also. So the conclusion is that we have to make a bridge between the past and the present, mostly so that our culture can be connected to a sustainable future. Thank you so much.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
In your paper, what mathematics concept you have used? I didn't find any mathematical concept you have used. When I say you see SDG goal 1,
Yes.
what zero hunger, what mathematics you
For
have used?
example, sir, we used to do that culture poetries and all. Like, so amount of clay we are going to use, that is depending on the mathematical content, that how much way we have to use to make that much of the poetry. What should be the curve and everything that is related to the mathematics. Everything is related to mathematics, but we just need to make a pathway.
Okay. In zero hunger, how to your
Like, so in the craftsmanship, when ancient India used to help in indulging in the skills, when we used to sell these portraits, we used to get the money also.
the heading of your paper which you are trying to highlight,
Yes, sir.
somewhere the linkage is not at all there. You should talk about resource optimization. You should talk about the mathematical concept instead of trying to justify each and every SDG as a mathematics. You are failing completely on your paper. So please focus. See what happened. Everything will not fall into the straightforward path. So out of 17, if you find there are 3-4 goals where mathematics can help, so bring out that in your paper instead of trying to justify all 17 goals mathematics can solve. That is not a correct way. Okay, so
I have not used all 17.
Firstly, I understand that mathematics is integrated part of our life. It is related to our education, our trade that we are doing. But if I talk about the SDG 4, Sustainable Development Goal 4, that is on education. So I think sir rightly said, I want to concentrate on SDG 4 because that itself is a huge avenue.
Yes, so Vedic mathematics is a huge concept in
Because
India.
this is a seminar paper. This is even young learner. आपको आगे जाकर बहुत सारी चीजें करना होगा, right? You focus upon at least one objective and make a paper.
Okay.
But rightly you can integrate mathematics with all the SDG goals. There is no wrong in it. But you think that on which way you can come out with a better output, better concept.
see, like mathematics, I can utilize for optimizing a problem. I can optimize for modeling problem. I can do a efficient algorithm. So these broad concept, bring it out how 1 or 2 goals where it can be effectively utilized.
Like infrastructure.
So bring out, let's say, whatever Indian knowledge system. Bring out certain mathematical concept of our Aryabhata, so that focus limited scope. Limit your scope to one of the goal and bring it out to be better paper than try to justify each and every theoretical.
Yes, sir. For the political. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Our next presenting is MEHTA from Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, MIT University, Uttar Pradesh.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is MEHTA. I am from MIT University, NOIDA. So my topic for today's presentation is Indigenous Knowledge and Technological Innovation Using Animated Video, a Systematic Review. So the introduction about my topic, the Indigenous knowledge refers to the unique traditional knowledge, system practice with the wisdom of accumulated over the generation by the indigenous and native community. The knowledge is deeply rooted in the culture and social ecological context of specific indigenous groups and is often passed down orally by the elders to the younger generations. The intersections of the indigenous knowledge and technical innovation present the fascination of area of the study and perform the implications of culture preservation, education, community, and development. In the recent year, the animated video have emerged as a powerful medium of conveying the indigenous knowledge in engaging the accessible way. The systematic view aims to explore the landscape of research and access the indigenous knowledge and technical innovation specifically focused on utilizing the animation of video. The objective of the study purpose integrating the animated video in improving the systematic review process. This study focuses on the animated video might help to close the generation and culture divides by promoting a greater understanding of indigenous knowledge in a global setting. And animated films and dynamic meaning of illustration complex relationships and conventional knowledge and contemporary development. Indigenous technology is ingrained and concrete activity and culture history to animate movie and offer a digital medium. So the difference between the animated video and indigenous knowledge. The indigenous technology is collective term for the custom of knowledge and ability to indigenous people have built up over the many generations. The developed primary and mathematical applications in indigenous technology meet with the resource of management and culture express survival demands of indigenous societies. The Native Americans technology employs in the wide range of media, including transports. The animated video. The video that have been an animated type of digital media and material produced by using the animated method. The design of communication, education, entertainment in the mind. Animated videos tell the stories and impart of information through visual storytelling. The animated videos are the digital virtual produced using the classic animation techniques and computer generated images. The method of my study was review of literature. So findings. The study showcased the potential of animated video as a tool of enhancing the learning outcome and knowledge of dissemination across the various content. The further references shows that the animated video, the indigenous knowledge and the technical innovations through the animated video may display the first glance and may seem the tremendous potential for bringing the culture divide and preserving the heritage, advancing the understanding indigenous roots and centuries of tradition, experiences over the insightful experience of healing, holistic learning, and sharing stories and promoting cross-cultural dialogues. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Now I request Ms. Prakriti Verma, student of BA MA Special Education from MIT Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, to present her paper. Please, ma'am.
I have one suggestion is to you. You have just done the review of animated videos. Why not you select only one video for a research paper, for a seminar paper? You take only one video, that is animated video, and just review that video, right? By reviewing that video, you prepare the paper. How it is aligned with the indigenous knowledge, with technology. So in this way, taking up its whole concept, you can prepare the presentation.
Since you are a special disability student, in fact, you can bring out how this animated video has a very important for the special disability education part. Because there, if somebody has got a limitation, how you can actually overcome using this sort of animated videos. And you can scientifically prove it, scientifically bring it out that this sort of a things will help learning or creativity. See, I just to go out of context, we have heard about a great physicist who was the completely disabled. So today, the robotics and science has developed that whatever you are thinking, that can be converted into the text. So that sort of a technology has already come. So whatever you have is Hawking, Stephen Hawking, if you know, read him. Now Stephen Hawking is one of the great physicists of his movement, but he's been considered one of the great physicists because his theory of how the evolution world is taken. And he was not able to write. He was completely disabled, not able to walk. But he has written books after books, and they have designed a special computer. So when your topic is very interesting, bring it out little focused how it can be helpful for disabled child.
Yes, someone presented on UDL, I think, Universal Design of Learning. I was just exploring, at least you will explain the operational term of UDL. All are young learners, they might be interested to know what is UDL. But you completed your paper without explaining the very concept of UDL. Do you know the concept of UDL? Would you please explain with one example? क्या है UDL क्या है Universal Design of Learning? नहीं? Yes, yes. This is all about learning, हाँ? हम लोग सीखने आए हैं, हम भी सीखेंगे, आप भी सीखेंगे, please.
So my topic is already on the UDL principles like engagement, action and expression. How UDL can help in the classroom.
नहीं UDL है क्या वो बताओ? कैसे मदद करेगा वो फर्दर है?
For all the students in the inclusive education.
Yeah. In the inclusive education sector, so how we design our institute, how we design our learning, and what facilities we provide to inclusive learning for all learners for their better learning. ये आपका theoretical part में पहले आना चाहिए था, इसलिए आपको बनना है इसके ऊपर.
Good afternoon, one and all. So my topic for the research presentation today is integrating Jivan Darshan philosophy from Indian knowledge system for holistic development into the education system. Yes. So my topic for today's presentation is integrating Jivan Darshan philosophy from Indian knowledge system for holistic development into the education system. So moving on to the introduction part, Indian knowledge system, it explores the ancient repository of IQAC, a holistic understanding of life, rooted in deep philosophical traditions, providing nuanced perspectives beyond intellectual pursuits. Jivan Darshan philosophy is highlighted as a guiding philosophy within the IKS, emphasizing the interconnectedness of physical, mental, and spiritual dimensions, forming the basis of holistic development. Education system's role, IKS acknowledges the pivotal role of the education system in shaping the future generations with a recognized need to infuse holistic approach for comprehensive development. It recognizes the gap in current educational paradigms and introduces the research purpose to investigate the impact of integrating Jivan Darshan philosophy into the education system. It describes the comprehensive methodology involving both qualitative and quantitative surveys with a diverse sample size of 30 participants, aiming to capture a holistic understanding of integration process. So the rationale of my study, the need and significance, that there was a need for change. For example, moving from the rote learning aspects of the education system, we have moved to the more experiential learning aspects. Education today recognizes the limitations of just focusing on academic, promoting a crucial shift towards a more balanced and holistic approach. Ancient wisdom of IKS holds ancient wisdom offering a complete understanding of life through diverse philosophies. Central to this is Jivan Darshan, emphasizing the connection of physical, mental, and spiritual aspects of holistic growth. Filling educational gaps, the study addresses a gap in education. The study addresses a gap in education, highlighting the clear need for more holistic approach in teaching and learning process. Comprehensive research approach. Using both qualitative and quantitative surveys, the research aims to thoroughly understand the impact of introducing Jivan Darshan philosophy in the education, considering the view and experience of students and professionals. Moving on to the research methodology, the research aims to investigate the impact of integrating Jivan Darshan philosophy from Indian knowledge system IKS into the education system with a specific focus on fostering holistic growth development among students and teachers professionals. So objectives of my research were to assess the perspective of professionals regarding the integration of Jivan Darshan philosophy into the education system, to explore the perspective of students regarding the integration of Jivan Darshan philosophy into the education system, and to measure changes in overall well-being, academic performance, and teaching practice as a result of incorporating Jivan Darshan philosophy in the education. So, moving on to the research question, my objectives are focused mainly on the research questions. What are the perspectives of the professionals on integration of Jivan Darshan philosophy in the education system? What are the perspectives of students on integration of Jivan Darshan philosophy into the education system? And did including Jivan Darshan philosophy in education change well-being, grades, and teaching methods? So the research design. The study adopts a survey research design aiming to collect qualitative and quantitative data through structured surveys. The survey design is chosen for its efficacy in gathering diverse perspective and quantifiable data, providing a comprehensive understanding of the impact of Jivan Darshan integration. So there were certain variables. The dependent variable, changes in overall well-being, academic performance, and teaching process practices. Independent variable, these are integration of Jivan Darshan philosophy into the education system. Sample and its selection. The sample of the study comprises of 30 participants, including 15 students and 15 professionals. Participants will be selected through purposive sampling, ensuring a diverse representation of educational background, professions, and experience. So this was the research, this was the Google form I prepared to collect my data. The primary tool for data collection is a closed-ended questionnaire administered through Google Forms. The questionnaire is administered, designed to capture the responses, allowing participants to express their perspective on the integration of Jivan Darshan.
Ma'am, we request you to kindly come to the conclusion.
So for the research question, there was certain
findings.
Yes, sir.
1 minute we are providing you. Come to the findings.
Sure. So for all the three research questions, I was able to conclude that professionals view Jivan Darshan as a catalyst to transformative change, offering new perspectives that extend beyond conventional educational boundaries. Also, students recognize the holistic nature of Jivan Darshan, acknowledging its potential to bring about a positive transformation in the education system. And the integration of Jivan Darshan is associated with improvement, well-being, academic success, and transformative teaching practice. So, at the end, I would like to conclude by saying Jivan Darshan in education is the key that unlocks the door to holistic enlightenment, inviting students and educators to embark on transformative journey of self-discovery, wisdom, and interconnected well-being. Thank you.
I'd like to ask you one or two questions. So this work which you are collecting and you have done it based on a Google form which you have circulated among, and as I understand, you have circulated among only among 30. How many? What was your sample size?
My sample size was 30 participants.
13 or 30?
30.
30.
15 were professionals and 15 were students.
Okay. Now, first thing is, whenever you are doing a descriptive statistics, there is a minimum requirement of a sample size. Okay. What is the minimum sample we should consider?
Minimum.
Can you conclude based on only 30 data?
No, sir, but since there was a time limitation, that's why
No paper is valid. Okay, because the sample size, there is a formula how you calculate your sample size because depends upon what is your population. So 30 is completely inadequate. You cannot conclude any statistical study based on only 30 data. Out of 30, you only have 15, one category and 15 another category. So you cannot compare that. The minimum sample size, the rule you have already. So especially if you want to carry on this paper, I urge that please extend this 30 से आप रुकिए मत ये पेपर को कंप्लीट करना है तो at least go to 300. That should be the sample size on which you can actually conclude. The second is you told me there are only 3 questions. Is it only 3 questions in your when you are asking somebody? You just ask only 3 questions. How many questions are there in your form?
15 questions.
15 questions. Good. So I think wrongly. So these questions are what type of Likert scale questions, descriptive questions? These are Likert scale questions. So whenever you have a Likert scale question, that is the proper methodology of a questionnaire design. So please follow that because whenever you have collected a data, please convert this into a full paper by collecting more data and following the proper.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate the concept of the paper. But I wonder, you have mentioned Jivan Darshan philosophy. It's very difficult to explain the term Jivan Darshan.
Yes, sir.
From, I can say it's a very abstract concept. From idealistic perspective, Jivan Darshan is different. From naturalistic perspective, Jivan Darshan is different. From pragmatic perspective, Jivan Darshan is different. And you have taken 30 at your sample size.
Yes.
So whether you have done any analysis that among these 30 samples, how many are from idealistic perspective of Jivan Darshan and how many are from naturalistic, how many are from pragmatic? Because everything is depends upon the perspective of Jivan Darshan. हम कह नहीं सकते सभी का जीवन दर्शन एक ही जैसे है और हमारा जो लाइफ स्किल हम कहते हैं जीवन जीने का जो तरीका है ये हमारा जीवन दर्शन के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है If I am a person with idealistic frame of mind, मेरा सभी एक्टिविटी उसके ऊपर होगा, उसी को बेस करके होगा. And if I permit change in my life, if I am a pragmatic person, तो मेरा जीवन दर्शन फिर मेरा सभी एक्टिविटीज को लेकर होगा, मेरा ओपिनियन भी उसी प्रकार होगा. To try to understand this concept first, and I appreciate it's a very good study. और सैंपल को लेकर रिजल्ट को जनरलाइज आप कैसे करेंगे इतने स्मॉल सैंपल को लेकर प्रति. ठीक है, these are the suggestions. I think it is grooming stage. You all are the young students, so you should learn and come forward with confidence. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next paper presenter is Sakshi Bhuria from Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh.
This is a good practice. मैं देखता हूँ कि जो पेपर प्रेजेंट करते हैं मोस्टली दे आर स्टूडेंट्स, एंड स्टूडेंट के साथ उनका फैकल्टी भी आता है. इट्स गुड. कुछ तो आपने उनको ट्रेन करवाया और उनको पेपर बनवाया और इस स्टेज तक उनको लेकर आया. वेरी गुड.
Good afternoon, all of you. My name is Sakshi and I am from Amity University pursuing my Masters in Special Education. So today my topic is mindfulness and indigenous knowledge, facilitating holistic development. So starting from the introduction, this paper systematically reviews the profound understanding of the world embedded in indigenous knowledge, which integrates physical, spiritual and communal dimensions passed down through generations. Second, recognition of the interconnectedness of all living beings and the importance of sustainability and harmonious coexistence with the environment in indigenous practices. Third, exploration of the ethical principles and cultural values guiding indigenous societies, emphasizing responsibilities and stewardship towards future generations. Next, my objectives are explore integrating indigenous knowledge systems like Ayurveda and yoga into modern healthcare to tackle climate-related diseases and investigate how mindfulness practices and indigenous knowledge can harmonize within educational frameworks, fostering diverse perspectives and mutual respect. Third one is highlight the importance of preserving and promoting indigenous knowledge for community well-being and sustainable development. Fourth, advocate for recognizing indigenous rights, autonomy and self-determination, fostering partnership based on mutual respect and reciprocity. And these are the review of literature which I have reviewed for my study. Next, the major findings: mindfulness is an adaptive cognitive process deeply rooted in human evolution and influenced by environmental context, departing from traditional conceptualization. The study explores mindfulness emergence in indigenous cultures, highlighting its dynamic interplay with individual cognition and environmental factors. And individual mindfulness fosters an appreciation of diverse knowledge forms in indigenous entrepreneurship. The study position mindfulness as a facilitator for indigenous innovations, urging further exploration of its role in promoting entrepreneurship and social implications. Now, in the conclusion, I would like to tell that what is the similarity between mindfulness intervention and indigenous knowledge. So, when we talk about indigenous knowledge, so it is mainly focusing on emphasizing there is an interconnectedness between them, and both recognize the human interconnectedness of all beings and the environment from different culture and philosophical perspectives. Indigenous knowledge often views human as a part of larger web of life, and their actions and decisions affect not only oneself but also the community and the natural world. Similarly, mindfulness training encourages individuals to recognize their interconnectedness with the world around them, fostering a sense of compassion, empathy, and responsibility towards others and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You know, Government of Delhi, the schools run by the Directorate of Education, they have implemented a curriculum that's called as mindfulness curriculum. So can you tell few techniques that how we can implement it?
Yes, there are so many ways that we can implement mindfulness into trainings. Like there are so many exercises where, in the case of special needs, like we can provide them breathing exercises and like audio, like the meaning of mindfulness is the moment of present awareness. That the child should have the awareness that what is happening in the surrounding. So we can organize it like from meditation, deep breathing exercises.
By doing varieties of activities,
Yes.
You want to say. But my suggestion is for such type of seminar paper or for a small research paper to publish, better to do a type of case study. Take few students, either one or two students, and deeply involved with the students, observe their activities, how they are doing their study, and how they are interacting with the teachers, and about their self-concept also, what they think about themselves, right? So in this way, you come forward with certain, you can say, beautiful findings. But if you do a kind of survey, you will not get such type of result. In future, do a case study.
Yes, I'm working on it.
Okay, good.
Our next presenter is Veena Singh from Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi.
A moment of grandeur unfolds as Ms. Kizan Yangzom Shepa Ma'am, IRS, Distinguished Member Secretary of National Council for Teacher Education, graces the platform. Ma'am, we are proud to have you here, and indeed, we are thankful that you took out your valuable time from your busy schedule. Now, I request Dr. ABHILASHA Ma'am to kindly felicitate Ms. Kizan Yangzom Shepa Ma'am, IRS Distinguished Member Secretary of NCTE. We are honoring our esteemed guest with an exquisite display of artistic creations meticulously crafted by the talented student teachers of AIE. Now I request Ma'am to please felicitate the NCTE members. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now I request all the dignitaries to kindly place their seats on the dais, please. Ms. Kizan Yanzom Sherpa, ma'am, IRS, Distinguished Member Secretary of NCTE, joined the Indian Revenue Service in 1995 and has served in Mumbai, West Bengal, Delhi, and Pune. With 27 years of experience, she has focused on tax administration in corporate and non-corporate cases. She holds qualifications in national security and strategic studies and an MPhil in strategic and defense studies. Currently, she serves as member secretary at NCTE Ministry of Education, overseeing remarkable developments in integrated teacher education program (ITEP), multilingual approach, and to name a few. A beacon of enlightenment in the educational sphere. Ms. Sherpa captivates with her eloquence and visionary discourse. Each syllable she utters with the audience stirring a profound sense of inspiration and hope. In this pivotal juncture, we bear witness to unfolding of history as Ms. Sherpa propels us towards the horizon of limitless possibilities in education. Her address is not just a speech, but a transformative journey that leaves an indelible imprint on our hearts and minds, igniting a collective resolve to shape a brighter tomorrow. Please welcome Ms. Kizan Yanzom Sherpa ma'am on the stage with a great round of applause.
Thank you so much. Dr. ABHILASHA GAUTAM, Principal of AIE, and the other dignitaries on the dais. Okay, my dear friends. Dear friends in the audience, the faculty, my team, thank you for having me here again today. I was supposed to join you in the morning, but a very urgent matter came up, so therefore I could not be here. And I could not resist that, I'm coming back to my family. So this was one thing. I have another program scheduled at the other university here, but I said I'll even spare even 10 minutes just to meet everybody and speak to you, so that I can be part of this Army Institute of Education. My bond with all of you is very close. I think the last time I was here, I have already said that I am also a 4G kid. So seeing 4G kids here, many of you, all of you from the forces, and seeing you having a passion to doing something for your country, to doing something for the betterment of the education of the entire country, and also to make your parents proud. That is why I decided that I must even go there for 10 minutes and meet all of you. So I am back with my family, and believe me, I am not really prepared with what to say. But thank you to these two beautiful girls. I am not as eloquent as you are saying. I like to speak from the heart. First of all, on a very formal note, we are meeting on a very special occasion because today is also the International Mother Language Day today. So this is being celebrated worldwide, and this year's theme particularly, multilingual education, a pillar of learning and intergenerational learning. This theme encourages the preservation of all our indigenous languages. And this is one of the themes which even the National Education Policy 2020 talks about how to preserve, how to promote our mother languages, our regional languages, our scheduled languages, and also it talks about the promotion of multilingualism in our education system, right from school education right up to higher education. So this is very much in sync, and I must congratulate AIE because last time also you had an international conference, and you you choose topics which are very relevant for the system. topics on which to deliberate for this year's your conference thing is Indigenous Knowledge System for Sustainable Future. So these are very unique topics which probably other universities have not picked up till now, and you are deliberating on them, having so much of discussion, working on perspectives, dishing out solutions, innovative methods. So I must congratulate your principal and your college for coming forward with such an ingenious theme for a conference. So congratulations, congratulations. The objectives and your learning outcomes, which I was reading from your paper, that is to build an awareness for the need and relevance and essence of the indigenous knowledge system, to address challenges, to create perspectives and deliberate on the way forward as espoused in NEP 2020, and to have strategies to leverage indigenous knowledge systems for achieving SDGs and for preservation of our environment. Now that is as far as the formal part. So now let me take you if you look at the national education policy also, there is so much stress on toy pedagogy. And what are the toys that are being promoted? Even if you see in the Jadri Pitara, which is there, they are basically the toys which are indigenous. Things like something which is being pulled by a string, all those wooden toys. These are also very sustainable, doesn't harm the environment. So this is the way even the schools, the entire education system now post-NEP is integrating the indigenous knowledge system into our country. Secondly, if I recollect from my own hometown, I suppose even people from the northeast would say, there is a problem of water scarcity. So from the source of the water right up to where the water is to be collected, if you ever go to Darjeeling, and I am coming to Darjeeling, so if you go along the side, now you will see bamboo pipes joined together. It is half-cut bamboo pipe. They will just keep on joining. And that is actually from the water source, which will be some stream in some corner. That water is being taken all the way to the point where people will be collecting. So that is also an indigenous knowledge system which is there and which we know. And in case you don't have pipes and this and that, that can be adopted. It is being adopted in the hills, and it is not harmful to the environment also. This is all something which we are using, which is there available locally. And another thing is, I was just reading about even Kedarnath, and the way the temple, the stones are interlocked without the use of any mortar and just by those iron clamps, and it has survived for more than 1,000 years, been about 400 years in ice. So look at the indigenous knowledge system that we had, and to withstand that flood, when that huge flood was there, everything happened, but the temple stood there. So this is all a part of the knowledge systems that we have, our traditional knowledge systems, whatever you want to call it, which down the we have managed to preserve, and these are all the things that we should be looking at. And NEP provides us an opportunity to look back at our cultural heritage, at our cultural roots, at our traditional systems, everything that we have forgotten. Everything we think, if anything good happens, we look to the West. Especially our generation, this generation, which we were Westy acha hai. But it is not like that. We have a lot of things in our own society, in our own culture. In India itself, you can look back to, you can look upon, and you can work on that. Just recently, we had gone to Thiruvananthapuram, and they took us to this Kerala, I think handicrafts, some center was there. Now, this fellow had developed a sound system. You'll be amazed. He was holding up his mobile, and you could not hear. But he had developed something out of terracotta. It was shaped like a bow type of a thing, with a hollow. So the moment you placed your mobile in that, you got a beautiful sound, which was like really loud, and then all the you could see all the acoustics well placed. So this is the type of system, indigenous knowledge system that we do have, and that's what we need to promote. Another thing in that, what we noticed was there was a particular glass, I don't recollect the name exactly, in Kerala only, that is made out of a particular metal. And only 1 or 2 families know how to produce that. They keep on beating the metal and beating it to such an extent that it becomes a mirror. And that is not a mirror, that is not mica or anything like that. That is a metal which has been beaten into a mirror. So these are all our traditional knowledge systems which we have forgotten, and these are things which we need to preserve once again. And even in the hills also, I can only think, if our hand used to get cut, abhi to band-aid we put, But when we were small and we didn't have access to Band-Aid and this and that, there would be a herb. In Nepali, I don't know if the pakan we call it, I don't know what the English word is. So if our hand will get cut, mummy and all will cut that, and they will just put that leaf on our hands. And the wound will heal, the blood will clot, and everything will happen. And I think that is the same thing that nowadays Ayurveda, which is so famous all across the world, naturopathy, which is coming in a big way. This is all a part of our traditional indigenous knowledge systems, which everyone else has realized. The West has realized. We are awaking now. Our systems of yoga, the West has emulated so well. We are now awaking that yoga is always there, also there. So these are the knowledge systems which are there as part of our heritage. We should be proud of that, and we should be adopting that. And this will be, and all you youngsters, I think everybody now, they look at what you call that natural. Everything should be natural, herbal. I think you all, if you see a cream, you'll say, does it have that some, I don't know, yeah, some sulfate in the shampoo also. Put sulfate heavy nahi. You check at that. If that sulfate should not be there, I should do some sulfate-free shampoo. So see, that awareness is coming. It was already part of our systems. People say that they'll wash their hair with some herb, no, Rita or something like that, right? So that is also a part. Now we are awakening and we are buying shampoos containing the Rita, Amla, Tulsi, and a preservative. So these are all there. So these are our indigenous knowledge systems which are there. And now we are awakening to, and I'm very, very happy that NEP is providing a system, way by which this is going out to all our youngsters across the country, be it youngsters, be it adults. So we are awakening to the immense knowledge system, the immense heritage that we have, which we have forgotten, and now we are awakening, and now we are preserving and promoting, innovating and utilizing for the betterment of education, for the betterment of society. And one more thing is, as far as our integrated teacher education program is concerned, we also have a segment on understanding India, understanding India, which comprises a lot of this Indian knowledge system, indigenous knowledge system, our cultures. This is a 4-credit course, which is part of our ability and value added courses. This is a compulsory course, which gives a sense of what India is to the students who are part of IT. So this is there, and I'm very happy to be here once again. Very happy to see all of you. Some apprehensions, I believe, saying that once ITF has come, what happens to us? Nothing happens to you. Your degrees are very much valid. If this BEd is largely for the senior level, so if you want to do the junior level, entity is working on a scheme of, there will be a certificate course type of a thing we are working on, which you can do, which will make you eligible even to do the courses for the foundation, and that we are working on that. So nothing to worry about. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you so much. I have seen the lovely rangolis which are there. Abhilasha was telling me that you have prepared it. Thank you so much. It's so beautiful. And next time, I wish I have more time to spend with you. I like not only speaking from the stage, I would have loved to sit there and interact with you, hear about what you're doing, what your aspirations are, and how you're liking the BEd course. Because we are also working on redesigning our BEd course as per the NEP. That is also we are working on. So I would have loved to share that time with you. But again, Abhilasha, I invite once again those who were not present last time. If you have come, you can please come once again to NCTE. We would love to have a one-on-one interaction with all of you. And this time, we will ensure that we will not present anything. We want you to interact with us. We will just have a setting where you can talk to us, you can ask us anything, we will interact with you in a very informal setting. Nothing formal. So that is my thing. Please do bring them once again. And thank you so much for having me here. As 40 kids, again, very happy to be with you. Make your parents proud, make your country proud, and have conviction in whatever you do. And hard work is the only way out. There is no substitute for hard work. And thank all your teachers who are guiding you, because when I look back, I give a lot of my credit to the teachers who taught me in school and college, because my parents were there with their contributions, but it is in school and college where I actually developed a lot. My mental faculties, whatever I became today, a lot of credit I give to my school and college. So thank you to all the teachers who are there, who have taken care of these kids. I mean, and you have a dynamic principal. She's always on call with us, this. So thank you so much, Abhilasha, for having me once again. And all you kids, all the best. Please come over to HT once again for an informal interaction. Thank you so much, Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for your remarkable words of wisdom. Distinguished faculty members, we humbly request your presence for the official group photograph.
Thank you. Thank you.
चल रहा है ग्रुप फोटो कहाँ जाएंगे अब क्या है गौरव लाइट
रोशन का बैग कहाँ है?
चेयरमैन सर ऑनलाइन है चेयरमैन सर ऑनलाइन है तो उनका एड्रेस करवा देते कह रहे क्या बोलना पड़ेगा क्या बोल दो आए नहीं कौन चेयरमैन सर अरे छोड़ो
Now I request Meena Singh ma'am, PhD scholar from Jamia Millia Islamia for their paper presentation. Please ma'am.
Good afternoon, respected chairs and all the present members here. My name is Meena Singh. I am a research scholar from Jamia Millia Islamia. Today my topic is importance of indigenous knowledge in sustainable development. So, introduction part, indigenous knowledge system have been an integral part of the journey of ancient Bharat, developing Bharat and got encompassed not only in our cultural heritage but also in the vast and diverse body of knowledge. We can proudly say it, Bharat knowledge system, The objective of my study is, this paper is focused on exploring the key aspect of Bharat knowledge system and traditions and importance of indigenous knowledge systems in sustainable development. I have considered four aspects of sustainable development. First area is indigenous knowledge for environmental protection. From a recent environment program held in UN on indigenous people, the expert agreed that the government must use indigenous knowledge or indigenous people to save the planet and must learn from them how to live in harmony with nature. Those people had lived for thousands of years. That environment we should promote to save our planet. Otherwise, we must face conditions like climate change, population, etc. So we need to protect, preserve, and promote the indigenous knowledge system. Second area is indigenous knowledge system for sustainable healthcare. As far as healthcare is concerned, the role of indigenous knowledge is very
कौन सा
important.
सीजन चल रहा है?
As indigenous knowledge provides a better
चौथा आएगा तो
understanding
कोमल
of
मैम है, ठीक है?
medicines, it has
पेन ड्राइव लगा ली।
provided many herbs and other biomedicines which, when combined with modern medicine, can create magical results in healthcare. Including indigenous knowledge in the present system can make us healthy and wealthy in terms of every aspect of life. Third one is indigenous knowledge for agriculture. Many scientists and other people across the world requirement for change in existing way of agriculture as it does not seem to be revolutionary these days. Nowadays, agriculture is totally dependent on synthetic products. Artificial manures are used by farmers, which result in the deterioration of quality of soil as well as the deterioration of health with respect to a lot of side effects. Fourth one is indigenous knowledge for education. As NEP suggests, Ek Bharat, Shrestha Bharat, efforts are made to include indigenous knowledge with modern teaching to understand the contribution of indigenous knowledge to the current education system. The curriculum and pedagogy have been redefined to be firmly rooted in Indian cultural tradition, heritage. Also observe that indigenous knowledge helps the student to understand their roots better. Methodology for my paper, secondary data has been used for this presentation of article. The 2015 United Nations SDG framework and NEP 2020 documentation has been. On conclusion, I just want to say, indigenous knowledge is the collection of information or regular history developed by gathering through ages of living in close contact with nature and was created through an experimentation technique under understanding with a quick ecological, social, monetary and political
सर आप
changes
देखिए
happening in
ये नहीं कर
numerous
पाएगा आप
areas occupied by
इसके
native
बाद में
individuals. The danger to native information have all be overpowered and
ऑनलाइन
lost.
एड्रेस आप सर को
Thank you,
बताना
that's all from my side.
This book is part of your PhD book? No. Okay, my one of the suggestion is a very interesting work. If you can relate to the SDG, because if you see the 4 areas which you have selected, environmental protection, healthcare, agriculture, they are directly one of the things. So what you do is in SDG, so there are 17 goals and there are 169 targets. So pick up the goals specific to these 4 areas and pick up the targets. See what happens when you have the targets, they have been already been 45. These are supposed to be achieved. So this work, whenever you are doing a literature, so specific to the target, you can link it up. That will be very nice because part of your SDG goal.
Yeah, Dinesh Singh, you are a resource scholar from Jamia Millia Islamia. I was expecting that you will come forward with a type of research study. What is the title of your PhD?
So my title is on psychosocial characteristics of students.
Okay, so anything is related with traditional knowledge system? Not at all. If you really analyze the website, you will find something. And that may be a clue for preparing an attitude to work on that. So, thank you.
request Miki and Neetu to continue with the technical session 4.
Now we are
beginning with technical session 4. The first Now we are beginning technical session 4. The first paper presenter is Ms. Prachi Sharma from MET Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, MET. The next paper presenter is Ms. Ruby Sharma, MET Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, MET University, Uttar Pradesh.
सीक्वेंस सही है ना? पेन ड्राइव से क्या है? हाँ हाँ इसकी हाँ वही है। दबा के रखो।
Good afternoon to one and all. So today my topic is exploring inclusive indigenous educational strategies for diverse learners, a case study on enhancing social and creative skills for students with SLD. So with the introduction, I would like to say inclusive and holistic approaches in education are increasingly prioritized, acknowledging diverse learning needs. This study delves into the informative potential of indigenous knowledge education, specifically addressing students with specific learning disability. The research emphasizes the incorporation of indigenous perspectives into the curriculum. Play art is chosen as the medium to integrate indigenous knowledge into the educational experience. The goal is to enhance students' social and creative skills through this approach. By incorporating indigenous perspectives of play art, the study aims to create a more comprehensive educational experience for students grappling with SLD.
Next.
These are the review of literatures that I have been through for my study, and these are some ancient ceramics that has been excavated from Harappan and Indus Valley civilization in ancient ceramics, and these are some modern ceramics that we use in our day-to-day lives. So the objective of my study is to investigate the impact of integrating indigenous perspectives into the curriculum on the social and creative development of students with SLD, to explore the informative potential of indigenous knowledge within the educational context, emphasizing its roles in holistic development, and to assess the efficacy of play art activities infused with indigenous cultural aspects in promoting diversity, appreciation, and a sense of belonging among students. So the major findings of my study are: underscores the informative power of indigenous knowledge, highlights its pivotal role in fostering holistic development within education, integration of indigenous perspective correlates positively with the overall development of social and creative skills in students with SND. Play, art, and activities infused with indigenous cultural aspects contribute significantly to diversity appreciation and a sense of belonging among students, extending beyond traditional pedagogical boundaries. The research findings challenges conventional educational paradigm by recognizing the interconnectedness of cultural context, academic growth, and holistic student development. And the conclusion of my study is this study serves as a beacon of inclusive and transformative educational practices, advocating for the integrating of indigenous knowledge as a dynamic force within the curriculum. By embracing cultural sensitivity and inclusivity, educators can create an enriched learning environment that values the diversity of learners. As the educational landscape evolves, this research beckons stakeholders to reevaluate traditional paradigm, recognizing the profound impact of indigenous knowledge on the holistic well-being of students. In weaving together the threads of cultural heritage, play, art, and inclusive education, this study lays the foundation for a more comprehensive and equitable educational experience for all the learners. Thank you.
Ms. Sharma, we use the SLD,
Yes.
students with learning disability.
Yes.
So how can you identify and how can you measure that who is really learning disabled or not? What techniques you use?
So for learning disability,
Yeah.
sir, there is a criteria for identifying learners. Basically, the slow learners are identified at the pre-primary stage in primary school.
Any parameter you use?
Yes, sir.
Scientific parameter.
After the child is of 8 years, they are basically identified as slow learners, and they are mentioned in different categories as for
You are saying that
dyslexia.
basing upon their performance, classroom
Yes, sir.
performance.
Class
But
performance.
apart from that,
Apart from that,
beyond the scholastic things,
basically SLD is in the only curriculum.
okay. My second question is you have used few pictures,
Yes, sir.
right? Ancient picture, I can say.
Yes.
Where did you collect it?
Sir, these are the resources that are available online, and I have.
Online means different sources are there in online. I just want to know which site you have used to copy these pictures.
Sir, I have used Google.
Google. Don't do this in future. ये सब OER साइट से करना है. You never know ये जो पिक्चर आप यूज करते हो इसका क्या कॉपीराइट उस पिक्चर के साथ है, you never know. हम क्या करते हैं, गूगल को जाते हैं, इमेजेस को चले जाते हैं, जो इमेजेस हमें अच्छा लगता है वहां से कॉपी करके हम ले लेते हैं. That's the wrong way. Go to the OER site, Open Educational Resource site. That's copyright free. And copy and use it for your own purpose, for your research. Okay, thank you. That's up to you.
Yeah, one thing I want to. Initially, you showed some toys or plays of the Manjita Rama. How is that linked to your present study? See, your present study, if I go through this, is basically exploring the inclusive indigenous educational strategy for learners. So it doesn't matter whether it was in Harappa era or it is now. You are mixing up the things.
अच्छा अभी तो आपके वैलिडिक्टरी
That these activity, the play art activity, is not only used in present times, but it is culturally heritage and it is used from the ancient times. So that was the main purpose of.
So it is just a reference key. This sort of the things were there from the past.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, I will request our next paper presenter, Ms. Chavi Kavar, teacher, Villagong School, to please come and present.
present here. I'm Shirley KUMAR, Special Educator at BHAVNISH School, NOIDA, presenting a research paper on the topic preservation of indigenous knowledge. Our paper is based on the comprehensive review of existing literature, including academic studies, reports, and initiatives related to indigenous knowledge preservation. We have synthesized information from various disciplines such as anthropology, environmental science, social science, and indigenous studies to provide a holistic understanding of subject matter. We also included case studies from different geographical regions, example Kenya, Tanzania, Chile, Australia, and Peru. So now coming to the relevance, indigenous knowledge preservation is a fundamental component of cultural sustainability. Preserving this knowledge is urgent and essential. It offers solution to global challenges such as climate change and biodiversity loss. We have studied the literature of Patron and Matt Ricard. The literature review explores historical and contemporary challenges, highlighting issues such as colonialism, globalization, and environmental degradation. It also discussed successful preservation initiative worldwide. The objective of this paper includes documenting indigenous knowledge, understanding cultural content, preservation and transmission, promoting sustainability and resilience. Now the question matters why it is important to preserve indigenous knowledge. So it is important for cultural preservation, environmental sustainability, health and well-being, food security and agriculture, education and research, and global sustainability goals. The finding that we came through is the Traditional Knowledge Digital Library is pioneering initiative of India under the joint collaboration of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research and Ministry of Ayush to prevent exploitation and to protect Indian traditional knowledge and patent office worldwide. Despite its importance, preservation efforts encounter challenges such as historical injustice, cultural suppressions, globalization, environmental degradation, and ethical consideration. However, community-driven approach can be overcome these challenges. So, in the end, I'll say that preservation of indigenous knowledge is essential for a sustainable and equitable future. By honoring and integrating indigenous wisdom, we can address pressing global challenges and building a more just and resilient world for generations to come. Thank you.
I think it's a good paper that presented very nicely. But I consider that this is not a complete paper. When we talk about knowledge, it may be traditional knowledge or indigenous knowledge system, or that we call Indian knowledge system, IQAC, as per the NEP. Your study is addressing only preservation of indigenous knowledge. Preservation of indigenous knowledge. Why not? It is not complete because preservation, then after development, then after to transmit that knowledge. So it is the challenge before us now to transmit our old traditions, our ancient traditions, you can say, and the indigenous knowledge that we had. But you are just completing your paper in preserving the things. Then how this young generation will be benefited from it? Your paper should speak something that the best way, the innovative way, how can transmit it.
Actually, India has a lot of culture, lot of things which are indigenous. So the first problem is preservation, which I felt that's why I put it. Thank you, sir.
I think government has come forward as well as different NGOs. They have come forward in a very large scale to preserve our old traditions.
So, but it's still very apart from the basic one-on-one person. Preservation is way too behind. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you because if you go to the remote part of our country, many places you'll find that the old knowledge system is there, but that is not properly preserved anywhere. So that may be another interesting part of the study. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Now I would request Dr. Manisha Milocha ma'am, visiting faculty, Army Institute of Education, to present their paper. Please, ma'am.
बहुत करता है
Good afternoon to all the respected dignitaries, faculty members, students. I'm Dr. Manisha Mehta, and at present I am visiting faculty at Army Institute of Education. My topic is Indigenous Knowledge and Environmental Sustainability. I have made a small attempt to detect what methods are actually used by Indigenous people, about which everybody talks. So, just before we come to that, a little introduction. We must not forget that modern science and technology has given us a lot of blessings. As metro, malls, mobiles, media, means of transport, so many things. But the problems that have arisen makes us question the sustainability of the direction we are going. For example, the developments have brought with them problems like we reading in the newspapers nowadays that highways are being widened. Crores of houses have been built. Industries are rising. But what is happening along with this? Trees are being cut. There is deforestation. Industrial wastes are thrown in the water, polluting the water and air. So food production has definitely increased. But residues of chemical fertilizers and pesticides make the food unhealthy. Many animals and birds are becoming extinct. So there are so many drawbacks of the foreign technologies which have been adopted. Now all this has led to United Nations and Commonwealth of Nations to investigate these problems and
next one.
The next one is not.
Yes, yes.
Yes. They have investigated these problems and found that the solution is to take a look at indigenous knowledge also, and where required to incorporate that. In the Malta Declaration, yes, Malta Declaration of Commonwealth in 2015 highlighted some positive aspects of indigenous knowledge which should be respected. One is resilience. The strength, what is resilience? Is the strength to recover from any problems and adversities. According to the Malta Declaration, the indigenous people through adaptation by observing and reducing, mitigating the problems have been very resilient. They have been resilient towards their culture also. They have not let other cultures influence them. And they also are commended for conservation of resources. For example, deforestation in indigenous areas is very less and whole forests are surviving. So what actually I examined was, I was curious about how exactly, what exactly is there in these indigenous techniques. So let's examine some of the practices used indigenously and their benefits. Briefly we go through them. Crop rotation, intercropping and mixed cropping. They help in maintaining the fertility of the soil as the nutrients needed by the various crops which are mixed or rotated or the nutrients are maintained. Terracing is an ancient practice continuing till today. Cultivation on the steppes is an efficient solution to hilly farmlands and also prevents too much of soil erosion. Also, closed nutrient cycles still exist in indigenous areas. For example, animals consume plants, receiving nutrition from it. The excreta of the animals gives nutrition to the soil from where it reaches the plants again. In agroforestry, tree plantation goes along with the crop plantation and helps in reducing soil erosion, and other uses are also there. They shade the trees. They shade the crops. The trees shade the crops so that transpiration is minimum. Then there are various edible plants that are consumed by indigenous people which are inexpensive, safe and nutritious. Where the taking care of animals is concerned, To take care of animals, plant-based traditional medicines are used. Dry seeds are used, for example, to clean the stomach of animals. Fresh bark is used as plaster on fractured areas. Paste of leaves is used to kill ticks and parasites and also to treat the animals for rheumatism and fever. Various food storage techniques also are commendable that are natural, cheap and effective as to protect from pests. As the location of storage sites away from the fields, proper drying, moisture control, use of hot pepper, common salt to control pests, placing straws under the grains to protect them, and use of botanical plants which have ingredients that control storage pests. So it is not too late to, I conclude, to improve the processes we are using at present in agriculture and medicine and other fields so that we can leave behind a healthy, safe world for future generations. Money is not important, but money is important, but not the only thing to be considered. A Native American has summarized the situation quite nicely. When all the trees are cut down, when all the animals are dead, all the waters are poisoned, when all the air is unfit to breathe, only then you will discover you cannot eat money.
Okay, you are the faculty here.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, as we have come to an end, we thank our distinguished chair of technical session 3 and 4, Air Commodore J.K. Sahu, sir, Director AIMT, and Dr. Niradhar Dey, sir, Associate Professor, IGNU, for gracing today's international conference, on all the paper presenter for making an excellent presentation.
Now, I request Kumari Neha and Mr. Gaurav Abhihari to take over the mic for valedictory session.
Concluding remark.
I think let us summarize the session to 2 minutes.
Yeah, इसकी लगा दो समराइज की कोई स्लाइड नहीं है हमारे पास
So many congratulations to all the participants. Those have prepared the paper and they come forward to present it. I think we should use such type of stage and use it. Thank you.
Knowledge is the greatest art. Truth is the highest honor. Attachment is the biggest pain. Renunciation is the highest happiness.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, scholars, and participants from all around the globe. I, Gaurav Abhihari, along with my co-anchor Neha Rathan, welcome you all to the valedictory session of the International Conference on Indigenous Knowledge System for Sustainable Future, sponsored by Indian Council of Social Science Research. It is with great pleasure and profound gratitude that we gather here today to reflect on the insights, knowledge, and collaborations forged over the course of this enlightening conference. Throughout this day, we have delved into the depths of education, exploring innovative approaches, sharing best practices, and envisioning the future learning. As we come together to conclude this momentous event, let us take a moment to acknowledge and celebrate the collective wisdom and dedication of all those who have contributed to its success. From thought-provoking presentations to engaging discussions and interactions has enriched our understanding and inspired us to strive for the excellence in education.
Let's give a head start to the session and welcome our esteemed dignitaries of valedictory session. Today, we have with us our guest of honor, Major General SUMIT MEHTA, sir, Vishisht Seva Medal, Chief of Staff, Delhi Area, and Chairman, Army Institute of Education. Major General A.K. Chaturvedi, sir, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Vishisht Seva Medal. Air Commodore Dr. J.K. Sahu, sir, Director, Army Institute of Management and Technology, Greater Noida,
Dr. Nirada Desar, Associate Professor, Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi.
Now it's time to felicitate our dignitaries.
I would request Principal Ma'am to felicitate Major General A.K. Chaturvedi Sir, AVSM, These constitute quantum creativity and dedication of student teachers of AIC. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
I would now invite all the dignitaries and Principal Ma'am to honor the ties.
Yes, good.
A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. With this, I would request Dr. ABHILASHA GAUTAM Ma'am, Principal, Army Institute of Education, for the welcome address.
Thanks, Neha and Gaurav. Very good afternoon to one and all present here. It is with a sense of immense pride and gratitude that I welcome you all to the very session of the one-day international conference organized by AIE and sponsored by ICSSR today. We mark the culmination of a day filled with enriching discussions, insightful presentations, and meaningful interactions centered around the theme of living together in harmony and protecting our precious natural world. From the outset, our goal for this conference was clear: to foster a sense of collective responsibility towards promoting sustainable living practices. We sought to create a platform for dialogue and knowledge exchange, where experts from various fields could come together to share their insights and inspire young minds to embrace sustainable ideas in their everyday lives. As we gather here for this valedictory session, I extend my deepest gratitude to all our esteemed guests, speakers, and participants for their invaluable contributions and unwavering commitment to this cause. Your passion and dedication have truly been the driving force behind the success of this event. As we reflect on the insights gained and the connections forged today, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and collective action. Let us continue to work together across disciplines and borders towards a future where humanity lives in harmony with nature, leaving a legacy of stewardship and sustainability for generations to come. Thank you once again to everyone who has been a part of this journey. Let us now proceed with the valedictory session with renewed energy and a sense of purpose, knowing that together we can indeed make a difference. We can indeed make a difference for a sustainable living. As we gather for the closing chapter of this conference today, held under inspiring umbrella of living together, harmony, nature, and sustainability, giving this message, a wave of gratitude washes over me. The overwhelming response with 100 thought-provoking papers presented is a testament to the collective yearning for a shared sustainable future. We stand at a crucial juncture where introspection and action are vital. This conference was not just an exchange of ideas. It was very important where diverse perspectives and expertise met, sparking a collaborative flame to illuminate path forward. Now, with anticipation brimming, I welcome our esteemed valedictorians to share their concluding remarks, concluding thoughts. Let their words be a call to action, a reminder that the journey towards a better world begins not with only words, but with the actions, but with individual steps collectively taken. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your gracious words.
Dressed in uniform, strong in heart and mind, dedicated to their duty and nation, we call them fearless army. With this, it will be an honor to introduce Major General Sumit Mehta sir, Vishishta Seva Medal, Chief of Staff, Delhi Area, and Chairman, Army Institute of Education. Major General Sumit Mehta sir was commissioned into 44th Armored Regiment in June 1992. He is an alumnus of GUPD School, Dhanbad, St. Michael's School, Patna, National Defence Academy, Padewasta, Pune, and Indian Military Academy, Dehradun. Sir has served in operations in Jammu and Kashmir, on the Siachen Glacier, and line of actual control in Arunachal Pradesh and in Eastern Ladakh. He has also operated in the Thar Desert and the plains of Punjab. Among other appointments held, Sir has been ADC2 Chief of Army Staff, Battalion Commander at Indian Military Academy, Dehradun, and on staff in Mechanized Forces Directorate and Military Secretaries Branch at Army Headquarters. Sir has served with the United Nations on Golan Heights in Syria and Israel. He is a graduate of Tech Staff Officers Course, Higher Air Command, and National Defence College, Nairobi, Kenya. He holds Master's degree in International Relations and Peace Studies. The officer is recipient of Army Commanders and Chief of Army Staff Commendations. Sir was conferred with Vishishta Seva Medal in 2010 for distinguished service by the President of India. We are glad to invite our Chairman, Major General Sumit Mehta sir, Vishishta Seva Medal, Chief of Staff, Delhi Area, for the virtual address.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and scholars, it is with great pleasure and a sense of purpose that I speak to you all at the valedictory session.
Please unmute yourself.
हाँ sir, now I can hear sir, but please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself.
Please confirm to me that my voice is audible.
No, sir, we can't listen to you, sir.
Not audible. Is it there? I gather my voice is audible now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and scholars, it is with great pleasure and a sense of purpose that I speak to you all at the valedictory session of this one-day international conference on Indigenous Knowledge System for Sustainable Future, organized by the Army Institute of Education. The objectives set forth at the inception of this conference have guided deliberations today, and I take pride to say that we have not only met but exceeded the goals set. We have built a comprehensive perspective on the need, relevance, and essence of indigenous knowledge systems, addressing the challenges of applying them in education and creating a platform for fruitful dialogue and knowledge sharing. I have been attending in bits and pieces the various technical sessions, and I can emphatically say that what I just spoke of has been achieved in kind and in purpose. Moreover, we have examined the implications of indigenous knowledge system within the context of the National Education Policy 2020, something which was also spoken to by Ms. Sherpa, the member secretary of the NECT. and how they can be harnessed to achieve sustainable development goals, thus underscoring their immense potential in shaping a better world for generations to come. The overwhelming response we received at the presentation of over 100 papers on the related theme is a testament to the urgency and importance of the issues we have engaged with today. It is evident that there is a growing recognition of the need to rethink and reorganize our working styles and our lifestyle to ensure a better world for generations to come. As we navigate the challenges of the 21st century, it is imperative that we recognize interconnectedness of all the living beings and the delicate balance of our ecosystems. This is something which is available to us from our scriptures to our traditional ways. With knowledge that our relationships with nature is that of give and take, and it should be our collective responsibility to give back more than we take. Today's conference has been an initial, yet a significant step towards instilling this ethos in our community. Through the exchange of ideas and the sharing of best practices, we have laid the groundwork for positive change and empowered individuals to make a tangible difference in their spheres of influence. As we gather here for this valedictory session, I extend my gratitude to all the distinguished personalities who graced us with their presence in the morning sessions, contributing their wisdom, insights into our discussion. Your participation has been invaluable, and the Institute and all of us have had the opportunity to learn from your experience. Our esteemed guests joining us for the closing session, I extend a warm welcome. I understand that our Professor Dr. Paramanand, Pro VC, Sharda University, eminent speaker, Major General Chaturvedi, a veteran, Dr. Day, Associate Professor from IGNOU, and our own Air Commodore, J.K. Sahu, Director, Army Institute of Management and Technology, have joined in. Your presence here today is a testament of your commitment to the advancement of knowledge and your dedication to the cause of sustainability and inclusivity. May the conversations and connections forged here serve as catalysts for positive change, inspiring us to continue our collective journey towards a more equitable, resilient, and sustainable world. I want to extend my deepest appreciation to each and every member of the organizing team. I have been watching the sessions in the day, and I can definitely count out the hard work, ingenuity, uh, and creativity which was on display. Countless hours, meticulous attention to detail, and unwavering resolve have truly made this conference a unforgettable experience. From conceptualizing the theme, which was so graciously acknowledged by the member secretary earlier in the afternoon, to meticulously managing logistics, from attracting renowned speakers to ensuring the seamless participation of young minds. Your dedication has shown through at every step, and the impact of efforts will resonate far beyond the walls of this conference. I thank you all once again, the participants, the speakers, and organizers for your unwavering dedication and contributions. Let us let us proceed today from here, inspired, empowered, and ready to create the future we envision. A future where harmony, nature, and sustainability are not just ideas, but are lived realities. Thank you all for your contributions and for your presence. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your kind presence amongst us. Surrounding yourself with inspiring people is as important as being talented or working hard. It is my privilege to introduce Sir Air Commodore Dr. J.K. Sahu, sir, who has multiple degrees including PhDs in Management, Atmospheric Physics and MPhil in Defense and Strategic Studies, Management and Meteorology. With a distinguished 33 years career in Indian Air Force meteorological ground, Sir has excelled as an educator, administrator, and institution builder. Recognized for strengthening academic programs, Sir has received commendations from various high-ranking officials, including the Chief of Integrated Staff Committee, Chief of Air Staff, and Air Officer Commanding-in-Chief Training Command. Sir has served as the head of Operation Research Department at the College of Defence Management in Secunderabad. Took on the role of Chief Instructor at the Air Force Administrative College in Coimbatore and held the position of Head and Statistics Department at College of Defence Management, Secunderabad. Sir has a range of defence courses including the Defence Service Staff College, Higher Defence Management Course and National Defence College. I request Air Commodore Dr. J.K. Sahu, sir, to kindly address the audience.
Thank you so much for the kind word. Very good afternoon to everyone. Dr. ABHILASHA GAUTAM, Principal of the Army Institute of Education. Major General A.K. Chaturvedi sir, Dr. Niradha De, Associate Professor of Education of IGNOU, and all the distinguished guests and dear students. It is a great pleasure for me to stand here and speak few words on the theme of the today's conference. Today's conference basically try to linkage a very two important aspect. First aspect is talking about indigenous knowledge, and second aspect talking about the sustainable future. So let's first understand these two words and see how they are linked and what is our role. You as a student or the community, what is our role? So as you understand, when you talk about indigenous, the indigenous word, as you understand, means something native, something origin within. If you break this word, it divides into three parts. The first derivative comes Indu, INDU, which is within. The second part, gen, which is something to produce. And the third part is about the total area. So basically, when you talk about the indigenous, we are talking about which is something within, which has been original, and the knowledge we are talking about. So when you are talking about the knowledge, we are talking about knowledge in terms of is maybe something written, something spoken, something believed, something practiced. So the knowledge is a holistical knowledge we are talking about, which exists over the years. The second part which we are talking about, sustainable development or sustainable future. So when you say sustainable, what do you understand? It basically means that today whatever our needs, we are able to get that, not affecting the future. So that means in the future generation, whatever they require, that much is left available. So we are not consuming anything of the future generation. If we can create an ecosystem, that means we are in a sustainable frame. So is it so? Now let's go a little bigger picture. Bigger picture of where we are. We are here in the Earth system. Now, as you know, the Earth system is a very small part in the complete galaxy. Now you talk about a galaxy, various things, and there is one solar system. In this solar systems, here we exist. If you believe the way we have developed our science, we have studied the carbon dating process, we have studied the rock, And we have tried to estimate what is the age of Earth. Now, the age of Earth, the scientist has estimated to 6 billion years. Now, when you say billion, it is something 10 to the power 9. So, 9 zeros you are talking about. So, that is the age of the Earth. So, you are talking of a Earth systems or Earth which is 9 billion years old. But as you know, has this human being existed for this last 9 billion years? No. Because initially, as you know, how we understand the science, it is that solar systems, initially the fireball, and then started process. So from that 6 billion years to 2.5 billion years, that means it took almost 3.5 billion years. That many years for Earth system to cool down and to create one ecosystem. There is some sort of a water comes. So actual the genesis of a cell generated something like a 2.5 billion years ago. And if it is so, when did the nature of evolution came and when did a human being, we see, or a life, is started? The scientists have estimated that this is something like a 200,000 years, 0.2 million years. So in that whole systems I am talking, you are talking about the Earth system which is 6 billion years old, and in that 6 billion years, our human being, whatever you say from the monkey to that human being thing, has just started 200,000 years, 0.2 million years before. So we exist, if we believe this, we exist for last 200,000 years, human being. If I take an average life of a human being, let's say 100, to convert, something like a 2000 generation. So now that will be easy for appreciate. We are talking about our next generation, our parents, next generation, grandparents. So this is something like a 3 generation we are talking about. So now we are talking about 2000 generation, the human being exists in this earth. Now we are talking about a system Earth. And how is this moving? It is moving, there is no mechanical force exists. Now just to give an idea of the Earth, because that is very interesting for you to understand. The first thing is the Earth, just to say, what is the, if you want to say, weight of an Earth. So the weight of Earth is something 6 into 10 to the power 24 kilogram. So that is the massive body we are talking about. 6 into 10 to the power 24 kilogram. That is the weight of the Earth approximately. And you are talking about a radius of Earth which is 6,371 kilometers. So now you imagine a huge football of 6,371 kilometers. That big size Earth. And that size is rotating first is own axis and then rotating also across the sun. So first see, when it rotates its own axis, what is the speed at which it is rotating? The Earth rotates around its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour. Now look at, you are sitting on this planet or Earth, it is itself rotating at a speed of 1,000 miles per hour, faster than an aeroplane. So it is moving itself, rotating. Something like a 460 meters per second. By the time you have spoken 1 second, 460 meters it has moved. So huge ball is. And not only that, it is also rotating across the sun at an average speed of 107,000 kilometers per hour. So you now think of a systems we are talking about, a massive system which is itself rotating at that faster speed, rotating across the sun, and it is moving. And then, see, if I have this small pointer, if I am holding, I am putting some force on it, that's what it is holding. The moment I lift, it drops. Now you see the Earth system, such a massive 6 into 10 to the power 24 kilogram of weight of ball, 6,371 kilometers of radius. Ball is rotating at that speed and rotating for, let's say, 6 billion years. Rotating for so many years. So that's the dynamics of the thing. Let's say we are a scientist, we don't believe God, we think that is everything. So that means there is some sort of a force equilibrium taking place. Some sort of a force equilibrium is taking place, and that's how this earth has survived. Now, if it has survived, let's go to the little macro level. Why I am talking that? Because I am talking this, we are talking about sustainability. So many times the people say, okay, all these are media hoax. Nothing will happen. The earth will continue. These are all just for a media hoax. It is just for publicity. It is just for seminar. It is just for writing paper. Nothing will happen. You do whatever you want. Earth is so big, nothing will happen. That's the one set of people talking. But since you are part of this generation, science students, so let's understand little more and to say whether it is actually happening. What we are talking, this seminar we are talking sustainability, we are talking about knowledge systems to develop sustainability. Has it got any linkage? So that is the one for which I like to introduce this sort of a broad concept. Now in the earth, what is happening? Now you talk about the earth. Now you think you are in a massive ball. You are actually sitting on the top. It is itself rotating. You are not falling because you are like a small, not smaller than an ant in this huge ball. Your positions, dimensions are so small, you don't feel. It is, you are on this rotating body. Now the earth itself has got three layers of balancing. One is happening within the sea, under the ocean current. Then the earth 70% is the ocean, 30% of the earth. So under ocean also something is happening. So that is what ocean current. You have a warm current, you have a cold current. So that sort of a balance is happening. Something happening on the surface. You have the forest, you have the people, you are all living on the surface. And something above you. So you talk about 80 kilometers from the earth's surface. That is the surface on which the balancing is taking place. And the entire energy transfer is taking in such a delicate way. You see, every year this has been repeating itself. You have the different season coming. You have summer, you have winter, you have rainy season. It's been, life is going on, and there's a rhythm is falling. And this rhythm, we say it is the nature. The nature being controlled by a very delicate force balance between so many things. So how does this force balance is taking place? Because you have the polar region, Arctic region is very cold. So you have the very cold Arctic region. And you have the tropics are a little warmer, heat. And the energy transport is taking from the ocean going to the Arctic cold region under the ocean current. On the top also there are certain energy balances taking place. Now the problem, I am now coming to the problem. What has happened? Last 100 years, when we have collected data, we have seen how the pattern is. Because the human civilization you were talking about, earlier the human civilizations was living in a forest, was living in that part of like an animal. So within the forest, within the animal they were living. So they were in complete balance with the nature. But last, you say about 5,000, 6,000 years, the humans started forming their colonies, civilization. So, and last 100 years specifically, 100 or 200 years, you have the industrial revolution, you have now industries coming out, you have a technology, science, you have cities, skyscrapers. So that is a change that has taken place in last 200 years. And when you collect the data, you see there has been a rise of 1.5 degrees centigrade of Earth temperature. And this rise is real. So 1.5 degrees centigrade rise has taken place. Now, what will happen? 1.5 degrees centigrade rise will cause, there is whatever you have, the polar ice you are talking about, that will start melting. If that starts melting, you do not have that much of cold temperature there. So, up to certain level is fine. But if you continue doing it, the scientist has predicted that if this rise reaches 3.5 degree, the entire ecosystems will collapse. So that means in last 100 years, we have already gone up to 1.5 degree. If you do not, and now the rise is exponential. This is 0.7 degree rise has taken place only in last 30 years. When I am talking about 1.5 degree in 100 years, but 0.7 degree is only in last 30 years. So that means the temperature rise is also rapidly happening. So if you do not change it, the temperature of Earth will go, and it will, once it reaches to this, the modeling say the ice cap will melt, and then the entire things will collapse. So it is something like a advertisement you have seen, might have seen in a TV. There is a guy, a sculptor who has created a very beautiful art with a gem chocolate. You see the beautiful gem chocolate. And then there is another person come and he look at the sculpture. Oh, beautiful sculpture. Then he find out it's a gem chocolate. So what he did, he just pick up one chocolate from there and eat it. So he enjoys the chocolate. Then you see another gem chocolate fall 1, 2, 3, 4, and then within next 20 seconds, 30 seconds, the entire sculpture collapsed. So what will happen is, unless we arrest, unless we revert back to that ecosystems of the earth, we are playing around, we are doing whatever we want. Now, and this manifestations has been showing. Last 30 years, there has been an increase of the natural disasters by 30%. Why it is happening? You are all students, you have been talking about climate change, and this climate change has been manifested. Every day you see the natural calamities are increasing, intense flood is happening, the number of disasters are increasing. So nature is manifesting. Today morning we had the speaker who spoke about the Uttarakhand, the flash flood situation. Unless you now revert the ecosystems, the entire things will collapse. And who will be responsible? It is our generation will be responsible. So today, when you talk about the sustainability, this is a fact that we are disturbing the balance. That huge ecosystem which has been there for 6 billion years, rapidly you are disturbing it. You are disturbing it. And just to take a few more seconds to tell you, this whole earth also has gone through various natural changes. There are 5 ice ages. The 5 ice ages has taken in the earth, and the last ice age was about 300,000 years back. So we are almost now something like that. We are now in that situation. We have already lived around 200,000 years, human being. So maybe naturally another 100,000 years which was left. If you do not act, we may be able to end this earth in another 100, 200, 300 years. That's all going to happen. So the entire ecosystems are changing. So in this scenario, how do these indigenous knowledge systems can help? Now, because it can help, as I told you, here 2,000 generations of people have stayed here. 2,000 generations of people have stayed in this earth, and over that area, they have understood. They had understood, and they had created an ecosystem on which they were living happily, peacefully. So, whatever they are learning, whatever their practices, over the time, they have definitely done some good practices. So, it is time for us to adopt those good practices. So, once you adopt these good practices, document it, put it into as some sort of a digital library, digital practices, and in terms of writing books. So, you as a generation actually do a research, study, find out what are the good practices, and once you know these practices, and you will be able to know that these are the process where it is doing a climate change, temperature rise, or increase of the carbon. So you can, and there are plenty. You see in India or you see any literature anywhere in the world, the list is unending. You open any, you go to any society, you go to any literature. So you'll find there are plenty of works available everywhere. Just to give a few examples, many speakers have spoken. Some of the students have presented the paper, and just to take another 1 or 2 minutes of yours to tell you that there are good practices has happened over the time. For an example, let's say agriculture. In the agriculture, for our generation, we were doing only organic farming. See, today you go to the market and you want to buy a tur dal. You find a packet is there, organic tur dal, which is almost double the price than the normal tur dal. That means in the market, as if everything was non-organic. But actually for generations we are actually organic, so we knew do the complete organic farming. We knew how to do a seed preservation. There is nothing new to it. We didn't put a pesticides. For years people have been cultivated. So why do you require this pesticide to a seed preservation? You have the neem leaves. So earlier the farmer used to put the neem leaves. Natural neem leaves are there. It was used as a pesticides, used as a action. You talk about healthcare. Now today so much of medicines you are talking, but if you see the modern medical history, maybe a few hundred years, but earlier that also people are there, people are living, and if you see today yoga, your Ayurveda, so that has also shows the way how we can do a healthy living. So if you can document the good practices, what is the total mental well-being, what are the procedures, how the generation has practiced, you don't feel, you will not go sick, or you don't have to use this modern medicine. So you change your lifestyle. You talk about energy saving method of cooking. We are used to, let's say, all our coastal belt, they used to have a dry fish. Normal use the sun energy, you dry the fish and use it. You have the arm papad, you have the cooking methods. But there, for years, why not use it? You use the rainwater harvesting. You go to Rajasthan, you will find they have a special design well. You go to Gujarat, you go to any other cities, depending on the climate, depending on the nature. People have created this rainwater harvesting. So you can always document this, make it a practice for the other people. You do the clothing, you do the renewable energy. So the list is long. I will not take much time. You have a panel of speakers there. So the idea behind of this sort of a seminar is that this not only to spread an awareness, you as the future citizen must realize this is the reality, that definitely the climate change is affecting the earth, and the balancing act is getting disturbed. So if it is getting disturbed, for us there are to act, and this knowledge, the indigenous knowledge, the knowledge which is available with us in the various format, so they can be utilized. We need to change from linear economy to circular economy. If I speak in the language of a business, in a linear economy we speak, you do one process to the other, it is it. In circular economy, it is something you do a recycle. So you, let's say some cloth I have used, that cloth I will not waste it. The cloth will be recycled to maybe make a carpet or make a rug. The rug will be recycled to do, and then it come back again to the cloth format. So you see paper, so you recycle to make it again a paper. So you need to develop everything into recycle economy. If you do the recycling economy, we will be actually create a sustainable environment, because we will not require to use all the mineral which is available in the earth. We will not require to use all the trees available in the earth, because from that minimum what we are planting or what we are doing, we are able to sustain them. So we need to convert this concept into a circular economy, then only we will able to do it. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words.
The fragrance of flowers spread only in the direction of wind, but the goodness of a person spreads in all directions. With this, it will be honor to introduce Sir Dr. Nirada De Sir, is presently contributing to the School of Education, Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi, in the capacity of Associate Professor in Education. He joined IGNOU New Delhi in November 2011. Earlier, he served to Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University, Raipur, and Guru Ghasidas Central University, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Sir has specialization in the areas of educational measurement and evaluation, educational technology, research methodology in education, teacher education, pedagogy of social science, open and distance learning, and online education. Sir has more than 20 years of experience of teaching, both in conventional ODL and online education system. With guiding PhD students in education, he has taught to the UG, PG, PhD and integrated FPhil and PhD students in education. I now request Dr. Nirada Desai to kindly address the audience.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to Army Institute of Education in this international conference. Honorable Dr. ABHILASHA GAUTAM, Principal of Army Institute of Education. Distinguished scholar, I can say, Major General SUMIT MEHTA sir, he is in online with us. He is associated with the Army Institute of Education. Distinguished Major General A.K. Chaturvedi sir, I have seen you many times in national television. Director Admin Institute of Management and Technology, Dr. J.K. Sahu sir, I met him today. Friends, I think your conference theme, that is Indigenous Knowledge System for Sustainable Future, it's a very pertinent theme, particularly at the present time. You know, in July 2020, the National Education Policy that come forward after 36 years, the last education policy that was in 1986, NPE, National Policy on Education. And then after 36 years of gap, we got this NEP, National Education Policy. If you go through the fundamental principles and the vision of the NEP 2020, it talks about certain uniqueness of our society, certain uniqueness of our living, of our life skill, you can say, and certain uniqueness of our knowledge system. We all know that we have a history of more than 5,000 years. If I will talk about the system of education, our living system, during that time, during ancient time of our civilization, of our society, 4-year UG program, it may be BA program or BSc program or BCom program, you find that the components of courses are from different areas. Just like from core discipline, let's you are studying economics major. So core area of knowledge will be from economics discipline. And at the same time, you will also study one minor discipline with economics, a minor subject with economics. Apart from this, for earning, for acquiring certain skills and competencies that we call as the graduated skill, what you have to do? Certain courses are, or certain components of courses are included in the program. That's called as SEC, Skill Enhancement Courses. Okay, that is compulsory. You have to study certain skill enhancement courses so that after completion of your graduation program, you will not wait for a job that the government will provide to you. Rather, after getting graduated, you will find out a path for self-sufficiency. Right? You can engage yourself to create certain things and generate elective courses. Value-added courses. Now we are talking about the value-added courses, VAE, value-added courses. So you see, the students are doing research, right? In Google Chrome, if you want to know what type of values we have the young generation, एक क्वेश्चनर बनाकर यदि आपके स्टूडेंट्स को आप देंगे, आप जान जाओगे किस प्रकार वैल्यू पैटर्न में आज के दिन हम दिए, right? So that's why our undergraduate program, which is stress-based credit system program, you can say, that also addresses the value-added courses, right? So how to imbibe values, how to practice values through our academic career. I will not take much time, another 2-3 minutes will complete. Let me give you examples of our Indian traditional knowledge system and how to integrate it in our curriculum. You might be knowing, बनारसी जो साड़ी है, बनारसी साड़ी बहुत फेवरेट साड़ी है सबके लिए, चाहे भारत की किसी कोने में कोई भी रहे, किसी प्रदेश से कोई आए, बनारसी साड़ी बड़ा प्यारा दिखता है और लोग उसे खरीदते हैं, बहुत महंगा भी है, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000। आप जानते हो बनारसी साड़ी को जो बनाते हैं, जो वीवर्स है, कितने घंटा बैठ के काम करते हैं, किस कंडीशन में बैठ के काम करते हैं, और वो जो बुनते हैं साड़ी, मशीन का जो प्रोडक्ट आएगा आपको लगेगा वो हाथ में जो काम किया है मशीन से बेहतर है। इतने स्मूथ, इतने फाइन वीविंग you will not find in machine also. But have you ever asked them what is their education? उनका एजुकेशन क्या है? ये जो क्राफ्ट वो सीखे हैं, ये जो स्किल वो सीखे हैं, you will find that they are not really formal education. I'm not saying that education and formal education is different. Right? कोई 8th तक पढ़ा होगा, कोई 10th तक पढ़ा होगा, बट कोई ट्रेनिंग, फॉर्मल ट्रेनिंग नहीं लिया है, और आप देखिए सोसाइटी को किस प्रकार का प्रोडक्ट को देते हैं। दिस इज ऑल अबाउट आवर इंडियाज नॉलेज सिस्टम, आवर क्राफ्ट सिस्टम। इसे कैसे इंटीग्रेट करें हम करिकुलम, यानी वही कहता है क्राफ्ट को करिकुलम के साथ कैसे आप इंटीग्रेट करें। लेट मी गिव अनदर एग्जांपल। The tribal, our tribal society, the tribal people, where they live, our tribal people, कहाँ रहते हैं? फॉरेस्ट में रहते हैं। मुझे बताइए, जो फॉरेस्ट इकोसिस्टम है, उसे सबसे अच्छा कौन समझता है? फॉरेस्ट इकोसिस्टम। We are the educated person, हम मेट्रो में रहते हैं, मेट्रोपॉलिटन सिटी में रहते हैं, हमारा पहनाव, हमारा हाव भाव, हमारा we maintain a different culture, sophisticated culture. We are from the elite class of the society. ठीक है? तो फॉरेस्ट इकोसिस्टम को हम सबसे अच्छा समझते हैं, या वो ट्राइबल पीपल जो है, they are not educated, जो जंगल में रहते हैं, ठीक है, वो अच्छा समझते हैं ना, हम अच्छा समझते हैं? डेफिनेटली वो हमसे अच्छा समझते हैं फॉरेस्ट इकोसिस्टम को, ठीक है। वो जंगल में रहते हैं, उनको पता है कि बहुत सारे पेड़ जंगल में है, कौन सा पेड़ का कितने एज क्या है, मुझे कौन सा पेड़ को काटना है, कौन सा पेड़ को काटना नहीं है, और किस पेड़ का कौन सा डाली को मुझे काटना है और कौन सा डाली को नहीं काटना है। एक पेड़ का कितना पत्ता मैं यूज कर सकता हूँ, कितना पत्ता यूज नहीं करना चाहिए, राइट? और वो जानते हैं एक पेड़ का कितने फल मैं खा सकता हूँ और कितने फल भी छोड़ सकता हूँ। किसके लिए? किसके लिए? आप किसी पेड़ का फल को छोड़ेंगे? आम के पेड़ पे यदि आम हुआ होगा, पका हुआ आम हुआ होगा, क्या करेंगे? टूट पड़ेंगे, आप टूट पड़ेंगे। एक पेड़ आम नहीं रखेंगे किसमें पेड़ पे, पर वो क्या करते हैं? वो जानते हैं मेरा राइट कितना आम का है, कितने फल का है जो पेड़ हमें देता है, और कितने फल का राइट मेरा नहीं, उसका राइट जो जंगल में जो एनिमल वर्ल्ड वो रहते हैं उनका राइट भी है। तो इसीलिए क्या ये सभी चीजों को हमारे करिकुलम के साथ हम जोड़ सकते हैं? क्या हम जोड़ सकते हैं? और एक एग्जांपल मैं देता हूँ। गो टू बंगा, वेस्ट बंगाल, ओडिशा, मेदिनीपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट, वर्धमान डिस्ट्रिक्ट और बांग्लादेश भी, बांग्लादेश से तो हम अलग हो गए हैं। देयर इज ए बिटल फार्मिंग, यू नो, पान का खेती वहाँ होता है सबसे ज्यादा। कैसे पान का खेती होता है यदि मैं आप लोग को पूछूंगा, पान एक खेती आप लोग जानते हैं? हो सकता है पान का पूछूंगा, पान का पत्ता कैसे, आप गूगल करेंगे फोटो मिल जाएगा, वहां से कॉपी करके तुम्हें पान का पत्ता ऐसे दिखता है। या आप बड़े हो गए अभी पान का पत्ता आपने देखे होंगे। हैव यू एवर रियलाइज पान का खेती कैसे होता है और पान का खेती कौन करता है? और मुझे बताइए, जो पान का खेती करता है उनके घर में जो छोटे बच्चे हैं उनका ग्रूमिंग कैसे होता है? हाउ दे लर्न their traditional farming system, how they learn their traditional you can say trade system. ये ऑब्जर्वेशन से सीख जाते हैं, वो एक्सपीरियंस से सीख जाते हैं, ठीक है? जो चीजें वो देखते हैं वही वो सीख जाते हैं। So that's why we cannot say that experiential learning, observation based learning ये आज का दान है। rather इसे हम पहले से भी यूज करते थे, बट ये सब लिमिटेड हो जाता था, बहुत लिमिटेड है। एक लोकल क्राफ्ट जो है वो लोकल में रह गया, वो लोकल क्राफ्ट को भी ग्लोबल हो नहीं पाया। From one place to other place, from one country to other country, ये नॉलेज तो जा नहीं पाया। So that's why I'm always saying it is not only preservation. Then what new things you are doing? Whether you are integrating technology with the knowledge or not, with the knowledge system or not, and whether we are able to transmit to our new generation or not, हमारा नया generation को क्या इसे हम transmit कर पा रहे हैं? हमें इसके ऊपर सोचना है। Finally, एक पॉइंट करके मैं विराम लूंगा। We are a huge country in this world. I think you might be understanding, realizing this so far as our population is concerned. I think more than 140 crores of population are living in this land. हम चाइना से शायद आगे चले गए। 140 crores population, and we are the most diversified country in this world globally. सबसे ज्यादा डाइवर्सिटी यदि है वो हमारा देश में है। We have 22 official languages in different states, in different regions, and we have more than 18,000 dialects. Do you know? In every few kilometers हमारा डायलेक्ट चेंज हो जाता है। इन उत्तर प्रदेश, आपका इंस्टीट्यूट उत्तर प्रदेश स्टेट में है, इन उत्तर प्रदेश कितने प्रकार का डायलेक्ट कहा जाता है? You just visit, you just move from east to west, from north to south in a state, you find that how even if from one district to other district, you find how people are talking. Diversity, सब अलग अलग है, हम सब भिन्न हैं। हमें दिख रहा है आप लोग सब एक ही जैसे दिख रहे हैं, एक ही जैसे कपड़ा पहने, सब टाई पहने, आपका शर्ट सब एक ही कलर के, सब कोट पहने, एक ही जैसे दिखते हैं। बट यदि मैं एनालाइज करूंगा रिसर्च में, हम सब अलग अलग हैं। लैंग्वेज अलग, हमारा डायलेक्ट अलग, हमारा कल्चर अलग, हमारा ट्रेडिशन अलग है, हमारा हैबिट्स अलग है, हमारा थिंकिंग प्रोसेस अलग है, हमारा मेंटल एटीट्यूड अलग है, राइट? सो विद इन आवरसेल्फ and our outer world is entirely different. So we are the largest diversified country in this world. But irrespective of these diversities, we all are united. We feel there is unity in diversity. ये जो diversity है, जितने प्रकार का विविधता है, जो diversity, we understand and we consider that this diversity are not our weaknesses. Rather, these diversities are our strength. We consider all these diversities as strength. और यही diversity हम सबको एक ही धागा में बांध के रखने के लिए मदद करता है. So that's why we are living united in this country. So friends, मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि ये जो आपका conference का theme था, Indigenous Knowledge System for Sustainable Future. At this moment, at this educational session, I can definitely this is a successful deliberation, and you the people, principal madam, and you all the faculty members and Army Institute का जो management है, बहुत अच्छा काम किया है. इस प्रकार का conference organize किया जो contextual है, NEP को लेकर आपने किया. जो मैसेज गया है यंग जनरेशन को, जो मैसेज गया है, आज रात में जाकर एक बार सोच लो, उसे रिइटरेट करना कि आज दिन में पूरा दिन मैंने क्या सुना. एक बार आप काम को पूछोगे मैंने सुना क्या, कुछ सीखा क्या, राइट? एंड इन फ्यूचर ट्राई टू इम्प्लीमेंट इट इन योर लाइफ इफ पॉसिबल. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर प्रोवाइडिंग दिस
Thank you, sir, for your valuable and knowledgeable insights. If your actions inspire others to do more, learn more, and become more, you are a leader. With this, it is my privilege to introduce Major General A.K. Chaturvedi, sir, Ati Vishishta Seva Medal. Major General Ajay Chaturvedi, sir, is a veteran of Indian Army. He is an alumnus of IIT Madras. After a distinguished service for over 38 and a half years in uniform to the nation, sir retired in 2012. During his service, among the appointments he tenanted, the important ones were command of an engineer regiment, command of a training center meant for training of junior leaders and skill development, Deputy Director General of Financial Planning of the Indian Army, Assistant Chief of Integrated Defense Staff in Defense Intelligence Agency, Chief of Staff of a Tri-Service Command, Chief Engineer of a Command Theatre, and Additional Director General at the Integrated Headquarters of the Ministry of Defense. For his outstanding services, he was awarded 4 times during his service, twice by the President of India, once by the Chief of Army Staff, and once by the GOC Central Command. Post-retirement, he has been awarded the Atal Samman for Military Engineering and the Karmveer Award for Lifetime Achievement. Sir is a prolific author. Post his retirement from Army, he has been writing and lecturing extensively on national security, disaster management, and value-based leadership. Currently, he is the Senior Vice Chairman of a Lucknow-based think tank, Stripe. He is also the convener of a think tank named BHAVNISH of Vivekananda Kendra and the Executive Director for Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand for another think tank named the Eco Development Foundation. I now request our renowned guest, Major General A.K. Chaturvedi, sir, to kindly address the audience.
Thank you for that introduction. You were very generous in the words. You know, I'm like the last batsman in a T20 who comes with slow overs. He has got one advantage and one disadvantage. The advantage is that he has seen it all. He knows whether Bumrah is going to bowl a Yorker in the last over, or Kuldeep Yadav will give a Chinaman. Where will be Virat Kohli standing to take a catch of him? He knows everything. The disadvantage is that you have very limited time. I can see some faces. For the full day, I think you are absorbed with indigenous knowledge system. So much that is coming out. So you all are saying, I saw long back a Hindi movie called Do Pool. Late Mahmood and late Lok Mehra were there, and there was a song. And in that song was, Mama Ma maaf karo, ja 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 jaane do, cha 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 chodo na, pagal ho gaye ho kya. So I'll not say. Although I have a structured presentation, but I think it is more important that whatever is to be theoretically told, I think has already been conveyed. So more important is some of the examples and what are the challenges that we will share. Because it is my firm belief that if you know the problem, you know 50% solution. It's very interesting. It's a philosophical thing I'm saying. If you know the problem, you know 50% solution. All you have to go, either go to books, or in today's world, go to Google, go to some YouTube or some such digital media and find your answers. Now, many years back, I was a very keen sailor also. One aspect he did not mention, I was a national champion in the sport. And I was a mountaineer also, I was a scuba diver, sailor, and whatnot. And at all national levels. Now, so I was sailing in Pune. The wind was good, and we were just going straight. Suddenly, the chap who was assisting me in that sailboat, his name was Changa. And Changa was absolutely unlettered. He said, looked up at this guy. He says, "आप भागो." बढ़िया बोट चल रही, क्या भागने की बात कर रहा है? कहता है, "साहब टैक मारो, जल्दी चलो किनारे." I was not very sure. Suddenly a gale came, the boat toppled, and we were in the water. Rest is all history. That's how we were like rescued and all those things. Now this Changa did not know me. I was an engineer. I could read wind. I had all the theoretical knowledge. Where is the stagnant pressure, and what is the how much should be the wind angle should be there on which the wind hits your sail, so it will get hit and you will walk. Changa knew nothing of this kind, but he knew winds. He knew winds. So he was not formally educated, but he knew winds. And that was from generations to generations he had been learning. His father was a Sindar, his grandfather was a Sindar, and for many, many years. And there are those Kokani people who know it. Second thing about the sports, I went to China once. So I was in Shanghai. Suddenly, one day I felt that somewhere my wrist broke. And as a sportsman, you do not have enough cash. So I went to the doctor. डरते डरते कि कुछ तो करते नहीं तो हाथ ही टूट जाएगा तो कैसे काम चलेगा. So he said, "Do you want traditional treatment or you want say allopathic system?" So I said, "What is the cost?" He said, "If you go with allopathic system, equivalent to FECs, which they used to give equivalent to dollars, he said 5,000. And I said, if it is Chinese system, so it's a 300. So I said, ठीक है, 15 दिन के बाद कोई हिंदुस्तान जाएगा, निकलेंगे कुछ ठीक ठाक हो ही जाएगा. He did some Chinese system of medicine he applied, came back. When I came back, and by the time I started feeling that I had enough strength in my wrist. So now, when I showed it to doctor, he took X-ray. He said, "There is no fracture." Now, I want to say point out two things. China is a traditional society. Their knowledge base is as old as ours. But एक हमारे यूपी के एक बड़े शायर हुए हैं, अकबर इलाहाबादी, उन्होंने एक बहुत बढ़िया चीज लिखी थी. Native की क्या सनत साहब में? We all believe that if someone speaks in English, wearing tie lining, wearing specs, he must be a knowledgeable child. और वो छांगा, उसको क्या पता होगा? वो तो कुछ नहीं जानता है. Now, why this thing is happening? Now, in this case, may I have the next slide, please? Somebody can just go for this. I just want to give something. Or you have to close the presentation. Okay, next. Yeah. Can you all read? No, I can't read it myself, but anyway, I'll tell you. There are 4 things in any kind of a system. And as a soldier, I would like to analyze it like a soldier. You know, who are the indigenous people? Indigenous people are those in any society who are worthy sovereign before colonizers came or invasion. अल्लामा इकबाल राइट्स सिकंदर को जिसने हैरान कर दिया था, सारे जहां को जिसने इल्म हुनर दिया था, मिट्टी को जिसके हाथ में ज़का असर दिया था, तुर्कों का जिसने दामन कीलों से भर दिया था, मेरा वतन नहीं। Alexander was defeated. He did not go beyond Oedipus because he realized that in India he cannot survive. So, indigenous knowledge system is of those people who have been sovereign, who have been either colonized or have been invaded. So there is a conflict. There is a conflict in the knowledge base of people who have colonized you, people who have invaded, and your old traditional knowledge. Now there is a fight between these two. Now this is where, what is indigenous knowledge? Indigenous knowledge is either it's an oral tradition. Unfortunately, in the case of India, there's a very interesting thing. There were three great education centers. One was Takshila, Taxila as we call it in English, Ujjaini, and third was Nalanda. Taxila went to, because we did not care for nature, so nature didn't care for us, and it got washed away. The entire Mohenjo-daro civilization went into the water. And it just got destroyed. Ujjaini was sacked by Iltutmish in the 13th century. Same, around the same century, Nalanda was born. So most of our written literature got lost. So now what is left is oral tradition. And this is in what form? Either story or songs, traditional songs, or pictures, cave arts like Ajanta, Ellora. So now all this thing, it survived. One of the most important things how it survived was because of the language. Indigenous societies, those societies, like I'll just give an example, another very interesting example. You know where the technology and science occur and where we see the natures happening. We all have seen locusts blooming in dirty waters. Now, have you ever realized why in dirty waters? Because that biology, photosynthesis. You know, Professor Sahu was mentioning about energy mass transformation. So let me just give you just a little bit of it. First of thermodynamics, what does it say? Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. And there's only one source of energy, that is sun. Now, second thing is, the second law of thermodynamics says that energy can be converted to mass. And the concept of entropy comes in. Now, this is something which is that blooming of lotus in dirty waters is because of that. Similarly, what they say, you put fish. Indigenous people, they all know all these things. They may not know the size of it, but they know the execution of it. You put fish, you put any kind of a water lilies or something. The water will get clean. जैसे अच्छा हो कि थोड़ा लेमन ग्रास चारों तरफ लगा दो तो मच्छर भी नहीं आएंगे. In good old days, they used to do havan in India because India was a very huge country where the problem was the vegetation. So therefore, the mosquitoes were there. So you did havan so that all the mosquitoes were there. Now, a practice like cremation. Just I'll give a very interesting example. Hindus birth, Muslims and Christians bury. And what do Parsis do? They leave it in total silence. Have we ever thought that why? It's very simple. Hindus do it pyrolysis. It's a pyrolysis because you are reducing carbon content. And we had wood. Islam, when it invented in Arabia, there was not enough of tree available. And in the winters, even the same time. In fact, Christianity also originated from that same region, same today's Palestine. So now that they got this, that under pressure and temperature, the degradation. The body has to get degraded because it has to go back into the nature. So this knowledge, we have to understand that why this knowledge is taking place. Another example, interesting example I'll give you, Surya Namaskar. Now everyone says that Surya Namaskar is ठीक है, Hindu tradition है, क्यों करना है, नहीं करना चाहिए. Now do we realize the time when it is supposed to be done and why it is supposed, what does it do? When early in the morning, sun is, the angle of incidence is such that angle of reflection is equally obtuse. So sun's energy gets absorbed in the body. Secondly, it is vitamin D, and more precisely vitamin D3 you ingest. And when you are doing, the body has got full of leakages. Unless in a machine, unless you do oiling of those leakages, what will happen to those leakages? They will become visual. मेरे ऐसा बंदा टेढ़ा मेढ़ा चलेगा ना कि 70 साल का बुढ़ा हो गया तो kind of मुद्दे नहीं है. Whereas in young boys and girls, if you keep doing these kind of things, your fluidity of joints remains. This is again a traditional knowledge. Now, third is when we go to indigenous knowledge, after that I just go to sustain. Now, if you are living in, say, harmony with the nature, we are learned to live in the harmony of the nature for the simple reason. Because if you have to survive this, so बोलते हैं ना कि पहाड़ों की लड़ाई में एक दूसरी का I mean, my troops have been UPI and Punjabi, so मुझे तो वही पता है. पहाड़ों की लड़ाई का पहाड़ तक चूक करने का. What is pahad versus pahad? Rams are pahads. Rams, when they bite, the what gets the fence gets crashed. So now, unless you learn to live with the fences of the ram, those rams will have to learn to live away from or try to live. The way my learned predecessors had mentioned, when they gave the examples of Bangladesh and West Bengal fishing industry or village-based industry or the jungles. So now that is again a very important part of it that you have to succeed. Now the reason is this climate change is a phenomenon which has been going on. It's not that it's something new. What is new is because of this modern technology, we have started believing we are living in a false notion that we know this world. We know this world. Whereas indigenous say, what do they say? Survey Bhaktina, survey Santina. They say, Om Bhut Bhatsva. Sun, because sun is the source of energy. Om Bhut Bhatsva. You are invoking sun to give you knowledge of it. Basically, actually, you are just praying. Why you are praying? You are being humble against. Like Changa, he says, don't mess around with the game. If you mess around with game, you will get drowned. So therefore, you learn to live with this. Like these jungles, the animals, animal work, then you learn. Now, now this Suzus, I'll just next. This is a very interesting one. I'm sure most of you have. Sun Tzu was a Chinese general, and he has written a book called Operational Art of War. So now he says, if you know your enemy, and yourself, you need not fear the results of hundreds of battles. If you know yourself but from the enemy, every victory you gain, you may suffer a defeat. And finally, if you don't either know your enemy or yourself, you are bound to. Now, who is your enemy? Who is now next case? Now, and are those challenges, environmental challenges. They are the enemy you have to fight. Okay. Now, the next is indigenous people are they are yourself. We are fighting. So, if you know our challenges, we will be able to find a solution. And enabler in this is connected to is the indigenous knowledge. And to what end? To remain in harmony with nature. Next, please. Okay. I think these attributes you are all seeing, but in this one to other is one is this knowledge is cumulative. Over period of time it is cumulative. So therefore, what is important is, and it is holistic. Like again, I'll take the lotus example. Now, what is necessary for life? Food, water. Okay. Now, if you don't have potable water, you can't survive a day. Water is a primary food. So therefore, if you keep cleaning the water, if you have a system where the water gets clean, you will live well. The water lilies which are produced there, they can be source of food. Now there is a saying that some of those algae and all those things are good for eating. So therefore, all these things, what I am saying is it's a complete cycle. Next is intergeneration. Of course, there is a very language I mentioned. You know what happens with the language? If indigenous languages get lost, their traditional language gets lost. Because those songs, those KUMAR, it's all in the language. To which you take pride that हमको हिंदी नहीं आता यार, हमको संस्कृत पढ़ना नहीं आता. क्यों भाई किसी डॉक्टर ने आपको बोला कि आपको हिंदी नहीं पढ़ना चाहिए? घर में तो अपने माँ बाप से तो हिंदी बोलते हैं. When I was young. So therefore, if you don't know your language, that domain knowledge, that expertise can keep getting lost. And some of it has already been lost. So therefore, language is very important. So for any indigenous knowledge system, knowledge should be paid attention. And we all know that Sanskrit it lends itself to the computers also quite well. So therefore, learning Sanskrit will help us. Just I'll give you an example which you do not realize. And it's a historical. Very misunderstood word you keep using, secularism. Now this word has come from where? 1648, there was a treaty of Westphalia after several years war between Europeans. And in that the war was between Protestants and Catholics. Before that, Raja ne jahan tak kabla kar liya, that is Islam. And all the subjects used to get converted to his faith. Like Henry VIII, when he rebelled against Pope, the Protestant Anglican Church came in. And today, generally, England is Protestant. So now, with this kind of a thing, when the Treaty of Westphalia happened, they said, no, sovereignty will be decided, the boundaries will be fixed. King can have his own religion, subject can have their own. So separation of church from state. Whereas in our scriptures, what is that? Ekam sat vipra bhavla padar. Now, what does that mean? There's only one truth, and there are many ways to it. Now, can there be a better definition of secularism than this? That we can live in peace and harmony. Your practice of your praying is yours. Mine is mine. But we need not say that भला उसकी कमीज मेरी कमीज से सफेद कैसे? ये कहने की जरूरत तो नहीं है. So that is something which is very important. And this knowledge is not to be validated because it has already been validated over a period of time. Now, this climate change which I was talking about, again, a cumulative knowledge part I have to take. Process outside that 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature is rising. Now, it is believed that if it goes beyond that and if it remains 1.5 after some time, 17% of China, 16% of India, 26% of Bangladesh, full Netherlands, full Maldives, full Lakshadweep will go under the water. Now what will happen? वो जो traditional हम लोग बात करते हैं ना, कयामत या प्रलय, that is what the statement. And this will happen because we are owning the world. We think we are owning the world. We are not. So unless nature is reduced, somebody gave, I think, Uttarakhand example today morning, or there are large number of such examples. China, and for the first time last year, Yangtze just dried up, and there was a drought, and they started saying, "Jimmy." That means, give me food, because they have food crisis. Pakistan is suffering from food crisis today. 84 kilometers of sea has increased into sugar plains. So therefore, this is the kind of thing that water damage has taken place. Okay, next please. Now, this is anguish of a child. It says, you have destroyed my knowledge system. Can you help me? No, you can't help. So therefore, leave us alone. And this is the society. So those who are teaching us today, those Western world people, the conflict is that they are teaching us about preservation of indigenous culture. But they have done damage. Red Indians are not there. Maoris are not there. Aborigines are not there. Well, we still have EBGTs. You go to animal, still there. So therefore they have not been lost. So therefore this is a major anguish. Next please. Are they not going? I mean, they have all been addressed, most of them. Next. Okay. Now, UN is doing, for the last couple of years, has been a reasonable job. There is a program that is global, but indigenous language systems. The links program, the rainbow program, they have identified some of the areas, their programs. I leave this presentation, you all can have a look at it. I will not go into the details of it. But UNESCO, UN in general, and UNESCO in particular, in conjunction with a lot of universities that are doing there. And to that extent, my compliments to Professor GAUTAM and his team that you all are doing such a wonderful job in this domain that you are trying to tackle. Next. Only thing, last in this which is not seen because of I did not realize that what should be the prediction. But then the thing is, have faith, have confidence in your own capabilities. Now, next is just before one, some of the issues. Some relevant issues. Now, Western perspective is, there is something called Conference of Parties. 28 meetings have been held. And the same 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature they want to reduce. So for their misdeeds, Western world's misdeeds, they want us to pay. यहाँ जी हम आपको पैसा दे देंगे आप कार्बन क्रेडिट खरीदना आप हमारे लिए हम करते रहेंगे all that pollution will keep doing. You stop doing it, India and China, because they want to keep us in subjugation in perpetuity. Earlier it was a physical colonization, now it is economic and intellectual colonization. Because on energy you will be dependent on them. on technology, you will be dependent on that. Today's the solar energies, the solar panels, India has got nickel cadmium systems as much as about 19% efficiency. Thus, it's only a Germany which is producing solar panels which has got about 28% efficiency. We suffer from TQQ syndrome. The technology which we don't have the resource. That is petroleum system. We don't have a resource. Quality, that is coal which we have, it has got a lesser calorific value as compared to even Indonesian coal. So that's a problem. Now, next is quantity. We have technology, end-to-end technology of uranium. We don't have enough quantity. Tumala Pade and all those things, some certain changes are happening in Patron seat. Some uranium has been found, otherwise they said plus 10,000 megawatt. You have to use this. And for others, what you have, volume, they will try not to allow you to go for it. Right? IAEA will put a ban on it. This case, uranium, you will depend on them. Now, the joke is, Americans are saying, हम आपको यूरेनियम दे देंगे, आपके प्लांट में लगा देंगे, लेकिन अगर प्लांट फेल होता है लायबिलिटी आपकी हो. What a joke! आपने प्लांट लगाया, टेक्नोलॉजी आपकी, but we will be responsible for it. Can there be bigger joke than this? So that is laughable joke. So therefore, we have to find solutions to our own problems. Now, we have, Corona. Before Corona, we used to say handshake or even further, the Arabian system we followed that chest up and kissing on the cheeks and all those things. Corona was King Charles also did this. घर के बाहर जूते उतारने लगे, खाने वाले हाथ धोने लगे. These are all traditional practices we have. So that means this 5,000 years of knowledge. How can you compare the British history starts normally from Tudor period? 1475. 1475, Henry VII, he assumed the throne in Tudor period. So therefore, as far as they are concerned, can they have right to? They're just 500 years old. Allopathy says that Ayush is mambo jumbo. They say Ayush is mambo jumbo. Ayurveda is no scientific basis. Unfortunately, we have started believing in them because they have not destroyed our language. So we are living in a complex, inferiority complex. So therefore, it is important that we go back to our own systems. 5,000 years of heritage cannot be just be compared with 500 years of subjugation. With being physical, be intellectual. Technology, yes, we have technology earlier also. If zero had not been invented, you think any mathematical calculation should have been complete? And where it was found? India. So therefore, saying that we did not only think our knowledge is destroyed. We have to reclaim adaptability. The good thing about indigenous knowledge system is they are adaptive. They keep changing each time. And they say that decisions you make, they are valid for 7 generations. Because they say in that time period, the technology will go total reverse. So therefore, incremental changes would be necessary. Agree? That change. Like I'll give you an example. Day before yesterday, I was with the SDNH vice chairman in Lucknow. So I said, in case when I was in service and Rajvanshi was with me only, he used to say that in Rajasthan the temperature goes at 52, 53 degrees Celsius. So if it goes to 54, it is very warm. Whereas in our case, in UP, in winter it is, in summer it is 42, 43 degrees Celsius. If 44 it becomes very warm. So that adaptability of our body, our systems, our clothing, everything has to go with that. So in case if there is incremental changes, we will have to learn. Never doubt you. That's important. Next. Next. Okay, next. Okay. Now let's come to our own systems. You know, in any kind of a knowledge system, there are two aspects. One is policy building. Second is what has been the practice. So, policy building, as Professor May had mentioned about LED 2020. They said Gyan, Vigyan, Jeevan, Darshan. These are the three basic points on which the entire LED is based. And most important thing they have worked on is vernacular language. Now, I'll just give you the animal example. I was an animal. In animal, what happened? If you recall, in 2004, there was a tsunami. And the complete Andaman and Nicobar Islands got devastated. When I went there, I saw a house damaged, and on top of it, a Maruti 800 was unbelievable. But what happened to the local houses? They were either hexagonal or octagonal in shape on stilts. Tsunami आई टीचर्स निकल गए. The shop है कुछ नहीं किया. वो वहीं खड़े. So therefore, there was very minimal one or two tribals died. Others didn't die. Same thing, 2010, I was chief engineer as a command, and that is where this cloud burst. Now, what they were building of Indian style of ऐसी building हमारी नोएडा में भी ऐसी building हमने लेवल बना दी. They all got destroyed. I went to a CEO. He was sitting on a packing case with all weapons. पता नहीं कहाँ सब चले गए. जो gloves हैं जो आपको videos में दिखा होगा, that was under 4 feet of fleet. The iron dash sheet, the whole unit had been buried into the destruction. The local architecture, that is vernacular architecture, it has got relevance. So this knowledge is important. You know, you go to Leh even today, in their traditional house if you stay, you can remove all those wooden clothes. Whereas if you stay in any army setup or any other modern building, वो हीटर भी चल रहा होगा, कमरे के दरवाजे भी बंद होंगे, आप हीटेड ब्लैंकेट के ऊपर बैठे होंगे, तो ब्लैंकेट ऊपर से पहने होंगे, जैकेट पहने होंगे, सर ढका होगा, कोट पहना होगा. Because वो अपना शर्ट के अंदर बैठा. Because what they did, there is a drum wall concept, south facing wall, with huge glass. There is a case like surveys enter and greenhouse effect. What is greenhouse effect? The sun rays which come cannot go back because they are frequency. The wavelength change and voltage change. The glass becomes opaque, so the energy is trapped. So that is what they. Similar to the BHAVNISH, similar to agriculture practice. Now somebody mentioned about agriculture. This, I think, shifting. The lady when she was presenting a paper, she was mentioning the complete Mizo hills. They practice this June hills. एक खेत है उन्होंने ग्रिड बना दिया. एक खेत में इस बार उन्होंने पैदा किया, अगली बार उसको जला दिया, दूसरे खेत में किया, एक टेस्ट यूज में. Same is some of those Karnataka are the same. Now, if you notice the seasonality of vegetables, Chomasa, that is from when the monsoon sets in, nothing grows. So people started saying, "We can't kha So after that, and that is how the religious practices accordingly. What you do on the food? What kind of vegetable you make one vegetable? Because that's the vegetables that come. If you, in today's time, our cancer incidences are increasing, you are eating what is not supposed to be eaten, you are preserved things. You are using preservatives. Say like cabbage. If you grow it in Someone if you eat it, the injection is hepatitis. And that's not good for you. Okay. And travel is not a Next, please. Next. Okay. Setbacks for innovations, setbacks for organization, and repetition of features. And that is why I request you all. They say, कालिदास has written, ये महापुरुषों तो विपरीत समाज के उनके गाड़ी में सीधा. A teacher who does not know his ways cannot pass on. He will pass on what he has. So the teacher has to become knowledgeable in this subject matter. And subject matter in totality. Subject matter is not unidimensional. If you are a mathematics teacher, you know mathematics. The related subject is physics. The related subject is logic. Related subject is astronomy. You must know that. And then only you will become a teacher who will be able to pass on that knowledge. So that's a challenge. Next, please. Next. Yeah. I have already one of your experiences. Now, I was asked very aware that something has come up that I must talk about that. Okay. Now, I will just share what is warfare related, how it has evolved. You know, in warfare there are three things. One is strategy. Second is operational art. And third is revolutions and military affairs. Now, strategy means enhancing your power and degrading enemy's power, for which geopolitics and all those things. Now, just imagine, I'll give you an interesting example. How you enhance, how Lord Rama did. We are told to conquer the Can there be anything apart from truth? They were Vanar, they were tribals. So that means he used all the available resources. When he went to make that bridge across the sea, the coral stones. If you go to Rameshwaram now, they show that stones floating in water. Nothing but coral stones. Any coral stone will float because it's honeycomb. Now, Null and me, they were an engineer who knew this part. So that means expertise was even of that kind was there. So the knowledge base was strong, comprehensive national power was used. How he degraded Ravan's strength? First thing, he said Lord Hanuman, who was good in disguise, he could disguise himself. And he realized that this the Lanka is made of the entire buildings are wood because it's a jungle territory. So therefore, he understood the map well. So if you know how when the winds would be good, and that's the time if valuable material you can use it. So he degraded the morale of the people. That's the strength. Second thing is, he created division in his own family. His brother migrated to their side, defected to their side. The other brother fought with them. And third thing is, he slowly and gradually he defeated them in detail. Akshay Kumar, Devnath, ek same is Mahabharata. If you know, Mahabharata the same thing was done. Lord Krishna had realized that if this लड़ाई हुई तो who will be with Kaurav, who will be with Pandavas? So the strategy is they started reducing their strength. Jarasandha got killed, Shilpali got killed, Kichaki got killed. Before even the battle is joined, then he tried to create the Karna was a great soldier. So he said, पांडवों के मामा को भेज दिया कि भाई उसका मोरल उसका डाउन कर दो. So that's it. Now, the prosecution of war had always been that when you are doing, you do And therefore, from what we did, we had the forces for Chaturangini. Chariots, elephants, horses, and infantry. So all four of them put together. And the third is the divisions of militaries. Do you know that this last war took place between Brahmins and Kshatriyas of central India? Parshuram used the Parsa. Now Parsa is like a boomerang, but you toss it and only steps on that because the diameter is so well balanced. Now second thing what we that's a revolution, and that's subsequently even in modern times, whether the invention of aircraft, whether the invention of battle tanks, our personal careers, and now drone. These are all technological advancements, and even earlier they were there. What was Agniastra? Today's napalm bomb. What was Narayana's? They're MIRPs. They're multiple rockets. Together they are being thrown. How we fooled the generator? When you use smoke generators. So these are all documented things. So therefore, this kind of a thing was always there. Okay. Next. Logistics. Now look at Alexander. I bet today that in next half an hour, if someone can find that speck of Macedonia on the map. Unless you go to Google Map and enlarge pieces, then you can find that. Otherwise, if you go to Atlas, you will find it. From there, he came to India. And the kind of logistics support system he must have had. He crossed rivers, he crossed. So, unless you start with this kind of a thing, you will not be successful. So, logistics support system with that time it was available. Be Tamil, India, Shanghai, China. So all these things, logistics was very important. Survival. If you have to survive, now Maharana, you get it. A lot of people from Rajasthan I have heard, where you know the हाँ, क्योंकि वो तो लड़ाई छोड़ के भाग गया, उसकी हाथ की रोटी बेटी की जो बिजली ले गई, तो बेचारा डर गया, उसने अकबर के जाके दोस्ती कर ली. Most important, two very important examples in Indian history. One is Pulkeshi II, Gujar Pratihar King. He left his fortress and he created a force and defeated his Chalukyas and all those things. Same as the thing is true with the Maharana. 1517 at Lahori, he lost. But 1576, he survived and he created People's Army. What is guerrilla warfare today is he used ex-Sitchin order, he captured everything, and in Battle of Velar, he defeated 36,000 force of Mughals. So survivability and a very important aspect of any kind of a fight. Now here I will give an example that we are trying to think that we hold this war. You must have heard this name, Iron Sea. Iron Sea was there, which used to be a lake in Central Asia. Main rivers to speak of Amu Darya and Sar Darya. When Soviet Union was there, they diverted this water for agriculture and cotton growth in Uzbekistan and all that area. The water was not going into it. And the environmental disaster it has created today, even today we are suffering from it. Because the desert. So you have to learn to live with the harmony. The last part is please remember this. This is a very interesting thing. We don't inherit from our ancestors. We borrow it from them. Let us be very clear about it. That whatever we do, we have to see to it that we don't damage that. And for which most important thing is concentrate on indigenous knowledge. which is local, which is known to us, and which passes from generation to generation. It is cycling in nature because life and pattern, they are cycling in nature. We have to see to it that global warming will take place, but can we reduce its pace? Yes, we can. So that is what we are. Thank you for the time given to me. Jai.
Thank you, sir. You got the congratulations for your event. Gratitude arises from a heart bursting with the thoughts of thanksgiving and gratifies both the receiver and the giver. As we draw closer to our valedictory ceremony, I invite Dr. Jyoti Tiwari ma'am, Assistant Professor AIP and Conference Convener to propose the vote of thanks.
A very warm and gracious good afternoon to respected guests, dignitaries, eminent educationists, paper presenters, and participants. As we reach to the conclusion of this inspiring international conference on indigenous knowledge system for sustainable future, I stand before you all with profound sense of gratitude and appreciation. I extend a hearty vote of thanks to each one of you for gracing this momentous occasion celebrating the Foundation Day of Army Institute of Education. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt thanks to the chief guest of inaugural session, Professor Dr. R.K. Sinha, Vice Chancellor, Gautam Buddha University, Gautam Buddha Nagar, and guest of honor, Ms. Isang Yanjong Sherpa, IRS Member Secretary, NCTE, New Delhi, who have shared their expertise, experience, and insights on the topic. Your contributions have been invaluable in deepening our understanding of indigenous knowledge systems and its pivotal role in shaping a sustainable future for generations to come. Our sincere references to our distinguished speakers, Dr. Vinayak Nityanathan, Dean and Associate Professor, Department of Education, DMI, St. John, the Baptist University, Magochi, Malawi, Southeast Africa, Dr. Siva Chandran Sivaraju, Deputy Dean of Studies in International Training Institute, Lake Campus, Papua New Guinea, Dr. Beatrice Lucia Vijato, Professor, Department of Social and Applied Sciences, University Center, Unifec West, Brazil, Professor Dr. Rakesham Sharma, OSC, Delhi School of Climate Change and Sustainability, University of Delhi, Professor N.M. Khandelwal, Chairman, Vedvyas Chair, Shri Govind Guru University, Godhra, Gujarat. Major General A.K. Chaturvedi, sir, ABSM, BSM, your thought-provoking presentations have provided us with a comprehensive framework for understanding the integrated interplay between indigenous wisdom and sustainable development. My deepest appreciation goes to the esteemed resource person and chairs for the various technical sessions, Professor Dr. Rita Arora, former professor and dean at University of Rajasthan and currently director, School of Education at Jaipur National University, Air Commodore J.K. Sahu, director, AIMT Greater Noida, Dr. Niradha Desa, associate professor, IGNOU, New Delhi, for taking out time from their busy schedule and gracing the event. Thank you so much, sir. I must also extend my appreciation to Indian Council of Social Science Research, New Delhi, for sponsor this event. We are immensely grateful for your financial support. Management support is instrumental in success of the event. I take this opportunity to convey my deep regards to Lieutenant General Bhavnish Kumar, BSN, GOC Delhi area, and Patron AID, Major General Sumit MEHTA, BSN, COS Delhi area, and Chairman AID, Brigadier Atul Rajput, SM, BSM, PGS Headquarter Delhi area. I am deeply grateful for your trust and belief in the potential of this conference. This successful event has sparked a vibrant conversation about the importance of indigenous knowledge for building a sustainable future. We are thankful To the participants for your active engagement, enthusiasm, and passion throughout the conference. Your presence has enriched our discussion and fostered a spirit of mutual learning that will undoubtedly endure these years. A special vote of thanks is due to the Dr. ABHILASHA Gautam, Principal, Army Institute of Education, and Colonel Abhay Registrar and Head of the Administration for their meticulous planning and tireless effort in bringing together such a diverse and distinguished gathering. Your dedication and hard work have ensured the smooth conduct of this conference, and we are truly grateful for your commitment to excellence. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. My special thanks to the co-conveners of this event, Dr. Sairavi K. and Mr. Karthikeyan P., who have worked tirelessly towards the conduct of this event. Teamwork divides the task and multiples the success. My heartfelt gratitude to the team AIE, including non-teaching staff, for their tireless work behind the scenes to ensure the smooth running of this conference. Your effort in creating a welcoming and conducive environment are deeply appreciated. Finally, last but certainly not the least, I thank you all my young and energetic students, committee members, and volunteers for their invaluable contribution. Thank you once again to everyone who has contributed to the success of this conference. Your commitment to advancing the cause of sustainable development through the lenses of indigenous wisdom is truly inspiring. And I look forward to our continued collaboration in the days ahead. As we depart, let us carry the spirit of collective excellence with us. Let us strive the bridge, the gap between knowledge and action, ensuring that the wisdom of the indigenous community is not only heard but also integrated into the policies, practices, and the solutions for the sustainable future. Together, we can build a world where indigenous knowledge systems are recognized, respected, and utilized for the benefits of the generations to come. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai
It's a matter of being honor and pleasure to appreciate and reward the hard work as well as the performance of the participants who made all of us proud. I now request Major General A.K. Chaturvedi sir to present the certificates to the paper presenters.
Miss Wandileka Mercy Kibulet, Sharda University. Miss Veena Singh, Jamia Millia Islamia. Miss Chavi Kavar, Billabong High International School. Dr. Manisha Minosa ma'am, AI.
Now I request Air Commodore Dr. J.K. Sahu sir to present the certificates to the paper presenters.
चले गए सब
डॉक्टर डी
I request Dr. Nirada Dey sir to present the certificates to the paper presenters. Mr. Gaurav Agrihari, student teacher, Army Institute of Education. Mr. Devyang Kumar Tripathi, Army Institute of Education. Ms. Garfa Sharma. Miss Jyoti Sharma. Dr. Jyoti Tiwari. Assistant Professor JYOTI. Miss MEHTA. Miss Sheetal. Miss Shilpa Kumari. Miss Priyanka Pandey. Mr. Akash Kumar. Miss Gauri Sharma. Miss Anjali Kumari. Master Lekram. Dr. Sarita Sahib. Ma'am. Mr. Akash Kumar. Miss Chandni Singh.
Miss Sushma Singh, Miss Shali Rawat, Mr. Jaganshu, Miss Shivani Pokhriya, Miss Swati Pandey, Mr. Roshan Kumar Singh, Roshan Kumar Singh, Miss Kumari Neha Rakhan, Miss Manisha Bish, and Miss Monica Singh.
We counted towards 7. There will be others in number 2.
It is completed, but here.
Manisha ma'am, is there? Manisha ma'am. Ashish.
Miss Ashima Rawat.
So you will get proceeding, beta. You will
Faculty members, please come.
ये सारे हमारे
निर्मल जियो टैग अरे अभी अनाउंस होगा तब खड़े हो अरे
Many feelings may come and go, but that feeling when we hear our national anthem that raises our goosebumps is irreplaceably magical. We would request everyone to kindly rise for the anthem. भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय। Thank you very much and have a wonderful and fun-filled evening.
और कोई सर्टिफिकेट्स नहीं
दिया? गौरव सेटल डाउन बोल दे बच्चों को एक बार पहले कैसे जाएंगे सेंटर पर ना
Students, kindly settle down. Kindly sit down on your respective seats.